This is Audible.
This Heart of Mine by Susan Elizabeth Phillips. Copyright 2001 by Susan Elizabeth Phillips. Which one is the time? Those tiny leaves. It's vulnerable now, but it can be as aggressive as spearmint. It just goes about it more subtly. Lily lifted her eyes, and her gaze held Molly's for a moment. Molly got the message. You think the time and I have something in common? Do you? She asked coolly. I have a lot of faults, but subtlety isn't one of them. I suppose that remains to be seen. Molly wandered to the edge of the garden. I'm trying hard to dislike you, as much as you seem to dislike me, but it's tough. You were my heroine when I was a little girl. How nice. Icicles dripped. Besides, you like my dog, and I have a feeling that your attitude has less to do with my personality than it has to do with your concerns about my marriage. Lily stiffened. Molly decided she had nothing to lose by being blunt. I know about your real relationship with Kevin. Lily's fingers stalled on her needle. I'm surprised he told you. Maida said he never spoke about it. He didn't. I guessed. You're very astute. You've taken a long time to come see him. After abandoning him, you mean? Her voice had a bitter edge. I didn't say that. You were thinking it. What kind of woman abandons her child, then tries to worm her way back into his life? Molly spoke carefully. I doubt that you abandoned him. You seem to have found him a good home. She gazed at the garden, but Molly suspected the peace she'd felt here earlier had vanished. Maida and John had always wanted a child, and they loved him from the day he was born. But as torturous as it was to make my decision, I still gave him up too easily. Hey, Molly! Lily tensed as Kevin came around the corner with Marmee lolling fat and happy in his arms. He stopped abruptly when he saw Lily, and as Molly watched, the charmer gave way to a hard-eyed man with a grudge. He approached Molly as if she were alone in the garden. Somebody let her out. I did, Lily said. She was with me until a few minutes ago. She must have heard you coming. This is your cat? Yes. He put her on the ground, almost as if she'd gone radioactive, then turned to walk away. Lily came up off the bench. Molly saw something both desperate and touching in her expression. Do you want to know about your father? Lily blurted out. Kevin stiffened. Molly's heart went out to him, as she thought of all the questions she'd had over the years about her own mother. Slowly he turned. Lily clutched her hands. She sounded breathless, as if she'd just run a long distance. His name was Dooley Price. I don't think that was his real first name, but it was all I knew. He was 18, a tall, skinny farm kid from Oklahoma. We met at the bus station the day we arrived in L.A. She drank in Kevin's face. His hair was as light as yours, but his features were broader. You look more like me. She dipped her head. I'm sure you don't want to hear that. Dooley was athletic. He'd ridden in rodeos and earned some prize money, I think, and he was convinced he could get rich doing stunts in the movies. I don't remember any more about him. Another black mark you can chalk up against me. I think he smoked Marlboros and loved candy bars, but it was a long time ago, and that could have been someone else. We'd broken up by the time I discovered I was pregnant, and I didn't know how to find him. She paused and seemed to brace herself. A few years later I read in the paper that he'd been killed doing some kind of stunt with a car. Kevin's expression remained stony. He wouldn't let anyone see that this meant anything to him. Oh, Molly understood all about that. Rue was sensitive to people's distress. He got up and rubbed against Kevin's ankles. Do you have a picture of him? Molly asked, because she knew Kevin wouldn't. The only photograph she had of her mother was her most treasured possession. Lily made a helpless gesture and shook her head. We were only kids, 2 screwed-up teenagers. Kevin, I'm sorry. He regarded her coldly. There's no place for you in my life. I don't know how I can make that any clearer. I want you to leave. I know you do. Both animals got up and followed him as he walked away. Lily's eyes glistened with fierce tears as she spun on Molly. I'm not leaving. "I don't think you should," Molly replied. Their eyes locked, and Molly thought she saw a faint crack forming in the wall between them. Half an hour later, as Molly slipped the last of her apricot scones into a wicker basket, Amy appeared to announce that she and Troy would be staying in the upstairs bedroom Kevin had abandoned when he'd moved into Molly's cottage. "Somebody has to sleep here at night," Amy explained, "and Kevin said he'd pay us extra to do it. Isn't that cool?" "That's great." "I mean, we won't be able to make noise, but—" "Get the jam, will you?" Molly couldn't bear hearing any more details of Amy and Troy's Super Bowl sex life. But Amy wouldn't give up, and the buttery late afternoon sunlight splashed her love-bitten neck as she regarded Molly earnestly. "It looks like things with you and Kevin could still work out if you just maybe tried a little harder. I'm serious about the perfume. Sex is real important to men, and if you just use a little—" Molly shoved the scones at her and made a dash for the sitting room. Later, when she got back to the cottage, Kevin was already there. He sat on the droopy old couch in the front room with Rue lolling on the cushion next to him. His feet were propped up, and a book lay open in his lap. Although he looked as if he didn't have a care in the world, Molly knew better. He glanced up at her. "I like this Benny guy." Her heart sank as she realized he was reading Daphne Says Hello. The other 4 books in the series lay nearby. "Where did you get those?" "Last night when I went into town. There's a kid's store, mainly clothes, but the owner sells some books and toys, too. She had these in the window. When I told her you were here, she got pretty excited about it." He tapped the page with his index finger. "This Benny character." "Those are children's books. I can't imagine why you'd bother reading them." "Curiosity. You know, there are a couple of things about Benny that seem kind of familiar. For example—" "Really? Well, thank you. He's entirely imaginary, but I do try to give all my characters qualities that readers can identify with." "Yeah, well, I can identify with Benny, all right." He gazed down at a drawing of Benny wearing sunglasses that looked very much like his silver-rimmed Ravos. "One thing I don't understand. The store owner said she'd gotten some pressure from one of her customers to take the books off the shelf because they were pornographic. Tell me what I'm missing." Rue finally hopped off the couch and came over to greet her. She leaned down to pat him. "Have you ever heard of SCIFSA, Straight Kids for Straight America?" "Sure, they get their kicks going after gays and lesbians. The women all have big hair and the men show too much teeth when they smile." "Exactly. And right now, they're after my bunny." "What do you mean?" Rue trotted back to Kevin. "They're attacking the Daphne series as homosexual propaganda." Kevin started to laugh. "I'm not kidding. They hadn't paid any attention to my books until we got married, but after all the stories about us appeared in the press, they decided to jump on the publicity bandwagon and go after me." She found herself telling him about her conversation with Helen and the changes Birdcage wanted in the Daphne books. "I hope you told her exactly what she could do with her changes." "It's not that easy. I have a contract, and they're keeping Daphne Takes a Tumble off the publication schedule until I send them the new illustrations." She didn't mention the rest of the advance money they owed her. "Besides, it's not as if moving Daphne and Melissa a few inches farther apart affects the story." "Then why haven't you done the drawings?" "I've had some troubles with writer's block, but it's gotten a lot better since I've been here." "So now you're going to do them?" She didn't like the disapproval she detected in his voice. "It's easy to stand on principle when you have a few $1 million in the bank, but I don't." "I guess." She got up and headed into the kitchen. As she pulled out a bottle of wine, Rue rubbed against her ankles. She heard Kevin come up behind her. "We're drinking again, are we?" "You're strong enough to fight me off if I get out of hand." "Just don't make me hurt my passing arm." She smiled and poured. He took the glass she handed him, and by unspoken agreement they walked together out onto the porch. The glider squeaked as he eased down next to her and took a sip of wine. "You're a good writer, Molly. I can see why kids like your books. When you were drawing Benny, did you happen to notice how much—" "What's with you and my pooch?" "Damned if I know." He glared down at the poodle, who'd collapsed over one of his feet. "You followed me back here from the B&B. Believe me, I didn't encourage it." Molly remembered the way Rue had picked up on Kevin's distress in the garden with Lily. Apparently they had bonded, only Kevin didn't know it yet. "How's your leg?" he asked. "Leg? Any after effects from that cramp?" "It's a little sore. Very sore. Sort of this dull throb. Pretty painful, actually. I'll have to take some Tylenol. But I'm sure it'll be better by tomorrow." "No more swimming alone, okay? I'm serious, it was a stupid thing to do." He propped his arm along the back of the cushions and gave her his "I mean business, you low-life rookie" look. "And while we're at it, don't get too cozy with Lily." "I don't think you have to worry about that. In case you didn't notice, she's not too fond of me. Still, I think you need to hear her out." "That's not going to happen. This is my life, Molly, and you don't understand anything about it." "That's not exactly true," she said carefully. "I'm an orphan, too." He withdrew his arm. "You don't get to call yourself an orphan if you're over 21. "The point is, my mother died when I was 2, so I know something about feeling disconnected from your roots." "Our circumstances aren't anything alike, so don't try to make comparisons." He gazed out into the woods. "I had 2 great parents. You didn't have any." "I had Phoebe and Dan." "You were a teenager by then. Before that, you seemed to have raised yourself." He was deliberately turning the conversation away from himself. She understood that, too, and she let him do it. "Me and Danielle Steele." "What are you talking about?" "I was a fan, and I knew she had lots of kids. I used to pretend I was one of them." She smiled at his amusement. "Now some might find that pathetic, but I think it was pretty creative." "It's definitely original." "Then I'd fantasize a mercifully painless death for Bert, at which point it would be magically revealed that he wasn't my father after all. My real father was, let me guess, Bill Cosby." I wasn't that well-adjusted. It was Bruce Springsteen. "And no comments, okay?" "Why should I comment when Freud already did the job?" Molly wrinkled her nose at him. They sat in surprisingly companionable silence, broken only by Rue's rhythmic snores. But Molly had never been good at leaving well enough alone. "I still think you need to hear her out." "I can't come up with a single reason why." "Because she won't go away until you do, and because this will keep hovering over you for the rest of your life." He set down his glass. "Maybe the reason you're so obsessed with analyzing my life is so you won't get depressed thinking about your own neuroses." "Probably." He rose from the glider. "What do you say we go into town for some dinner?" She'd already spent far too much time with him today, but she couldn't stand the idea of staying here alone tonight while he painted the town German chocolate. "I suppose. Let me get a sweater." As she headed back to her bedroom, she told herself what she already knew. Going out to dinner with him was a lousy idea, just as lousy as the 2 of them sitting around on the porch drinking wine together. Almost as lousy as not insisting he sleep under another roof. Even though she didn't care about impressing him, she decided a shawl would make a better fashion statement with her sundress than a sweater, and she whipped out the bright red tablecloth she'd discovered in the bottom drawer of the dresser. As she unfolded it, she spotted something strange on the table next to her bed, something that hadn't been there earlier and that definitely didn't belong to her. "Oh!" Kevin shot into the room. "What's wrong?" "Look at that." She pointed at the small bottle of drugstore perfume. "That meddling little trollop." "What are you talking about?" "Amy stuck that perfume there." She rounded on him. "Bite me." "Why are you mad at me? I didn't do it." "No, bite me. Give me a hickey right here." She jabbed her finger at a spot a few inches above her collarbone. "You want me to give you a hickey?" "Are you deaf?" "Just thunderstruck." "There's no one else I can ask, and I can't stand spending another day getting marital advice from a 19-year-old nymphomaniac. This'll put a stop to it." "Did anybody ever mention you might be a few French fries short of a Happy Meal?" "Go ahead. Make fun of me. She doesn't condescend to you the same way she does to me." "Forget it. I'm not giving you a hickey." "Fine, I'll get someone else to do it." "You will not." "Desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll ask Charlotte Long." "That's disgusting." "She knows how the lovebirds behave. She'll understand." "The image of that woman chomping on your neck just took away my appetite. And don't you think it'll be a little embarrassing showing off your bruise when other people are around?" "I'll wear something with a collar, and I'll flip it up." Then push it right back down when you see Amy. Okay, I'm not proud of myself, but if I don't do something, I'm going to strangle her. She's just a teenager. Why do you care? Fine, forget it. And have you run off to Charlotte long? His voice dropped a husky note. I don't think so. She swallowed. You'll do it? I guess I have to. Oh, boy. She squeezed her eyes shut and tilted her neck toward him. Her heart started to pound. What did she think she was doing? Not a thing, apparently, because he didn't touch her. She opened her eyes and blinked. Could you, hurry up? He didn't touch her, but neither did he move away. Oh, God, why did he have to be so gorgeous? Why couldn't he have wrinkly skin and a big pot belly instead of being a walking advertisement for hard bodies? What are you waiting for? I haven't given a girl a hickey since I was 14. I'm sure it'll come back if you concentrate. Concentration isn't my problem. The gleam in those smoky green eyes indicated that her behavior had put her right on the border between eccentric and insane. Her burst of temper had faded. She had to extricate herself. Oh, never mind. She spun around to leave, but he caught her arm. The feel of his fingers on her skin made her shiver. I didn't say I wouldn't, I just need to warm up a little. Even if her feet had caught fire, she couldn't have moved. I can't just lunge and bite. His thumb stroked her arm. It's not in my nature. Goosebumps quivered over her skin as he lifted his hand and trailed a finger over the curve of her neck. Her voice developed a really annoying rasp. It's all right. Go ahead and lunge. I'm a professional athlete. His words were a seductive caress as he traced a lazy S to the base of her throat. Lack of a proper warm-up leads to injuries. That's the point, isn't it? An injury? He didn't reply, and she stopped breathing as his mouth came closer. She felt a shock when his lips brushed the corners of hers. He hadn't even made a direct hit, but her bones melted. She heard a soft, indecipherable sound and realized it had come from her, the easiest woman on planet Earth. He pulled her against him, a gentle movement, but the contact sizzled. Hard bone and warm flesh. She wanted all of his mouth, and she turned her head to find it, but he altered course. Instead of giving her the kiss she yearned for, he touched the opposite corner of her mouth. Her blood pounded. His lips trailed from her jaw to her neck. Then he got ready to do exactly as she'd asked. I've changed my mind. Please don't bite. He didn't. He played at her throat until her breathing came fast and shallow. She hated him for teasing her, but couldn't make herself push away. And then he put an end to the game and kissed her for real. The world spun, and everything turned upside down. His arms cradled her as if she really belonged inside them. She didn't know whose lips parted first, but their tongues touched. It was a kiss made in lonely dreams, a kiss that took its time, a kiss that felt so right she couldn't remember all the reasons it was wrong. His hand plowed through her hair, and those hard hips pressed against hers. She felt what she'd done to him and loved it. Her breast tingled as he covered it with his palm. He yelped and snatched his hand away. "Damn it!" She sprang back and instinctively checked to see if her breast had grown teeth, but it wasn't her breast. He glared down at Rue, whose sharp canine nails were digging into his leg. "Go away, mutt!" Reality crashed back in on her. Just what did she think she was doing playing kissy-face with Mr. I'm Too Sexy? And she couldn't even blame him for letting things get out of hand because she was the one who started it. "Stop it, Rue." Shaken, she pulled the dog away. "Don't you ever trim the Klingon's toenails?" "He wasn't attacking you, he just wanted to play." "Yeah, well, so did I." A long silence quivered between them. She wanted him to be the first to look away, but he didn't, so she looked right back. It was unnerving. While she felt like hiding under the bed, he seemed perfectly willing to stand there all evening and think things over. The breast he'd touched still felt warm. "This is getting complicated," he finally said. She was messing with the NFL, so she ignored her rubbery legs. "Not for me. You're an okay kisser, by the way. So many athletes gnaw." The corners of his eyes crinkled. "You just keep fighting, Daphne. Now are we gonna get dinner, or should we get back to work on that hickey you want so bad? Forget the hickey. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. And sometimes bunny ladies turn into chickens. She wasn't going to win this game, so she stuck her nose in the air like the rich heiress she wasn't, then grabbed the red tablecloth and swirled it around her shoulders. The Northwoods decor made the dining room of the Wind Lake Inn feel like an old hunting lodge. Indian blanket print curtains hung at the long, narrow windows, and the rustic walls displayed a collection of snowshoes and antique animal traps, along with the mounted heads of deer and elk. Molly focused on the birch-bark canoe hanging from the rafters instead of those staring glass eyes. Kevin was getting good at reading her mind, and he nodded toward the dead animals. There used to be this restaurant in New York that specialized in exotic game. Kangaroo, tiger, elephant steaks. One time some friends took me there for lion burgers. That's revolting. What kind of sick person would eat Simba? He chuckled and returned to his trout. Not me. I had hash browns and pecan pie instead. You're messing with me. Stop it. His eyes took a few lazy tango steps over her body. You didn't mind earlier. She toyed with the stem of her wine glass. It was the alcohol. It was the sex we're not having. She opened her mouth to cut him off at the knees, but he cut her off first. Save your breath, Daph. It's time you faced a few important facts. Number 1, we're married. Number 2, we're living under the same roof. Not by my choice. And number 3, we're both celibate at the moment. You can't be celibate for a moment. It's a long-term lifestyle. Believe me, I know. She hadn't meant to say the last part out loud. Or maybe she had. She speared a carrot coin she didn't want to eat. He set down his fork to study her more closely. You're kidding, aren't you? Of course I'm kidding. She gobbled up the carrot. Did you think I was serious? He rubbed his chin. You aren't kidding. Do you see the waiter? I think I'm ready for dessert. Care to elaborate? No. He bided his time. She fiddled with another piece of carrot, then shrugged. I've got issues. So does Time magazine. Stop hedging. First, tell me where you think this conversation is going. You know where, straight to the bedroom. Bedrooms, she emphasized, wishing he didn't look so grim about it. His and hers, and it has to stay that way. A couple of days ago I'd have agreed with you, but both of us know that if it hadn't been for Godzilla's toenails, we'd be naked right now. She shivered. You don't know that for a fact. Listen, Molly, the newspaper ad doesn't come out until next Thursday. Today's only Saturday. It'll take another couple of days for interviews, and another day or so to train whoever I hire. That's a lot of nights. She'd wimped around long enough, and she abandoned all pretense of eating. Kevin, I don't do casual sex. Now that's weird. I seem to remember a night last February. I had a crush on you, all right? A stupid crush that got out of hand. A crush? He leaned back in the chair, beginning to enjoy himself. What are you, 12? Stop being a jerk. So you had a crush on me. His crooked smile looked exactly like Benny's when he thought he had Daphne right where he wanted her. The bunny didn't like it, and neither did Molly. I had crushes on you and Alan Greenspan, both at the same time. I can't imagine what I was thinking of, although the crush I had on Greenspan was a lot worse. Thank God I didn't run into him with that sexy briefcase. He ignored that bit of falderall. Interesting that Daphne seems to have a crush on Benny, too. She does not. He's horrible to her. Maybe if she'd put out, he'd be nicer. That's more disgusting than me and Charlotte Long. She needed to sidetrack this conversation. You can get sex anywhere, but we have a friendship, and that's more important. A friendship. She nodded. Yeah, I guess we do. Maybe that's what makes this exciting. I've never had sex with a friend before. It's nothing more than a fascination with the forbidden. I don't see why it's forbidden to you. He frowned. I have a lot more to lose. Exactly how do you figure that? Come on. You know how I feel about my career. Your closest family members happen to be my employers, and I'm on shaky ground with them at the moment. This is exactly why I always keep my female relationships separate from the team. I've never even dated one of the Stargirl cheerleaders. Yet here you are, all ready to get jiggy with the boss's sister. I've got everything to lose. You don't have anything. Just this fragile little heart of mine. He ran his thumb along the stem of his wine glass. The truth is, a few nights of sexual dalliance might help your writing career. I can't wait to hear this. It'll reprogram your subconscious, so you don't send out any more secret homosexual messages in your books. She rolled her eyes. He grinned. Give me a break, Kevin. If we were back in Chicago, it wouldn't occur to you to even think about having sex with me. How flattering is that? It sure as hell would occur to me if we were together all the time like we are here. He was deliberately missing the point, but before she could tell him that, the waitress appeared to see if there was anything wrong with the meals they weren't eating. Kevin assured her there wasn't. She gave him a full-blast smile and began chatting with him as if he were her best friend. Since people reacted the same way to Dan and Phoebe, Molly was used to this kind of interruption, but the waitress was cute and curvy, so she found it annoying. When the woman finally left, Kevin settled back in his chair and picked up the one part of their conversation she most wished he'd forgotten. This celibacy thing. How long has that been going on? She took her time cutting a small piece of chicken. A while. Any particular reason? She chewed slowly, as if she were thinking over his question instead of trying to find a way out. There wasn't any, so she attempted to sound grand and mysterious. A choice I made. Is this one more part of that good girl thing everybody in the world believes about you except me? I am a good girl. You're a brat. She sniffed, a little pleased, but not letting on. Why should a virtuous woman have to justify herself? Or semi-virtuous anyway, so don't think I was a virgin before I lost my mind with you. But in some ways she was a virgin. Although she knew about sex, neither of her two affairs had taught her anything about making love, and neither had that awful night with Kevin. Because we're friends, remember? Friends tell each other things. You already know a lot more about me than almost anybody. She didn't like being more embarrassed about this disclosure than she'd been when she told him she'd given away her inheritance, so she tried her best to look pious by putting her elbows on the table and making little prayer hands. Being sexually discriminating is nothing to be ashamed about. In some ways he understood her better than her own family, and his raised eyebrow told her she hadn't impressed him. I know a lot of people treat sex casually, but I can't do that. I think it's too important. Well, I'm not going to argue with you. Well, then that's it. I'm glad. Was it her imagination, or did she detect a little smugness in his expression? You're glad about what? That you've had a stadium full of easy women while I've been keeping my legs crossed? Talk about a double standard. Hey, I'm not proud of it. It's programmed in those X chromosomes, and it hasn't been a stadium full. Let me put it like this. Some people can handle sex without commitment, but it turns out that I'm not one of them. So it would be better if you'd move back into the house. Technically speaking, Daph, I've made a pretty big commitment to you, and I'm thinking it's payback time. Sex is not a commodity. You can't bargain with it. Who says? His smile turned positively diabolical. There were lots of nice-looking clothes in that boutique in town, and I can be real free with my credit card. What a proud moment this is for me, bunny book author turned hooker in one easy step. He liked that, but his rumble of laughter was interrupted by a couple approaching from the other side of the dining room. Excuse me, but aren't you Kevin Tucker? Hey, my wife and I are big fans. Molly settled back and sipped her coffee while Kevin dealt with his admirers. The man made her melt, and there was no use pretending otherwise. If it were just his good looks that attracted her, he wouldn't be so dangerous. But that cocky charm was chipping away at her defenses. As for the kiss they'd shared... Stop right there. Just because their kiss had knocked her off her feet didn't mean she was going to act on it. She'd only begun to pull out of her emotional tailspin, and she wasn't self-destructive enough to throw herself back into it. She simply needed to keep reminding herself that Kevin was bored and he wanted a little hanky-panky. The grim truth was that any woman would do, and she happened to be handy. Still, she could no longer deny that her old crush was back. Some women were too dumb to draw breath. Kevin tossed down the last of the Daphne books Molly had tried unsuccessfully to hide when they returned to the cottage. He couldn't believe it. Half of his recent life lay on the pages she'd written. Expurgated, of course, but still. He was Benny the Badger. His red Harley, his jet ski, that very minor skydiving incident blown way out of proportion, and Benny snowboarding down Old Cold Mountain wearing a pair of silver Ravos. He should sue. Except he was flattered. She was a terrific writer, and the stories were great, kid-hip and funny. Although there was one thing he didn't like about the Daphne books, the bunny generally ended up getting the upper hand over the badger. What kind of message was that to send to little boys? Or big ones, for that matter. He leaned back on the saggy excuse for a couch and glared toward the bedroom door she'd shut behind her. His good mood from dinner had faded. He'd have to be blind not to know that she was attracted to him, so what was the point? She wanted to jerk his chain, that was the point. She wanted to make him beg, so she could feel like she had her pride back. This whole thing was some kind of power trip for her. She was getting off on being cute and funny around him, making him enjoy her company, fluffing her hair, wearing funky clothes designed just so he'd itch to pull them off her. Then, when it was time to do exactly that, she jumped back and said she didn't believe in sex without commitment. Bull. He needed a shower, a cold one, but there was only that pint-sized bathtub. God, he hated it here. Why was she making such a big frickin' deal out of this? She might have said no at dinner, but when he'd kissed her, that sweet little body sure had been saying yes. They were married. He was the one who had to compromise himself, not her. His policy of never mixing business with pleasure had blown up in his face. The trouble he was having keeping his eyes off the bedroom door filled him with self-disgust. He was Kevin Tucker, damn it, and he didn't have to beg for any woman's affections, not when there were so many others standing in line trying to catch his attention. Well, he'd had enough. From now on he was going to be all business. He'd take care of the campground and step up his workouts so he was in top shape when training camp started. As for that irritating little brat who happened to be his wife, until they got back to Chicago it was strictly hands-off. Chapter 16. My boyfriend's parents were gone for the night, and he invited me over. As soon as I walked in the door, I knew what was going to happen. My boyfriend's bedroom for Chick. Lily hated herself for saying yes, but what art lover could turn down an invitation to visit Liam Jenner's house and see his private collection? Not that the invitation had been issued graciously. Lily had just come in from a Sunday morning walk when Amy handed her the telephone. "If you want to see my paintings, come to my house this afternoon at 2, he'd barked. "No earlier. I'm working and I won't answer the bell." She'd definitely been in L.A. too long because she almost found his rudeness refreshing. As she turned off the highway and onto the side road he'd indicated, she realized how accustomed she'd grown to meaningless compliments and empty flattery. She'd nearly forgotten that people still existed who said exactly what was on their minds. She spotted the weather-beaten turquoise mailbox he'd told her to look for. It perched crookedly on a battered metal pole, set in a tractor tire filled with cement. The ditch behind the tire held rusted bed springs and a twisted sheet of corrugated tin, which made the no trespassing sign at the top of the rutted overgrown lane seem superfluous. She turned in and slowed to a crawl. Even so, her car lurched alarmingly in the ruts. She'd just decided to abandon it and walk the rest of the way when the overgrowth disappeared and fresh gravel smoothed the bumpy road surface. Moments later she caught her breath as the house came into view. It was a sleekly modern structure with white concrete parapets, stone ledges, and glass. Everything about the design bore Liam Jenner's signature. As she got out of the car and made her way toward the niche that held the front door, she wondered where he'd found an architect saintly enough to work with him. She glanced down at her watch and saw that she was exactly half an hour late for this command performance, just as she'd intended. The door swung open. She waited for him to bark at her for not being on time and was disappointed when he merely nodded, then stepped back to let her in. She caught her breath. The glass wall opposite the entrance had been constructed in irregular sections, bisected by a narrow iron catwalk some 10 feet from the ground floor. Through the glass she could see the sweeping vista of lake, cliffs, and trees. What an amazing house. "Thanks. Would you like something to drink?" His request sounded cordial, but she was even more impressed that he'd traded in his paint-stained denim shirt and shorts for a black silk shirt and light gray slacks. Ironically, his civilized clothes only emphasized the Sturm und Drang of that rugged face. She declined his offer for a drink. "I'd love a tour, though." "All right." The house hugged the terrain in two uneven sections, the larger of which held an open living area, kitchen, library, and cantilevered dining room, with several smaller bedrooms tucked into lower levels. The catwalk she'd seen when she'd entered led to a glass-enclosed tower that Liam told her held his studio. She hoped he'd let her see it, but he showed her only the master bedroom below, a space designed with an almost monastic simplicity. Magnificent works of art were on display everywhere, and Liam talked about them with passion and discernment. An enormous Jasper Johns canvas hung not far from a contemplative composition in blues and beige by Agnes Martin. One of Bruce Naumann's neon sculptures flickered near the library archway. Across from it hung a work by David Hockney, then a portrait of Liam done by Chuck Close. An imposing Helen Frankenthaler canvas occupied one long wall of the living area, and a totem-like stone and wood sculpture dominated a hallway. The very best of the world's contemporary artists were represented in this house, all except Liam Jenner. Lily waited until the tour was over and they'd returned to the central living area before she asked about it. "Why haven't you hung any of your own paintings?" "Looking at my work when I'm not in the studio feels too much like a busman's holiday." "I suppose. But they'd be so joyous in this house." He stared at her for a long moment. Then the craggy lines of his face softened in a smile. "You really are a fan, aren't you?" "I'm afraid so. I bid on one of your paintings a few months ago, composition number 3. My business manager forced me to drop out at $250,000. "Obscene, isn't it?" He looked so pleased that she laughed. "You should be ashamed of yourself. It wasn't worth a penny over $200,000, and I'm just beginning to realize how much I hate giving you compliments. You truly are the most overbearing man." "It makes life easier." "Keeps the masses at a distance?" "I value my privacy." "Which explains why you've built such an extraordinary house in the wilds of northern Michigan, instead of Big Sur or Cap d'Antibes." "Already you know me well." "You're such a diva. I'm certain I've had my privacy invaded far more than you have, but it hasn't turned me into a hermit. Do you know that I still can't go anywhere without people recognizing me?" "My nightmare." "Why is it such a big deal to you?" "Old baggage." "Tell me." "It's an incredibly boring story. You don't want to hear it." "Believe me, I do." She sat on the couch to encourage him. "I love hearing people's stories." He gazed at her, then sighed. "The critics discovered me just before my 26th birthday. Are you sure you want to hear this?" "Definitely." He stuck his hands in his pockets and wandered toward the windows. "I became the proverbial overnight sensation. On everybody's guest list, the subject of national magazine articles. I had people throwing money at me." "I remember what that was like." The fact that she understood what he'd gone through in ways most people couldn't seemed to relax him. He left the windows to sprawl down across from her, dominating the chair he'd chosen in the same way he dominated every space he occupied. She felt a moment of uneasiness. Craig had been overpowering like that. "It went to my head," he said, "and I started believing all the hype. Do you remember that, too?" "I was lucky. My husband kept me grounded in reality." Too grounded, she thought now. Craig never understood that she'd needed his praise more than his criticism. "I wasn't lucky. I forgot that it was about the work, not about the artist. I partied instead of painted. I drank too much. I developed a taste for nose candy and free sex." "Except sex never is free, is it?" "Not when you're married to a woman you love." "Oh, but I justified my behavior, you see, because she was my true love, and all that other sex was meaningless. I justified it because she was having a tough pregnancy, and the doctor had told me to leave her alone until after the baby was born." Lily heard his self-contempt. This was a man who judged himself even more harshly than he judged others. My wife found out, of course, and did the right thing by walking out on me. A week later she went into labor, but the baby was born dead.
Oh, Liam.
He turned away her sympathy with an arch twist of his mouth. There's a happy ending. She married a magazine editor and went on to have 3 healthy, well-adjusted children. As for me, I learned an important lesson about what is important and what isn't.
And you've lived in lonely isolation ever since?
He smiled. Hardly that. I do have friends, Lily, genuine ones.
People you've known for 100 years, she guessed. Newcomers need not apply.
I think all of us get set in our friendships as we grow older, haven't you?
I suppose. She started to ask why he'd invited her here, since she was definitely a newcomer, but a more important question was on her mind. Am I mistaken, or didn't you leave something important out of the house tour? He sank deeper into his chair and looked annoyed.
You want to see my studio?
I'm sure you don't make a habit of opening it up to everyone, but—
No one goes in there but me and an occasional model.
Perfectly understandable, she said smoothly. Still, I'd be grateful if I could just have a peek. A calculating glint appeared in his eyes.
How grateful?
What do you mean?
Grateful enough to pose for me.
You don't give up, do you?
It's part of my charm.
If they'd been at the B&B or by the stream in the meadow, she might have been able to refuse. But not here. That mysterious space where he created some of the world's most beautiful art was too near. I can't imagine why you would want to sketch a fat, over-the-hill 45-year-old woman. But if that's what it takes to see your studio, then yes, I'll pose for you.
Good, follow me.
He vaulted from his chair and headed for a set of stone steps that led to the catwalk. As he reached it, he glanced back at her.
You're not fat. And you're older than 45.
I am not.
You've had work done around your eyes, but no plastic surgeon can cut away the life experience behind them. You're closer to 50.
I'm 47. He gazed down at her from the catwalk.
You're making me lose patience.
Air could make you lose patience, she grumbled. The corner of his mouth curled.
You want to see my studio or not?
Oh, I suppose. Frowning, she swept up the steps, then followed him across the narrow, open structure. She glanced uneasily down at the living area below. I feel as if I'm walking the plank.
You'll get used to it.
His statement implied she'd be coming back, an impression she immediately corrected. I'll pose for you today, but that's all.
Stop irritating me.
He'd reached the end of the catwalk, and he turned toward her, so he stood silhouetted against the stone arch. She felt a tiny, erotic thrill as he watched her approach with his legs braced and his arms crossed over his chest like an ancient warrior. She gave him her diva's gaze. Remind me again why I even wanted to see it.
Because I'm a genius, just ask me.
Shut up and get out of my way. His laugh held a deep, pleasing resonance. He turned away and led her around a curve of wall into his studio. Oh, Liam. She pressed her fingertips to her lips. The studio sat suspended above the trees in its own private universe. It was oddly shaped with 3 of its 5 sides curved. Late afternoon light glowed through the northern wall, which was constructed entirely of glass. Overhead the various skylights had shades that could be adjusted according to the time of day. The layers of colorful paint splatters on the rough walls, the furniture and the limestone floor had turned the studio into a work of modern art all its own. She had the same sensation she experienced when she stood inside the Getty. Half-finished canvases sat on easels, while others leaned against the walls. Several large canvases hung on special frames. Her mind whirled as she tried to take it all in. She might not have had much formal education, but she'd studied art on her own for several decades, and she wasn't a novice. Still, she found his mature work difficult to categorize. All the influences were evident. The teeth-gnashing of the abstract expressionists, the studied cool of pop, the starkness of the minimalists. But only Liam Jenner had the audacity to superimpose the sentimental over those decidedly unsentimental styles. Her eyes drank in the monumental, unfinished Madonna and Child that occupied most of one wall. Of all the great contemporary artists, only Liam Jenner could paint a Madonna and Child without using cow dung as his medium, or smearing an obscenity over her forehead, or adding a flashing Coca-Cola sign in place of a star. Only Liam Jenner had the absolute self-confidence to show the cynical deconstructionists who populated the world of contemporary art the meaning of unabashed reverence. Her heart filled with tears she couldn't let herself shed. Tears of loss for the way she'd let her identity get swallowed up by Craig's expectations. Tears of loss for the son she'd given away. Gazing at the painting, she realized how careless she'd been with what she should have held sacred. His hand curled around her shoulder in a gesture as gentle as the wisps of blue-gold paint softening the Madonna's hair. His touch seemed both natural and necessary, and as she swallowed her tears, she had to resist the urge to curl into his chest. "My poor Lily," he said softly, "you've made your life even harder for yourself than I have mine." She didn't question how he knew. But as she stood before that miraculous unfinished painting and felt the comforting hand on her shoulder, she understood that all these canvases were reflections of the man, his angry intensity, his intelligence, his severity, and the sentiment he worked so hard to hide. Unlike her, Liam Jenner was one with his work. "Sit," he murmured, "just as you are." She let him lead her to a simple wooden chair across the room. He caressed her shoulder, then stepped back and reached for one of the blank canvases near his work table. If he had been any other man, she would have felt manipulated, but manipulation wouldn't occur to him. He had simply been overcome with the need to create, and for a reason she couldn't fathom, that involved her. She no longer cared. Instead, she gazed at the Madonna and Child and thought about her life, richly blessed in so many ways but barren in others. Instead of concentrating on her losses, her son, her identity, the husband she'd both loved and resented, she thought of all she'd been granted. She'd been blessed with a good brain and the intellectual curiosity to challenge it. She'd been given a beautiful face and body when she'd needed them most. So what if that beauty had faded? Here beside this lake in northern Michigan, it didn't seem quite so important. As she gazed at the Madonna, something began to happen. She saw her herb garden quilt instead of Liam's painting, and she began to understand what had eluded her. The herb garden was a metaphor for the woman who now lived inside her, a more mature woman, one who wanted to heal and nurture instead of seduce, a woman with subtle nuances instead of splashy beauty. She was no longer the person she'd been, but she didn't yet understand the person she'd become. Somehow the quilt held the answer. Her fingers twitched in her lap as a rush of energy shot through her. She needed her sewing basket and her box of fabrics. She needed them now. If she had them right now, she could find the path that would unlock who she was. She jumped up from the chair. "I have to go." He'd been completely absorbed in his work, and for a moment he didn't seem to comprehend what she'd said. Then something that almost looked like pain twisted those craggy features. "Oh, God, you can't." "Please, I am not being difficult. I'll come right back. I just need to get something from my car." He stepped away from the canvas, left a smudge on his forehead as he shoved a hand through his hair. "I'll get it for you." "There's a basket in my trunk. No, I need the box that's with it. We'll go together." They ran across the catwalk, both of them on fire to get this done so they could return to what was essential. Her breath came in little gasps as she raced down the steps. She looked for the purse that held her keys, but couldn't find it. "Why the hell did you lock your car?" he roared. "We're in the middle of godforsaken nowhere." "I live in L.A., she shouted back. "Here." He snatched the purse from beneath one of the tables and began rummaging through it. "Give it to me." She grabbed it away and dug herself. "Hurry up." He seized her at the elbow, shoved her toward the front door and down the steps. On the way she found the keys. She broke away from him and flicked the remote that opened the trunk. She nearly sobbed with relief as she grabbed her sewing basket and pushed the box of fabrics at him. He barely glanced at it. They fled inside again, rushed up the stairs, raced across the catwalk. By the time they got to the studio, they were both struggling to breathe, more from emotion than exertion. She collapsed into the chair. He rushed toward the canvas. They gazed at each other, and both of them smiled. It was an exquisite moment, one of perfect communion. He hadn't questioned her urgency, hadn't shown the slightest disdain when he'd seen it was only a woman's sewing basket that had made her so frantic. Somehow he understood her need to create, just as she understood his. Content, she bent to her work. Gradually, it grew dark outside. The studio's interior lights came on, each one exquisitely placed to provide illumination without shadow. Her scissors snipped. Her needle flew in the broad basting stitches that would hold the fabric together until she could get to her sewing machine. Seam met seam, colors blended, patterns overlapped. His fingers brushed her neck. She hadn't realized he'd left his canvas. A streak of scarlet smeared his black silk shirt, and a smear of orange clung to his expensive slacks. His crisp graying hair was rumpled, and more paint smudged his hairline. Her skin prickled as he touched the top button on her gauzy tangerine blouse. Gazing into her eyes, he slipped it free of its buttonhole. Then he opened the next one. "Please," he said. She didn't try to stop him, not even when he slipped one side of the blouse down, not even when his square, paint-smeared fingers brushed the front clasp of her bra. Instead, she bent her head to her sewing and let him unfasten it. Her breasts spilled free, so much heavier than they'd been when she was younger. She allowed him to arrange the gauzy fabric of her blouse as he wished. He slipped one sleeve down her arm until it caught at the crook, then the other. Her breasts rested in the nest of fabric like plump hens. His footsteps tapped the limestone floor as he returned to his canvas. Bare-breasted, she kept to her sewing. Earlier she'd believed that her quilt would be about nurture instead of seduction, but now the astonishing fact that she'd allow him to do this told her the meaning was more complex. She'd thought the sexual part of her had died. Now the hot ache in her body made her understand this wasn't true. The quilt had just unlocked one secret of her new identity. Without disturbing the drape of fabric at the crook of her arms, she dipped into the box at her side and found a soft piece of old velvet. It was a deep, sensual crimson shaded with darker hues, the color of dark opal basil, the secret color of a woman's body. Her fingers trembled as she rounded the corners. The fabric brushed her nipples as she worked it, making them tighten and bead. She dipped into the box again and found an even deeper hue to serve as the secret heart. She would add tiny crystals of dew. A muffled curse made her look up. Liam stared at her, perspiration glistening on the rugged planes of his face. His paint-streaked arms hung slack at his sides, and a brush lay at his feet where he'd dropped it. "I've painted 100 nudes. This is the first time—" He shook his head, looking momentarily bewildered. "I can't do this." A rush of shame filled her. Her quilt piece fell to the floor as she leaped up, grabbed her blouse, pulled it closed. "No." He came toward her. "Oh, no, not that." The fire in his eyes stunned her. His legs brushed her skirt, and he plunged his hands inside the blouse she'd just drawn closed. Gathering her breast in his hands, he buried his face in the swells. She clutched his arms as his lips closed around a nipple. Their explosion of passion should have been reserved for youth, but neither of them was young. She felt his hard, thick length. He reached for the waistband of her skirt. Sanity returned, and she pushed his hands away. She wanted him to see her naked as she'd once been, not as she was now. "Lily," he breathed her name in protest. "I'm sorry." He had no patience for cowardice. He reached beneath her skirt and snagged her panties, then dropped to his knees and drew them off. He pressed his face into her skirt, against her. His warm breath seeped between her legs. It felt so good. She separated them just a few inches, and let his breath touch her secret heart. He pulled her down beside him on that hard limestone floor. Cupping her face in his hands, he kissed her, the deep, experienced kiss of a man who knew women well. Together they fell back. Her skirt tangled at her waist. He ran his hands along her legs and pushed them far apart. Then he buried his face between them. She drew up her ankles, let her knees fall open, and reveled in his lusty, vigorous feasting. Her orgasm was fierce and strong, taking her by surprise. By the time she'd recovered, he was naked. His body was powerful and fine. She opened her arms, and he plunged inside her.
With her fingers curled into his hair, she took his deepest kiss, wrapped her legs around him. Her spine dug into the hard floor beneath. She winced as he plunged again. He stopped, stroked more gently, then turned them so his body took the punishment of the floor. "Better." He reached up to cup her breasts as they swung before him. "Better," she replied, finding a rhythm that pleased them both. As they moved, the paints on the canvases seemed to swirl around them, the colors growing brighter, turning liquid. Their bodies worked together, awash in hot sensation. Finally, neither of them could bear it any longer, and all the colors of the universe shattered in an explosion of bright white light. She came back to herself slowly. She was lying on top of him, her blouse and skirt bunched at her waist. She'd fallen under a spell. The man had cast a spell over her, as surely as his paintings had. He groaned. "I'm too old for floors." She leaped off him, scrambling awkwardly to cover herself. "I'm sorry, I'm so heavy, I must have crushed you." "Not this again." He rolled to his side, winced, and slowly rose to his feet. Unlike her, he didn't seem to be in any hurry to get his clothes back on. She refused to look. Instead, she pushed her crumpled skirt down, noticing at the same time that her panties lay on the floor at his feet. She couldn't manage her bra, so she pulled the front of her blouse together, only to have him catch her hands and still them over the buttons. "You listen to me, Lily Sherman. I've worked with hundreds of models over the years, but I've never had to stop painting to seduce one of them." She started to say that she didn't believe him, but this was Liam Jenner, a man with no patience for niceties. It was crazy." His expression grew fierce. "Your body is magnificent. It's lush and extravagant, exactly the way a woman's body should be. Did you see the way the light fell on your skin, on your breasts? They're outrageous, Lily. Big, fleshy, bountiful. I couldn't ever get enough of painting them. Your nipples—" He settled his thumbs over them, rubbed, and his eyes burned with the same passion she'd seen when he painted. "They make me think of showers of rich golden milk." She shivered at the intensity she heard in his husky whisper. "Spilling to the ground, turning into rivers, sparkling golden rivers flowing to nourish continents of parched land." Such an outlandish, excessive man. She didn't know what to do with a vision so outrageous. "Your body, Lily, don't you see? This is the body that gave birth to the human race." His words ran counter to everything that the world she lived in preached. Diets, denial, an obsession with female bone instead of female flesh, the culture of youth and thinness, of stinginess, of disfigurement, of fear. For a fraction of a moment she glimpsed the truth. She saw a world so terrified of woman's mystical power that nothing would do but to obliterate the very source of that power, the natural shape of her body. The vision was too foreign to her experience, and it faded. I have to go." Her heart hammered in her chest. She leaned down and grabbed her panties, threw them into her sewing basket, snatched up her quilt pieces. This was so irresponsible." He smiled. "Am I likely to get you pregnant?" "No, but there are other things." "Neither of us is promiscuous. We've both learned the hard way that sex is too important." "What do you call that?" She jabbed her hand toward the floor. "Passion." He nodded toward the quilt pieces spilling from her basket. "Let me see what you're working on." She couldn't imagine permitting a genius like Liam Jenner to see her simple craft project. Shaking her head, she made her way toward the door. But just before she got there, something made her stop and turn back. He stood watching her. A smudge of blue paint marked his thigh near his groin. He was naked and magnificent. "You were right," she said. "I'm 50. His soft reply followed her out of the house and down the road. "Too old to be such a coward." Chapter 17. Daphne packed her most necessary things: sunblock, a pair of lollipop red water wings, a box of Band-Aids, because Benny was going to camp too, her favorite crunchy cereal, a very loud whistle,
because Benny was going to camp too, crayons, one book for every day she'd be gone, opera glasses, because you never knew what you might want to see, a beach ball that said Fort Lauderdale, her plastic bucket and shovel, and a great big sheet of bubble wrap to pop if she got bored. Daphne goes to summer camp. By Tuesday, Molly was worn out from the ups and downs of working on Daphne Goes to Summer Camp, as well as trying to keep Kevin entertained. Not that he'd asked to be entertained. In fact, he'd turned surly after their Saturday night dinner and gone out of his way to avoid her. He even had the gall to behave as if she were imposing on him. She'd had to threaten to go on strike to get him to come with her today. She should have left him alone, but she couldn't. The only way she could make him change his mind about selling the Wind Lake campground was to convince him that this was no longer the boring place of his childhood. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to convince him of a thing so far, which meant it was time to make her next move. Resigned, she forced herself to her feet. "Look, Kevin, in the trees over there!" "What are you doing, Molly? Sit down." She gave a jump of excitement. "Isn't that a Kirtland's warbler? Stop!" All it took was one more small jump, and the canoe tipped. "Oh, shit!" They tumbled into the lake. As she went under, she thought about the earth-shattering kiss they'd exchanged 3 days ago. Ever since then, he'd kept his distance, and the few times they'd been together he was barely civil. Once she'd told him she wouldn't sleep with him, he'd lost interest in her. If only what, you dope? If only he were banging his fists on your bedroom door every night, begging you to change your mind and let him in, like that would ever happen. But couldn't he look as if he were suffering from a little of the lust that had her tossing in her bed the last 3 nights until she thought she'd scream? It had even affected her writing. This morning Daphne had told her best friend Melissa, the wood frog, that Benny was looking particularly sexy that day. Molly had thrown down her notebook in disgust. She felt above her head for the capsized canoe's gunwale, then swam beneath it. With a kick, she came up into the air pocket beneath the hull, which was just big enough for her head. This drowning thing was going to turn her into a prune. She knew it would be easy to regain his attention. All she had to do was undress. But she wanted to be something more to him than another sexual fling. She wanted to be— Her mind balked, but only for a moment. A friend, that was it. She'd just begun to value their friendship when he'd grown surly. There wouldn't be any chance of re-establishing that relationship if they went to bed together. Once again she forced herself to remember that Kevin wouldn't be much of a lover. Yes, he was a great kisser, and yes, he'd been asleep during their brief, ill-fated sexual encounter, but she'd already observed that he wasn't really a sensualist. He never lingered over his food. He didn't savor the wine or take the time to appreciate the presentation of the meal on his plate. He ate efficiently, and his table manners were flawless, but food wasn't anything more than body fuel to him. Besides, how much energy did a gorgeous multimillionaire pro-athlete really need to invest into developing his skills as a lover? Women lined up to please him, not the other way around. Face it, the sex she wanted to have with him was romantic fantasy sex, and she wasn't willing to sell her soul for that. Despite 3 nights of tossing and turning, despite the embarrassing heat that made her knees turn goofy at the most inopportune moments, she didn't want an affair. She wanted a real relationship, a friendship, she reminded herself. She'd just begun to imagine how a pair of dripping bunny ears would look peeking out from beneath a capsized canoe when Kevin's head surfaced next to her. It was too dark beneath the hull to see his expression, but the anger in his voice came through loud and clear. "Why didn't I know I'd find you here?" "I got disoriented." "I swear you're the most uncoordinated person I've ever met." He rudely grabbed her arm and yanked on it, pulling her back under water. They resurfaced in the daylight. It was a beautiful afternoon on Wind Lake. The sun shone, and the gem-blue water mirrored a single fluffy cloud floating in the sky above, like one of Molly's meringue cookies that hadn't gotten burned on the bottom. Kevin, however, looked more than a little stormy. "What the hell were you thinking of? When you blackmailed me into coming out here, you told me you knew all about canoeing."
As she treaded water, she was glad she'd remembered to leave her sneakers at the dock, which was more than he'd done, but then he hadn't possessed her insider's knowledge of where they'd end up. "I do know about canoeing. My last summer at camp I was in charge of taking out the 6-year-olds.
Are any of them still alive?"
"I don't know why you're being so grouchy. You like to swim."
"Not when I'm wearing a Rolex."
"I'll buy you a new one."
"Yeah, right. The point is, I didn't want to come canoeing today. I had work to do. But all weekend, whenever I tried to get something done, you'd decide a burglar was trying to break into the cottage, or you couldn't concentrate on cooking unless you went cliff diving. This morning you nagged me into playing catch with your poodle."
Rue needs exercise, and Kevin needed someone to play with. He hadn't been able to sit still all weekend. Instead of giving in to the spell of Wind Lake and reconnecting with his heritage, he was working out or trying to pound away his restlessness with hammer and nails. Any moment she expected him to hop into his car and drive off forever. Just the thought of it depressed her. She couldn't leave here, not yet. There was something magical about the campground. Possibilities seemed to shimmer in the air. It felt almost enchanted. Now he swam toward the stern of the capsized canoe.
"What are we supposed to do with this thing now?"
"Can you touch bottom?"
"We're in the middle of a frickin' lake. Of course I can't touch bottom."
She ignored his surliness. "Well, our instructor once taught us a technique to turn over a canoe. It's called the Capistrano flip, but—"
"How do you do it?"
"I was 14, I can't remember."
"Then why did you mention it?"
"I was thinking out loud. Come on, I'm sure we can manage." They finally righted the canoe, but their technique, which was based mostly on Kevin's brute strength, left the hull full of water and partially submerged. With nothing to use as a bailer, they were forced to paddle back that way, and Molly was gasping for breath by the time she'd finished helping him haul it up onto the beach. She'd never been a quitter, though.
"Look over to the right, Kevin. Mr. Morgan's here."
She hooked a lock of wet hair behind her ear and gestured toward the slightly built, bespectacled accountant setting up a chair in the sand.
"Not this again."
"Really? I think you should follow him."
"I don't care what you say. He does not look like a serial killer."
He yanked off his sodden T-shirt. "I'm very intuitive, and he has shifty eyes."
"I think you've lost your mind," he muttered. "I really do. And I have no idea how I'm going to explain that to your sister, a woman who happens to be my boss."
"You worry too much." He spun on her. She saw fire in those green eyes and knew she'd pushed him too far.
"You listen to me, Molly. Fun and games are over. I've got better things to do than waste my time like this."
"This isn't a waste of time,
I'm not going to be your pal. Can you understand that? You want our relationship to stay out of the bedroom, fine, that's your prerogative, but don't expect me to be your buddy. From now on, you entertain yourself and stay the hell away from me."
She watched him stomp off. Even though she probably deserved a little of his anger, she still felt disappointed with him. Summer camp was supposed to be fun, but Daphne was sad. Ever since she'd capsized their canoe, Benny had been mad at her. Now he didn't ask her to spin around in circles until they got dizzy. He didn't notice that she'd painted each of her toenails a different color, so they looked like they'd been dipped in a puddle of rainbows. He didn't squish his nose and stick out his tongue to get her attention, or burp really loud. Instead, she saw him making stupid faces at Cicely, a bunny from Berlin, who gave him chocolate rabbits and had no flair for fashion. Molly set aside her notebook and made her way to the sitting room, taking along the newest box of Say fudge. She dumped it into a milk glass bowl that still held crumbs from yesterday's fudge. It had been 4 days since she'd overturned the canoe, and each morning since then she'd found a fresh box sitting on the kitchen counter in the cottage. It sure eliminated any mystery about where Kevin had been the night before. Slytherin. He'd done everything possible to get away from her except the one thing he should do, move back into the B&B. But his aversion to being around Lily was worse than his aversion to being around her. Not that it mattered much, since they were hardly ever in the cottage at the same time. Depressed, she shoved a piece of fudge into her mouth. It was Saturday, and the B&B was full for the weekend. She wandered into the foyer and straightened the pile of brochures on the hall console. The job ad had appeared in the paper, and Kevin had spent the morning interviewing the 2 best candidates, while Molly had shown the B&B guests to their rooms and helped Troy with the new cottage rentals. Now it was early afternoon, and she needed a writing break. She stepped onto the front porch and saw Lily kneeling in the shade at the side of the front yard, planting the last of the pink and lavender impatiens she'd bought to go in the empty beds. Even wearing gardening gloves and kneeling in the grass, she managed to look glamorous. Molly didn't bother reminding her she was a guest. She'd tried that a few days ago when Lily had appeared with a trunk full of annuals. Lily had said she enjoyed gardening, that it relaxed her, and Molly had to agree that she appeared less tense, even though Kevin continued to ignore her. As Molly reached the bottom of the stairs, Marmee lifted her head and blinked her big golden eyes. Since Rue was safely inside with Amy, the cat rose and walked over to rub against Molly's ankles. Although Molly wasn't a cat person like Kevin, Marmee was a winning feline, and the two of them had developed a distant fondness. She loved to be held, and Molly bent down to pick her up. Lily gave the earth around the seedling a sharp little slap. "I wish you wouldn't encourage Liam to keep showing up for breakfast every morning." "I like him, and you do too," Molly thought. "I don't know how you could. He's rude, arrogant, and egotistical. Also amusing, intelligent, and very sexy. I hadn't noticed." "I believe you." Lily lifted a diva's eyebrow at her, but Molly wasn't intimidated. Lately, Lily sometimes seemed to forget Molly was the enemy. Maybe the sight of her working around the B&B didn't fit the actress's image of a spoiled football heiress. Molly thought about confronting her again, as she'd done in the herb garden over a week ago, but she didn't feel like defending herself. Each morning, Liam Jenner appeared in the kitchen to have breakfast with Lily. They bickered while they ate, but they seemed to argue more to prolong their time together than for any other reason. When they weren't bickering, their conversations ranged from art and their travels to their observations about human nature. They had everything in common, and it was obvious they were attracted, just as obvious that Lily was fighting it. Molly learned that Lily had been at his house once, and that he'd started a portrait of her, but Lily refused his repeated requests to return and sit for him. Molly wondered what had happened at the house that day. She carried Marmee over to the shade of a big linden tree near where Lily was planting. Just to be perverse, she said, "I'll bet he looks great naked." "Molly!" Molly's devilry faded as she saw Kevin jogging toward the common from the highway. As soon as he'd finished his interviews, he'd changed into a T-shirt and his gray athletic shorts, then taken off. Even when they served breakfast together, he barely spoke to her. As Amy felt duty-bound to point out, he spent more time talking to Charlotte Long than he spent talking to Molly. All week he'd been killing Lily with cool politeness, and Lily had been letting him get away with it. Now, however, she jabbed her trowel in the ground. "You know, Molly, I've just about run out of patience with your husband." That made two of them. Molly watched as he slowed to cool off. He bent his head and rested the palms of his hands on the small of his back. Marmee spotted him and stirred in her arms. Molly gazed at the cat resentfully. She was jealous of Kevin's affection for a cat. She remembered the way he stroked Marmee's fur, those long fingers sinking deep, sliding down her spine. It gave Molly goosebumps. She realized she was blindly, utterly furious with him. She hated the fact that he'd spent the morning interviewing strangers to take over the campground. And what right did he have to act as if they had a genuine friendship, then dismiss her just because she'd refused to go to bed with him? He might pretend he was angry because of the incident with the canoe, but both of them knew that was a lie. Impulsively, she turned around and set the cat against the trunk of the linden tree they'd been standing beneath. A squirrel stirred in the branches above. Marmee flicked her tail and began to climb. Lily caught the action out of the corner of her eye and spun around. "What are you— You're not the only one running out of patience." Molly glanced up to see Marmee scramble higher. Then she called out, "Kevin!" He looked over. "We need your help. It's Marmee." He picked up his stride and hurried toward them. "What's wrong with her?" She pointed into the linden tree where Marmee had climbed out on a branch high above the ground. The cat yowled her displeasure as the squirrel scampered from sight. "She's stuck and we can't get her down. The poor thing is terrified." Lily rolled her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Kevin gazed up into the tree. "Hey, girl, come on down." He extended his arms. "Come here."
We've been doing that for ages." Molly eyed his sweat-soaked t-shirt and running shorts. The hair on his bare legs was matted. How could he still look so gorgeous? "I'm afraid you'll have to climb up after her," she paused, "unless you want me to do it." "Of course not." He grabbed one of the lower branches and pulled himself up. She couldn't quite contain her relish. "Your legs are going to get ripped to shreds." He shimmied higher. "If you slip, you could break your passing arm. This might end your whole career." He was disappearing into the branches now, and she raised her voice. "Please come down. It's too dangerous." "You're making more noise than the cat." "Let me get Troy." "Great idea. The last time I saw him, he was down at the dock. And take your time." "Do you think there are any tree snakes up there?" "I don't know, but I'll bet you can find some in the woods. Go look." The branches rustled. "Come here, Marmee. Here, girl." The limb where the yowling cat crouched was fairly thick, but he was a large man. What if it snapped and he really did injure himself? For the first time, Molly's warning was genuine. "Don't climb out on that, Kevin! You're too big!" "Would you be quiet?" Molly held her breath as he threw his leg over the limb about 8 feet from where Marmee crouched. He scooted forward, making soothing noises to the cat. He'd just about reached her when Marmee stuck her nose in the air, hopped delicately to a lower branch, then proceeded to pick her way down the tree. Molly watched in disgust as the traitorous cat reached the ground, then shot toward Lily, who scooped her up and gave Molly a pointed look. She didn't say anything to Kevin, however, who was climbing back down. "How long did you tell me she was stuck up there?" "It's, tough to keep track of time when you're terrified." He studied Molly, his expression suspicious, then bent to examine a nasty scrape on the inside of his calf. "I've got some ointment in the kitchen," she said. Lily stepped forward. "I'll get it." "Don't do me any favors," Kevin snapped. Lily clenched her teeth. "You know, I'm getting really sick of your attitude, and I'm tired of biding my time. We're going to talk right now." She set down the cat. Kevin was taken aback. He'd grown accustomed to the way she hadn't pressed him, and he didn't seem to know how to respond. She jabbed her finger toward the side of the house. "We've postponed this long enough. Follow me. Or maybe you don't have the guts." She'd waved a red flag in his face, and Kevin was quick to respond. "We'll see who has the guts," he growled. Lily charged toward the woods. Molly wanted to applaud, but she was glad she didn't, because Lily spun around to glare at her. "Don't touch my cat." "Yes, ma'am." Lily and Kevin headed off together. Lily heard the sounds of Kevin's footsteps rustling in the pine needles strewn over the path. At least he was following her. 3 decades of guilt began to snuff out the temper that had finally given her the courage to force this confrontation. Lily heard the sounds of Kevin's footsteps rustling in the pine needles strewn over the path. At least he was following her. 3 decades of guilt began to snuff out the temper that had finally given her the courage to force this confrontation. She was so sick of that guilt. All it had done was paralyze her, and she couldn't stand it any longer. Liam tormented her by appearing every morning for a breakfast she never felt like eating but couldn't seem to avoid. Molly wouldn't fit into the pigeonhole Lily had assigned her. Kevin looked at her as if she were his worst enemy. It was all too much. In the distance ahead, the trees gave way to the lake. She marched toward it, silently daring him not to follow. When she couldn't stand it any longer, she turned to confront him, not knowing until she spoke what she was going to say. "I won't apologize for giving you up." "Why am I not surprised?" "Sneer all you want, but have you once asked yourself where you'd be today if I'd kept you? What chance do you think you'd have had, living in a roach-infested apartment with an immature teenager who had big dreams and no idea how to make them come true?" "No chance at all," he said stonily. "You did the right thing." "You're damn right I did. I made sure you had 2 parents who doted on you from the day you were born. I made sure you lived in a nice house where there was plenty to eat and a backyard to play in." He gazed out at the lake, looking bored. "I'm not arguing. Are you about done with this? Because I have things to do." "Don't you understand? I couldn't come to see you." "It's not important." She started to move closer, then stopped herself. "Yes, it is. And I know that's why you hate me so much. Not because I gave you away, but because I never answered your letters begging me to come see you.
I hardly remember. I was, 6 years old? You think something like that is still bothering me?
His air of studied indifference developed a bitter edge.
I don't hate you, Lily. I don't care that much.
I still have those letters. Every one you wrote, and they're soaked with more tears than you can imagine.
You're breaking my heart.
Don't you understand? There was nothing I wanted to do more, but it wasn't allowed.
This I've got to hear.
She finally had his attention. He came closer and stopped near the base of an old gnarled oak. You weren't 6. The letters started when you were 7. The first was printed in block letters on yellow-lined paper. I still have it. She'd read it so many times the paper had grown limp.
Dear Aunt Lily, I know you're my real mom, and I love you very much. Could you come see me? I have a cat. His name is Spike. He is 7 too. Love, Kevin. Please don't tell my mom I wrote this letter. She might cry.
You wrote me 18 letters over 4 years.
I really don't remember.
She risked taking a few steps toward him. Maida and I had an agreement.
What kind of agreement?
I didn't give you to them casually. You can't believe that. We talked everything through, and I made long lists. She realized she was twisting her hands, and she let them fall to her sides. They had to promise never to spank you. Not that they would have, anyway. I told them they couldn't criticize your music when you got to be a teenager, and they had to let you wear your hair however you wanted. Remember, I'd just turned 18. She gave him a rueful smile. I even tried to make them promise to buy you a red convertible for your 16th birthday, but they wisely refused. For the first time he smiled back at her. The movement was small, the slightest twitch at the corner of his mouth, but at least it was there. She blinked, determined to get through this without shedding a tear. One thing I didn't back down on, though. I made them promise to always let you follow your dreams, even if they weren't the same dreams they had for you. He cocked his head, all pretense of indifference gone. They hated letting you play football. They were so terrified that you'd get hurt, but I held them to their promise, and they never tried to stop you. She could no longer meet his eyes. All I had to do was give them one thing in exchange. She heard him move closer, and she looked up to see him step into a narrow shaft of sunlight.
What was that?
She could hear in his voice that he already knew. I had to agree never to see you. She couldn't look at him, and she bit her lip. Open adoption didn't exist then. Or if it did, I didn't know about it. They explained to me how easily confused children can get, and I believed them. They agreed to tell you who your birth mother was as soon as you were old enough to understand, and they sent me 100 pictures over the years. But I could never visit you. As long as Maida and John were alive, you were to have just one mother.
You broke your promise once.
His lips barely moved.
When I was 16.
It was an accident. She wandered toward a boulder protruding from the sandy soil. When you started playing high school football, I realized I finally had a chance to see you without breaking my promise. I started flying into Grand Rapids on Fridays to watch the games. I'd strip off my makeup and wrap this old scarf around my head, put on nondescript clothes so no one would recognize me. Then I'd sit in the visitors' stands. I had this little pair of opera glasses. I'd train on you for the whole game. I lived for the times you'd take off your helmet. You'll never know how much I grew to hate that thing. The day was warm, but she felt chilled, and she rubbed her arms. Everything went fine until you were a junior. It was the last game of the season, and I knew it would be nearly a year before I could see you again. I convinced myself there wouldn't be any harm in driving by the house.
I was mowing the grass in the front yard.
She nodded. It was one of those Indian summer days, and you were sweaty, just like you are now. I was so busy looking at you that I didn't see your neighbor's car parked on the street.
You scraped the side.
And you came running over to help. She hugged herself. When you realized who I was, you looked at me like you hated me.
I couldn't believe it was you. Maida never confronted me about it, so I knew you hadn't told them." She tried to read his expression, but he wasn't giving anything away. He nudged aside a fallen branch with the toe of his running shoe. "She died a year ago. Why did you wait until now to tell me all this?" She stared at him and shook her head. "How many times did I call and try to talk to you? You refused, Kevin, every time." He gazed at her. "They should have told me they wouldn't let you see me." "Did you ever ask them about it?" He shrugged, and she knew he hadn't. "I think John might have said something, but Maida would never have allowed it. We talked about it over the phone. You have to remember that she was older than all your friends' mothers, and she knew she wasn't one of those fun moms every kid wants. It made her insecure. Besides, you were a headstrong kid. Do you really think you'd have shrugged it off and gone about your business if you'd known how much I wanted to see you?" "I'd have been on the first bus to L.A., he said flatly. And that would have broken her heart. She waited, hoping he'd come nearer. She fantasized that he'd let her put her arms around him, and all the lost years would vanish. Instead, he bent to pick up one of the pine cones lying on the ground. "We had a TV in the basement. I went down there every week to watch your show. I always turned the volume low, but they knew what I was doing. They never said a word about it." "I don't suppose they would have." He rubbed his thumb over the scales. His hostility was gone, but not his tension, and she knew the reunion she'd dreamed of wasn't going to happen. "So what am I supposed to do about all this now?" The fact that he had to ask the question showed that he wasn't ready to give her anything. She couldn't touch him, couldn't tell him she'd loved him from the moment of his birth and had never stopped. Instead, she only said, "I guess that'll be up to you." He nodded, slowly, then dropped the pine cone. "Now that you've told me, are you going to leave?" Neither his expression nor his tone gave her a clue how he wanted her to respond, and she wouldn't ask. "I'm going to finish planting the annuals I bought. A few more days." It was a lame excuse, but he nodded and turned toward the path. "I need to take a shower." He hadn't ordered her to leave. He hadn't told her this had come too late. She decided it was enough for now. Kevin found Molly perched in her favorite spot, the glider on the back porch of the cottage, a notebook on her thighs. It hurt too much to think about Lily's earth-shaking revelations, so he stood in the doorway gazing at Molly instead. She must not have heard him come in because she didn't look up. On the other hand, he'd been acting like such a jerk, there was a good chance she was ignoring him. But how was he supposed to behave when Molly kept hatching up all these zany adventures without a clue how being near her affected him? Did she think it was easy watching her splash around in that skimpy one-piece black bathing suit he'd had to buy her to replace the red one? Did she ever once glance down to see what happened to her breasts when she got cold? The legs of the suit were cut so high they practically begged him to slip his hands underneath so he could cup those round little cheeks. And she had the gall to be mad at him because he'd been ignoring her. Didn't she understand he couldn't ignore her? He wanted to push aside the notebook she was writing in, toss her over his shoulder and carry her straight to the bedroom. Instead, he headed for the bathroom and filled the tub with very cold water, once again cursing the lack of a shower. He washed himself quickly and slipped into clean clothes. All week he'd been driving himself, but it hadn't done a damn bit of good. Despite the carpentry and painting, despite the daily workouts and the miles he'd added to his run, he wanted her more than ever. Even the game films he'd started watching on the TV in the office couldn't hold his attention. He should have moved back into the B&B, but Lily was there. A stab of pain shot through him. He couldn't think about her now. Maybe he'd drive into town for another workout in the tiny health club at the inn. But no, he found himself moving toward the porch, all his vows to stay away from Molly evaporating. As he stepped through the doorway, he realized he was in the only place he could possibly be right now, in the presence of the only person who might understand his confusion over what had just happened. She gazed up at him, her eyes full of that generous concern she showed for anyone she thought might have a problem. He couldn't spot even a hint of censure toward him for being so surly, although he knew she'd get around to putting him in his place sooner or later. "Is everything all right?" He shrugged, not giving away a thing. We talked. But she wasn't impressed by his tough guy act. "Were you your normal repugnant self?" "I listened to her, if that's what you mean." He knew exactly what she meant, but he wanted her to pull the story out of him, maybe because he didn't know what she'd find when she did. She waited. He wandered toward the screen. The plant she'd hung from a hook brushed against his shoulder. "She told me some things. I don't know. It wasn't exactly the way I thought." "What way was it?" she asked quietly. So he told her, leaving out how muddled his feelings were, just giving her the facts. When he was done, she nodded slowly. "I see. If only he did. Now you have to adjust to knowing that what you believed about her wasn't true." "I think she wants—" He shoved his hands into his pockets. "She wants something from me. I can't—" He whirled on her. "Am I supposed to feel this sudden attachment to her? Because I don't." Her expression flickered with something that looked almost like pain, and it took her a long time to answer. "I doubt she expects that right away. Maybe you could start just by getting to know her. She makes quilts, and she's an amazing artist. But she doesn't know that about herself." "I guess." He jerked his hands from his pockets and did exactly what he'd been trying to avoid since last Friday. "I'm going stir-crazy. There's this place about 20 miles away. Let's get out of here." He saw right away that she was going to refuse, and he didn't blame her. At the same time, he couldn't be alone now, so he whipped the notebook off her lap and pulled her to her feet. "You'll like it." An hour later, the two of them were soaring over the Osable River in a sleek little German-built glider. Chapter 18. Sexual daydreams and fantasies are normal. They're even a healthy way to pass time while you're waiting for the right person to come along. My Secret Sex Life, for Chick.
"It's nice that Kevin finally decided to spend some time with you. Maybe he'll agree to marriage counseling."
Amy finished putting the strawberry jam cake on a Wedgwood plate and regarded Molly with her familiar pitying expression. "We don't need marriage counseling," Kevin snapped as he came through the door with Marmee padding at his feet. They'd just gotten back from their gliding adventure, and his hair was wind-blown. "What we need is that cake. It's 5 o'clock, and the guests are waiting for tea." Amy moved reluctantly toward the door.
"Maybe if you'd both pray—"
"The cake!" Kevin growled. Amy gave Molly a look that indicated she'd done her best, but that Molly was hopelessly doomed to life without sex. Then she disappeared. "You're right," he said. "That kid is irritating. I should have given you a hickey." This was a topic Molly definitely didn't want to discuss, and she focused all her attention on arranging the tea tray. She hadn't had time to change out of her rumpled clothes or straighten her own wind-blown hair, but she forced herself not to fidget as Kevin took a few steps closer. "In case you were worried, Daph, my ears have just about recovered from that scream."
"You were heading right for the trees, and I didn't scream."
She picked up the tray and shoved it at him. I squeaked.
"One hell of a squeak, and we weren't any place near the trees."
"I believe that our female guests are anxiously awaiting you."
He grimaced and disappeared with Marmee. She smiled. She shouldn't have been surprised that Kevin was an experienced glider pilot, although she wished he'd mentioned it before they'd taken off. Despite their afternoon together, things weren't much better between them. He hadn't said a word about his interviews that morning, and she couldn't bring herself to ask. He'd also been strangely jumpy. Once she'd accidentally bumped into him, and he'd sprung away as if she'd burned him. If he hadn't wanted her with him, why had he invited her? She knew the answer. After his confrontation with Lily, he hadn't wanted to be alone. The woman who was causing his turmoil slipped into the kitchen through the back door. Uncertainty was written all over her face, and Molly's heart went out to her. During the drive back to the campground, she'd brought up Lily's name, but Kevin had changed the subject. She remembered what he'd said earlier at the cottage.
"Am I supposed to feel this sudden attachment to her? Because I don't."
It had been a pointed reminder that Kevin didn't like close attachments. She'd begun to realize how skillful he was at keeping people away. Oddly enough, Liam Jenner, for all his obsession with privacy, was less an emotional recluse than Kevin. "I'm sorry about your cat," Molly said. "It was an impulse. Kevin needs lots of excitement." She traced the edge of the cut glass serving plate. "I want him to enjoy the campground, so I won't sell it." Lily nodded slowly. Her hands slipped in and out of her pockets. She cleared her throat. "Did Kevin tell you about our conversation?" "Yes." "It wasn't exactly a rousing success, but not quite a failure either." A heartbreaking flicker of hope appeared on her face. "I hope not." Well, football is a lot simpler than personal relationships. Lily nodded, then toyed with her rings. "I owe you an apology, don't I?" "Yep, you do." This time Lily's smile had something more to it. "I was unfair, I know it. Darn right you were. I worry about him. And the damage a man-eating heiress might do to his fragile emotions, right?" Lily looked down at Rue, who'd come out from under the table. "Help me, Rue, I'm scared of her." Molly laughed. Lily smiled, then sobered. "I'm sorry I misjudged you, Molly. I know you care about him, and I can't believe you deliberately hurt him." Molly suspected Lily's opinion would change if she knew the circumstances behind their marriage. Only her promise to Kevin kept her from telling the truth. "In case you haven't figured it out yet, I'm on your side. I think Kevin needs you in his life." "You'll never know how much that means to me." She gazed toward the door. "I'm going in for tea." "Are you sure? The guests will be all over you." "I'll manage." She straightened her posture. "I've had enough of hiding out. Your husband is going to have to deal with me one way or the other." "Good for you." By the time Molly reached the sitting room with a plate of cookies and another teapot, Lily was chatting graciously with the guests who'd surrounded her. She had her heart in her eyes whenever she looked at Kevin, but he avoided looking back. It was almost as if he believed that any sign of affection toward her would somehow trap him. Molly's childhood had taught her to beware of people who weren't emotionally open, and his guardedness depressed her. If she were smart, she'd rent a car and drive back to Chicago this very night. An elderly woman from Ann Arbor who'd checked in earlier that day appeared at her elbow. "I've heard you write children's books." "Not so much anymore," she replied glumly, thinking about the revisions she still hadn't done and the August mortgage check she wouldn't be able to write. "My sister and I have always wanted to write a children's book, but we've been so busy traveling that we never can seem to find the time." "There's more to writing a children's book than just finding the time," Kevin said from behind her. "It's not as easy as people seem to think." Molly was so startled she nearly dropped the cookie plate. "Kids want a good story," he said. "They want to laugh or get scared or learn something without having it shoved down their throats. That's what Molly does in her books. For example, in Daphne Gets Lost." Off he went, describing with uncanny accuracy the techniques Molly used to reach her readers. Later, when he appeared in the kitchen, she smiled at him. "Thanks for defending my profession. I appreciate it." "People are idiots." He nodded toward the baking supplies she was setting out for breakfast the next morning. "You don't need to cook so much. I keep telling you I can order from the bakery in town." "I know. I enjoy it." His gaze drifted over her bare shoulders and lacy camisole top. He lingered there for so long she felt as if he were running his fingers over her skin. A silly fantasy, she realized, as he made a grab for the biscuit tin where she'd just deposited the leftover cookies. "You seem to enjoy everything about this place. What happened to all those bad memories of summer camp?" "This is how I always wanted a summer camp to be." "Boring and lots of old people?" He bit into a cookie. "You've got strange taste." She wasn't going to argue with him about this. Instead, she asked the question she'd been postponing all afternoon. "You haven't said anything about your interviews this morning." He scowled. "They didn't go as well as I wanted. The first guy might have been a great chef once, but now he shows up drunk for interviews, and the woman I interviewed put so many restrictions on when she could work that she'd have been useless." Molly's spirits soared, only to sink as he went on. "I've got one more candidate coming in tomorrow afternoon, though, and she was great on the phone. She didn't even mind a Sunday interview. I figure we can train her on Monday and leave here by Wednesday afternoon at the latest."
"Hooray," she said glumly.
"Don't tell me you're going to miss falling out of bed at 5:30 in the morning."
Amy giggled in the hallway.
"Troy, don't!"
The newlyweds were getting ready to check in before they left. Every afternoon right after tea they raced back to their apartment, where Molly was fairly certain they jumped into bed and made very noisy love before they had to return to the B&B for the night. "Lucky us," Molly muttered. "Now we can get lectured on our sexual inadequacies by both of them."
"Like hell."
With no warning, Kevin grabbed her, pushed her against the refrigerator, and crushed his mouth to hers. She knew exactly what he was doing, and while this might be better than her hickey idea, it was a lot more dangerous. His free hand caught her leg beneath the knee and raised it. She snaked it over his hip and curled her arms around him. His other hand dipped under her top and covered her breast, just as if he had the right. It was all for show. She told herself that as she parted her lips and let his tongue slip into her mouth. He felt as if he somehow belonged here, inside this one small part of her, and she wanted to kiss him forever. The kitchen door thumped, reminding her they had witnesses, which of course was the whole point. Kevin drew back a few inches, not even far enough for her lips to cool. His eyes never left her mouth, and he kept his hand on her breast.
"Go away."
A gasp from Amy, the thud of the door, the sound of quickly retreating footsteps. "I guess we showed them," Molly breathed against his mouth.
"I guess,"
he replied, and then he started kissing her all over again. "Molly, excuse me." Another quick thud of the door, more retreating footsteps, this time Lily's. Kevin muttered a dark curse.
"We're getting out of here."
His voice held the same note of determination she'd heard in television interviews when he promised to dominate Green Bay. He released Molly's leg. His hand slipped more reluctantly from her breast. She'd gotten herself right back where she wasn't supposed to be.
"I really don't think—" "No more thinking, Molly. I'm your husband, damn it, and it's time you start acting like a wife."
"Like a— what do you—" But Kevin was fundamentally a man of action, and he'd done enough talking. Shackling her wrist, he hauled her to the back door. She couldn't believe it. He was abducting her to have forced sex. Oh, geez. Fight back. Tell him no. She knew from watching Oprah exactly what a woman was supposed to do in this situation. Scream at the top of her lungs, drop to the ground, and start kicking her assailant as hard as she could. Oprah's authority had explained that not only did this strategy have the advantage of surprise, but it used a woman's lower body strength. Scream, drop, kick. "No," she whispered. Kevin wasn't listening. He was dragging her across the garden and along the path that ran between the cottages and the lake. His long legs ate up the ground just as they did when he was trying to beat the final whistle. She would have stumbled if he didn't have such a tight grip on her. Scream, drop, kick. And keep screaming. She remembered that part. You were supposed to keep screaming the whole time you were kicking. The idea of dropping to the ground was interesting. Counterintuitive, but it did make sense. Women couldn't compete with men when it came to upper body strength, but if the male assailant was standing and the woman dropped, a shower of hard, fast kicks to the soft parts, it definitely made sense.
Kevin?"
"Be quiet, or I swear to God I'll take you right here."
Yes, this was definitely forced sex. Thank goodness. Molly was so tired of thinking, so tired of fighting what she wanted so much. She knew it was a lousy reflection on her personal maturity that she needed to believe that the decision had been taken out of her hands. Even crummier to regard Kevin as a sexual predator. But at 27 she wasn't yet the woman she wanted to be, the woman she intended to be. By the time she was 30, she was absolutely certain she would have taken charge of her own sexuality, but for right now, let him do it. They were bumping down the path, passing fairest Lord Jesus, passing Noah's Ark. Lilies of the field lay right ahead. She reminded herself of Kevin's shortcomings as a lover, and vowed she wouldn't say a word to him about them, either during or afterward. He wasn't a naturally selfish person. How was he supposed to know about foreplay when he'd had all those women servicing him? And a little slam-bam thank you, ma'am, would be a good thing. Those feverish nighttime images that had been robbing her of sleep would finally fade in the harsh glare of reality. "Inside," he jerked open the cottage door and gave her a push.
She had no choice in the matter, no choice at all. He was bigger, stronger, apt to turn violent at any moment. Even for an imaginative person, that was a stretch. She wished he hadn't let her go, but she liked the way he'd braced his hands on his hips, and his glare definitely looked threatening. "You're not going to start giving me crap about this, are you?" This posed a dilemma. If she said yes, he'd back off. If she said no, she'd be giving him permission to do something she knew she should resist. Luckily, he wasn't done being angry. "Because I'm sick of it. We're not kids, we're two healthy adults and we want each other." Why didn't he stop talking and just drag her to the bedroom? If not by the hair, then at least by the arm. "I'm packing all the birth control we're going to need." If only he'd said he was packing a gun and he'd turn it on her if she didn't lie there and let him do what he wanted, except she wanted to do a lot more than just lie there. "Now I suggest you march your little butt right to the bedroom." The words were perfect, and she loved the way he jabbed his finger toward the door, but the expression in his eyes was beginning to look less like anger and more like caution. He was getting ready to back off. She hurried to the bedroom. She couldn't make too much of this, couldn't let it be too important. She was a beautiful slave girl, forced to give herself to the ruthless but gorgeous man who owned her, a slave girl who needed to get her clothes off before he beat her. She pulled off her top so that she was standing before him in her bra and shorts, which weren't really shorts but gauzy harem pants he was going to rip from her body if she didn't take them off first. She bent her head and kicked away her sandals. Then she pulled her shorts, harem pants, over her legs and cast them aside. When she looked up, she saw her owner standing in the bedroom door, a slightly befuddled expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe it was going to be this easy. Ha! Easy for him. He wasn't staring death in the face. She was wearing only her bra and panties. Lifting her chin, she gazed at him defiantly. He might possess her body, but she'd never let him have her soul. He moved toward her, his confidence restored. Of course he was confident. She'd be confident, too, if she had an army of guards stationed right outside the door, ready to drag a disobedient slave girl to her death if she didn't submit. He stopped in front of her and gazed down, his green eyes raking her body. If she'd left her top on, he would have torn it off with his dagger. No, his teeth. He burned up her skin with those imperious eyes. What if she didn't please him? Such a merciless master demanded more from her than simple submission. He demanded cooperation. And, she just remembered, he'd vowed to have her dearest friend, the gentle slave girl Melissa, tortured to death if he was displeased. No matter how it destroyed her pride, she must satisfy him. To save Melissa. She lifted her arms and cradled his magnificent jaw between her hands, desperately trying to gentle this barbarian. She leaned forward and pressed her innocent lips to his cruel ones, cruelly, cruelly sweet. She sighed and teased him with the tip of her tongue. When he opened his mouth, she invaded. How could she do anything else when she had poor gentle Melissa's life to protect? His hands splayed over her bare back, moved up to the clasp of her bra, her skin quivered, the clasp fell open. He gripped her shoulders and took over the kiss. Then he tugged off her bra and cast it aside. His mouth left hers, his jaw scraped her cheek. Molly. She didn't want to be Molly. If she were Molly, she'd have to grab her clothes and put them right back on, because Molly wasn't self-destructive. She was only a slave girl, and she bowed her head submissively as he drew back and gazed at her naked breasts, now exposed to his predatory emerald eyes. She shivered and waited. Cotton rustled as he drew his T-shirt, his silken robe, over his head and tossed it aside. She squeezed her eyes shut when he pulled her against him, his conqueror's chest pressed to her naked, defenseless breasts. Tremors swept over the sensitive skin as he began to nibble kisses like a golden slave's collar around her throat, then down to the breasts that no longer belonged to her. They were his. Every part of her body belonged to him. Her knees grew weak and sagged. She wanted this so much, but she needed desperately to hold on to her fantasy. Master, slave girl, his to do with as he wished. Mustn't anger him. Let him, oh, yes, extend the trail of kisses over her ribs, to her navel, her stomach, gliding over her hip bones as his thumbs caught the elastic on her panties. Concentrate. Envisioned those cruel lips, those cutting eyes, the dreadful penalty the slave girl would pay if she didn't ease her legs open so he could slip his hand between them. Her merciless master, her savage owner, her— "There's a bunny on your panties." Even the most creative mind couldn't have held a fantasy together against that dark, husky chuckle. She glared at him, then grew uncomfortably conscious that one of them still wore a pair of khaki slacks, while the other wore only a sky-blue pair of bunny panties. What if there is? He straightened and rubbed his fingers over the front of the panties, making her shiver as he gave the little bunny a pat. "Just wondering." They were a present from Phoebe, a surprise. "Well, they sure surprised me." He nuzzled her neck while he continued patting her bunny. "Are these the only ones?" She sucked in her breath. "There might be a few more." He splayed his other hand across her bottom and massaged. "You got the badger dude on any of 'em?" She did, Benny with his cute little badger mask. "Could you stop talking and get back to, conquering?" "Conquering?" He slipped one long finger beneath the elastic leg band. "Never mind." She sighed as he rubbed. Oh, that was wicked. She eased her legs open and let him go where he wanted, and he wanted to go everywhere. Before she knew it, her panties were gone, along with his clothes, and they were naked on her bed, too impatient to pull down the quilt. Their play turned serious much too soon. He gripped her shoulders and pulled her on top of him, the servicing position. She wiggled up his body, caught his head in her hands, and kissed him again, hoping to slow him down. "You're so sweet," he murmured in her mouth. But he was impossible to distract. He caught the back of her knees and spread them over his hips. Here it came. She braced herself for his thrust and bit her lip to keep from yelling at him to take his time for Pete's sake and stop acting as if the ref just blew the 2-minute warning. She'd promised herself she wouldn't criticize, so she sank her teeth into the hard muscle of his shoulder instead. He made a low, hoarse sound that might have been pain or pleasure, and the next thing she knew she was on her back and he was hovering over her, those green eyes wicked. "So the bunny lady wants to play rough?" "With 200 pounds of muscle? Oh, I don't think so." She started to tell him she'd only been trying to distract him, so he wouldn't be so quick on the trigger, but he shackled her wrists and made a dive for her breast. Oh, it was torture. Agony. Worse than agony. How could one mouth cause so much havoc? And she didn't ever want it to stop. He brushed his lips over the slope of her breast. He grazed the nipple, moved to the other breast where he did the same. Then, without warning, he began to suckle. She writhed against him, but he didn't release the wrists he'd imprisoned in one hand, leaving the other free to roam. It meandered from breast to belly, then lower, brushing through the curls. But that proved to be a tease because he quickly moved on to her inner thighs. They fell open. He stayed where he was. She twisted, trying to force those tantalizing fingers away from her thighs to the part of her that throbbed so much she thought she would die. He didn't take the hint. He was too busy tormenting her, too busy playing at her breasts. She'd heard that women could have orgasms just from this, but she hadn't believed it. She'd been wrong. The shock wave caught her by surprise, thundered through her and pitched her into the sky. She didn't remember crying out, but she heard the echo and knew she had. He slowed. She shuddered against his chest, breathed him in, tried to understand what had happened to her. He stroked her shoulder. He kissed her earlobe. His whispered breath tickled her hair. "A little quick on the trigger, aren't you?" She was mortified. Sort of, except it had felt so good and been so unexpected. "An accident," she managed. "And it's your turn." "Oh, I'm not in any hurry." He picked up a lock of her hair, drew it to his nose. "Unlike some people." The sheen of perspiration on his skin, the way he pressed against her thigh, told her he was in more of a hurry than he wanted to admit. A very big hurry. Funny, she hadn't remembered that about him. Not exactly. She remembered that it had hurt, and now that she thought about it, there'd been a moment when she'd thought she might be too small. No time like the present to find out if that was true. She scooted on top of him. He scooted her back off. dawdled at the corner of her mouth. When was he going to get to the slam-bam part? "Why don't you just lie back and rest for a while?" he whispered. Rest? "Oh, I definitely don't." He caught her shoulders, nestled his thumbs in her armpits, started that trail of kisses again. Only this time he kept going. Before long his hands were at her knees, pushing them far apart. His hair brushed her inner thighs, so sensitive now that she quivered, and then he claimed her with his mouth. The gentle suction, the sweet thrusts. She couldn't breathe. She caught his head, pleading. Her hips buckled as the waves seized her once again. This time, when she'd calmed, he didn't tease her. Instead, he grabbed the condom she'd forgotten about, eased his body over hers, and gazed down with those green eyes. His skin was hot beneath her hands, and the blaze of late afternoon sun streaming through the window burnished him with molten gold. She felt his muscles quivering beneath her palms as the effort to hold back became too much for him. Still, he gave her all the time in the world. She opened, stretched to accept him. He filled her slowly, kissing her, soothing her. She loved him for the careful care he was taking, and slowly her body accepted his. But even when he'd buried himself, he didn't ram at her. Instead, he began a slow, silken thrusting. It was delicious, but it wasn't enough, and she realized she no longer wanted his restraint. She wanted him free and wild. She wanted him to luxuriate in her body, to use it for his pleasure. Wrapping her legs around him, she grasped his hips and urged him on. The leash he'd held on his self-control snapped. He plunged. She moaned and met his thrust. It was like being burned in a fire of the senses. He was too big for her, too strong, too fierce, absolutely perfect. The sun burned hotter until it exploded. They flew together into a brilliant, crystalline void. He'd never made love to a woman with a bunny on her panties. But then there was a lot about making love with Molly that was different from anything he'd experienced. Her enthusiasm, her generosity. Why should he be surprised? Kevin slid his hand over her hip and thought about how good it had been, even though she'd acted strange at first, almost as if she were trying to convince herself to be afraid of him. He remembered the way she'd stood before him in her bra and bunny panties, with her head high and shoulders back. If an American flag had been waving behind her, she'd have looked like a very sexy Marine Corps recruiting poster. The few, the proud, the cotton-tailed. She stirred in his arms and snuffled her nose against his chest, burrowing like one of her storybook pals. But despite the snuffling, the burrowing, and the bunny panties, Molly had been every inch a woman. And he was in big trouble. In one afternoon, he'd undone everything he'd been trying to accomplish by ignoring her. She slid her hand from his chest to his belly. Here and there, the last shafts of sunlight glazed her hair with little reddish sprinkles like the ones she'd used on yesterday's sugar cookies. He forced himself to remember all the reasons he'd tried so hard to keep her at a distance, starting with the fact that she wasn't going to be part of his life much longer, which could very well piss off her sister, who happened to be the owner of the team he intended to take to the Super Bowl this year. He couldn't think about all the ways a team owner had of making it tough, even for her star player. Not right now. Instead, he thought about how much passion had been locked up inside the small, quirky body of this woman who was and wasn't his wife. She snuffled again. "You're not a bust-out. As a lover, I mean." He was glad she couldn't see his smile, because giving her even the smallest advantage generally meant he ended up swimming in the lake with his clothes on. He settled for sarcasm. "I sense a tender moment coming on. Should I get a handkerchief?" "I just mean that, well, after last time." "Don't tell me." "It was all I had for comparison." "For the love of—" "I know it's not fair. You were asleep and unwilling. I haven't forgotten that." He tucked her closer and heard himself say, "Maybe it's time you did." Her head shot up, and she looked at him with a million emotions on her face, the main one being hope. "What do you mean?" He rubbed the back of her neck. "I mean it's over, it's forgotten, and you're forgiven." Her eyes filled with tears. "You mean it, don't you?" I mean it. Oh, Kevin, He sensed a speech coming on, and he wasn't in the mood for any more talk, so he started making love to her all over again. Chapter 19. Yes. Notes for chick article, Do Jocks Only Want One Thing? Molly sat in the gazebo staring out at the cottages and daydreaming about last night, instead of getting ready for the community tea she'd invited everyone to attend on the common that afternoon. She'd driven into town after breakfast to buy an extra cake, along with some soft drinks, but refreshments were the last thing on her mind. She was thinking about Kevin and all the delicious things they'd done. A car door slammed, distracting her. She looked up to see the paragon he'd been interviewing settle behind the wheel of an aging Crown Victoria. Molly had caught a glimpse of her as she'd arrived for her interview and hated her on sight. Just one look at the no-nonsense reading glasses dangling from a chain around her neck told Molly this woman's cookies would never burn on the bottom. Kevin appeared on the front porch. Molly automatically waved to him, then wished she hadn't because it made her seem too eager. If only she were one of those sublimely mysterious women who could control a man with the flicker of an eyelash or a single smoldering glance. But neither flickering nor smoldering was her strong point, and Kevin wasn't a man to be controlled anyway. Rue saw him coming across the common and scampered to meet him, hoping for a game of catch. Molly's skin grew hot just watching him. Now she knew exactly what every part of the body underneath his black polo shirt and khaki slacks looked like. She shivered. She didn't doubt he'd enjoyed making love with her last night. She'd been pretty darned good, if she did say so herself. But she knew it hadn't meant the same thing to him that it did to her. He'd been so... everything, tender, rough, thrilling, and more passionate than even her imagination could have invented. This was the most dangerous, the most impossible, the most hopeless crush she'd ever experienced, and last night had made it worse. Suddenly Kevin stopped walking in mid-stride. She saw right away what had caught his attention. A 9-year-old boy stood on the edge of the common holding a football. His name was Cody. His parents had introduced him yesterday when they'd checked into Green Pastures. Kevin might not know they finally had younger guests. Between going up in the glider in the afternoon, then locking themselves in the bedroom at the cottage, he wouldn't have seen the children, and she hadn't thought to mention it. He began walking toward the boy, Rue following along. His stride picked up as he got nearer, until he stopped in front of the child. Molly was too far away to make out what he was saying, but he must have introduced himself, because the boy froze up a little, the way kids did when they found themselves in the presence of a well-known athlete. Kevin rubbed the boy's head to settle him down, then slowly took the football from him. He tossed it back and forth in his hands a few times, spoke to the boy again, then gestured toward the center of the common. For a moment the boy simply stared at him, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Then his feet flew, and he raced out to catch his first pass from the great Kevin Tucker. She smiled. It had taken a few decades, but Kevin finally had a kid to play with at the Wind Lake campgrounds. Rue joined in the game of catch, yipping at their ankles and generally getting in the way, but neither of them seemed to mind. Cody was a little slow and endearingly awkward, but Kevin kept encouraging him. "You've got a good arm for a 12-year-old.
I'm only 9.
Well, you're doing great for 9. Cody beamed and tried harder. His legs pumped as he ran after the ball, then tried unsuccessfully to duplicate Kevin's form when he tossed it back. After nearly half an hour of this, he finally began to tire, but Kevin was too caught up rewriting history to notice. "You're doing great, Cody. Just relax your arm and put your body into it." Cody did his best to comply, but he began to dart yearning glances toward his cottage. Kevin, however, focused only on making sure this boy wouldn't suffer the same kind of loneliness he had. "Hey, Molly," he called out. "You see what a good arm my friend has here?" "Yes, I see." Cody's sneakers were starting to drag, and even Rue was looking tired, but Kevin remained oblivious. Molly was just getting ready to intervene when the 3 O'Brien brothers, aged 6, 9, and 11, as she recalled, came running out from the woods behind Jacob's ladder.
"Hey, Cody, get your suit on. Our mom said we could go to the beach."
Cody's face lit up. Kevin looked thunderstruck. She really should have remembered to tell him that several of the families checking in yesterday had kids. She experienced a sudden irrational hope that this somehow would make him change his mind about selling the place. Cody hugged the football to his chest and looked uneasy.
It's been nice playing with you, Mr. Tucker, but, I have to go with my friends now. If it's okay.
He edged away backward.
If you can't find anybody else to play with, I guess I could come back later.
Kevin cleared his throat. That's okay, you go on with your friends. Cody was off like a shot with the 3 O'Brien boys following. Kevin approached her slowly. He looked so disconcerted that Molly bit her lip to keep her smile within reasonable boundaries.
Rue'll play with ya.
Rue whimpered and crawled under the gazebo. She rose and walked to the bottom of the steps. Okay, I'll play with you, but don't throw hard. He shook his head in bewilderment. Where did all these kids come from?
School's finally out. I told you they'd show up.
But how many are there?
The 3 O'Brien boys, and Cody has a baby sister. 2 families have 1 teenage girl each.
He sank down on the step. She held her amusement in check as she sat next to him.
You'll probably meet them all this afternoon. Tea in the gazebo will be a nice way to kick off a new week.
He didn't say anything, just gazed out at the common. She considered it a tribute to her maturity that only a small bubble of laughter escaped.
Sorry your playmate ran away.
He stubbed the heel of his sneaker in the grass. I made a fool out of myself, didn't I?
Her heart melted, and she rested her cheek against his shoulder.
Yes, but the world could use more fools like you.
You're a very nice man.
He smiled down at her. She smiled back, and that's when it hit her. This wasn't a crush at all. She'd fallen in love with him. She was so horrified she jerked away. What's wrong?
Nothing.
She started to chatter to cover up her dismay.
There's another family, more children, checking in today with some kids. The Smiths, they didn't say how many kids. Amy talked to them.
In love with Kevin Tucker,
please, not that. Hadn't she learned anything? She knew from her childhood how impossible it was to make someone love her. Yet she'd once again fallen into that old destructive pattern. What about all her dreams and hopes? What about her great love story? She felt like burying her head in her hands and crying. She wanted love, but he only wanted sex. He stirred beside her. She was glad of the distraction, and she followed the direction of his gaze across the common. The O'Brien boys were chasing each other while they waited for Cody to change into his swim trunks. 2 girls who looked as though they were about 14 came walking up from the beach carrying a boom box. Kevin took in the kids, the boom box, the old trees, the sherbet-colored cottages.
I can't believe this is the same place.
It's not, she managed. Things change.
She cleared her throat and tried to block out her turmoil.
The woman you hired, is she starting tomorrow?
She told me I had to fire Amy first.
What? You can't. She's finishing all her work and doing everything you ask. Besides, that patronizing little twit's terrific with the guests. She shot up from the step. I mean it, Kevin. You should make her cover up her hickeys, but you can't fire her.
He didn't respond. Molly grew alarmed.
Kevin?
Relax, will you? Of course I'm not going to fire her. That's why that old biddy drove off in a huff.
Thank God. What was her problem with Amy?
Apparently Amy and her daughter went to high school together and never got along. If her daughter's like her mother, I'm on Amy's side.
You did the right thing.
I guess. But this is a small town, and I've reached the end of a very short list. The college kids have all gone to work on Mackinac Island for the summer, and the kind of person I need to hire isn't interested in taking a job that's only going to last through September.
That's your answer, then. Keep this place and make the job permanent.
That's not going to happen, but I do have another idea.
He stood and looked down at her, his eyes doing a sexy dance and his mouth curling in a smile.
Did I mention that you look real good naked? She shivered.
What idea? He spoke lower.
Do you have any animals on your panties today?
I forget.
Then I guess I'll have to look.
You will not.
Yeah, who's going to stop me?
You're looking at her, jock boy. She jumped from the top step and raced across the common, glad for the excuse to run off her turmoil. But instead of heading toward the B&B,
where the presence of the guests would keep her safe. She darted between the cottages and toward the woods, where she'd be unsafe. Rue loved this new game and scampered after her, yipping with excitement. It occurred to her that Kevin might not be following, but she needn't have worried. He caught her at the edge of the path and pulled her into the woods. "Stop it! Go away!" She slapped at his arm. "You promised you'd carry those card tables out to the gazebo." "I'm not carrying anything until I see what's on your panties." "It's Daphne, okay?" "I'm supposed to believe you're wearing the same underpants you had on yesterday?" "I have more than one pair." "I think you're lying. I want to see for myself." He dragged her deeper into the pines. While Rue circled them, barking, he reached for the snap on her shorts. "Quiet, Godzilla. There's some serious business going on here." Rue obediently quieted. She grabbed his wrists and pushed. "Get away." "That's not what you were saying last night." "Somebody'll see." "I'll tell them a bee got you and I'm taking out the stinger." "Don't touch my stinger." She grabbed for her shorts, but they were already heading for her knees. "Stop that!" He peered down at her panties. "It's the badger. You lied to me." "I wasn't paying attention when I got dressed." "Hold still, I've just about found that stinger." She heard herself sigh. "Oh, yeah." His body moved against hers. "There it is." Half an hour later, just as they were emerging from the woods, a very familiar-looking Suburban came barreling around the common. Kevin told himself it was just a coincidence as he watched it screech to a stop in front of the B&B. But then Rue barked and raced toward it. Molly let out a squeal and began to run. The car doors opened, and a poodle that looked like Rue jumped out. Then came the kids. It seemed like a dozen, but it was only 4, all of them Calebos who were rushing his not-so-estranged wife. Dread pooled in the pit of his stomach. One thing he knew, where there were Calebo kids, there were bound to be Calebo parents. His steps slowed as the luscious blonde owner of the Chicago Stars slithered from the driver's side of the car, and her legendary husband emerged from the passenger side. The fact that Phoebe had been driving didn't surprise him. In this family, leadership seemed to shift back and forth according to circumstances. As he approached the car, he had an uneasy premonition neither of them would like the circumstances at Wind Lake. What were those circumstances? For almost 2 weeks now, he'd been acting crazed. Training camp was a little over a month away, but he was either laughing with Molly, getting mad at her, freezing her out, or seducing her. He hadn't watched any game film in days, and he wasn't working out enough. All he could think about was how much he loved being with her, this sassy, aggravating kid woman who wasn't beautiful, silent, or undemanding, but a pain in the ass, and so much fun. Why did she have to be Phoebe's sister? Why couldn't he have met her in a bar? He tried to imagine her in glitter eyeshadow and a cellophane dress, but all he could see was the way she'd looked that morning in her underpants and his T-shirt. Her bare feet had been hooked over the rung of a chair, her pretty hair tousled around her face, and those wicked blue-gray eyes had shot trouble at him over the rim of a Peter Rabbit cup. Now Molly hugged her nieces and nephew, apparently forgetting that her clothes were rumpled and she had pine needles in her hair. He didn't look much better, and any astute pair of eyes could see what they'd been up to. There were no eyes more astute than the ones belonging to Phoebe and Dan Calebo. All 4 of them rotated to him. He slipped his hands into his pockets and played it cool. "Hey there, nice surprise." "We thought so." Phoebe's polite response stood in marked contrast to the warm way she used to greet him, while Dan's expression was assessing. Kevin beat back his uneasiness by reminding himself that he was untouchable, the best quarterback in the AFC. But the Chicago Stars had no untouchables as long as the Calebos were at the helm, and right then it flashed through his mind exactly how this could play out if he wasn't careful. If they decided they wanted to keep him away from Molly, he'd be called into the front office one day soon and hear that he was part of a big-ticket trade. A lot of struggling teams would be more than happy to give up some top draft choices for an all-pro quarterback, and before he knew what had happened, he'd find himself playing for one of the league's bottom dwellers. As he watched Dan taking in the pine needles stuck to Molly's hair, a mental picture flashed through his head of himself barking out signals for the lions in the Silver Dome. Molly hugged the kids who were chirping around her.
"Are you surprised to see us, Aunt Molly? Are you surprised?" "Rue, Kanga's here to play with you." And Mom says we can go swimming and fell off the monkey bars and got a black eye. This boy calls her every day, even though then he threw up all over the... Dad says I'm too young, but...
Molly's attention shifted from one child to the next, her expression flickering from sympathy to interest to amusement without missing a beat. This was her real family. The sharp ache took him by surprise. He and Molly sure weren't a family, so it wasn't as if he'd been cut out of anything. He was just having a leftover reflex from his childhood when he'd dreamed about being part of a big messy crowd like this. "Oh my gosh," Molly squealed. "You're the Smiths!" The kids squealed back and pointed their fingers at her. "Gotcha, Aunt Em." Kevin remembered Molly's earlier comment that a family named Smith was checking in today. Meet the Smiths. His sense of dread grew. Molly gazed at her sister, who was holding Rue the Fierce. "Did Amy know who you really were when she took the reservation?" Tess giggled. At least he figured it was Tess, because she wore a soccer jersey, while her look-alike scampered around in a sundress.
Mom didn't tell her. We wanted to surprise you. We get to stay all week,
Andrew exclaimed.
And I want to sleep with you.
Way to go, Andy boy. You just tossed good old Uncle Kevin right out on his ass. Molly rumpled his hair and didn't reply. At the same time, she reached for the quietest Calebo. Hannah had been standing a little off to the side, as she usually did, but her eyes sparkled with excitement.
I thought up a whole new Daphne adventure, she whispered,
barely loud enough for him to hear.
I wrote it down in my spiral notebook.
I can't wait to read it.
Can we see the beach, Aunt Molly?
As Dan took the keys from Phoebe, he turned toward Kevin. Maybe you could show me the cottage so I can start unloading. Sure. Just what he didn't want to do. Dan was on a mission to assess how much damage Kevin had done to his precious Molly, but when it came to damage, Kevin felt as if he were the one who'd suffered a head wound. Molly pointed toward the cottage on the other side of the common. You're staying in Gabriel's Trumpet. The door's unlocked. Kevin walked across the grass while Dan drove around. They did a catch-up on the team as they unloaded, but he knew Dan fairly well, and it didn't take the Star's president long to say what was on his mind. So what's going on here? Dan slammed the tailgate on the Suburban harder than he needed to. Kevin could be as in-your-face as Dan, but he decided it was smarter using Molly's dumb ploy. The truth is, I've been having a bitch of a time. He picked up a laundry basket filled with beach toys. I didn't think it was going to be so hard to get someone to run this place.
Dad!
Julie and Tess came running up, followed by Andrew.
We need our suits so we can go swimming before the tea party this afternoon. Except Aunt Molly says I get to drink lemonade,
Andrew declared,
'cause I don't like tea. Look at our cottage, it's so cute.
Julie raced to the door as Molly and Phoebe approached with Hannah. Molly looked tense, and Phoebe regarded Kevin with eyes as chilly as a Lions uniform in the middle of a losing Detroit November. The lake's freezing, girls, Molly called out to the twins on the porch, trying to act as though everything were normal. It's not like the pool at home.
Are there water snakes?
The question had come from Hannah, who looked worried. Something about her had always gotten to Kevin. No snakes, kiddo. Do you want me to go in with you? Her smile flashed 1,000 watts of gratitude.
Would you?
Sure. Get your suit on and I'll meet you there. He didn't want to leave Molly alone with the enemy, so he said, Your aunt'll come along. She loves swimming in that old lake, don't you, Molly? Molly looked relieved. Sure, we can all go swimming together. And wasn't this going to be a whole new way to have fun? He and Molly waved cheery see-you-laters to the Calebos. As they walked away, he thought he heard Dan muttering to Phoebe, but he caught only one word. Slytherin. Molly waited until they were far enough away before she let her agitation show. You have to get your things out of the cottage. I don't want them to know we've been sleeping together. After the way they looked coming out of the woods, he figured it was already too late, but he nodded. And don't let Dan get you alone again. He'll just give you the 3rd degree. I'll make sure one of the kids is always around when I'm with Phoebe. Before he could reply, she took off toward the cottage. He kicked at a clump of gravel and headed for the B&B. Why did she need to be secretive? Not that he wanted her to say anything, things were rocky enough as it was. But Molly didn't have to worry about being traded to Detroit like he did. So why didn't she tell him to go to hell? The more he thought about it, the more her attitude bothered him. It was okay for him to want to keep this private, but somehow it wasn't okay for her. Chapter 20. In olden days, a girl who liked a boy always made sure he won when they played cards and board games. Playing rough, article for chick. They changed out of their suits in time for Molly's tea in the gazebo, which she'd decided to hold at 3 o'clock instead of 5 because it would be better for the kids. She complained to Phoebe that the paper plates and store-bought cake disqualified her from a photo spread in Victoria magazine, but Kevin knew she cared more about having a good time than bringing out the good china. He nodded at Lily, who'd walked over with Charlotte Long and Charlotte's friend Vi. He'd already noticed the cottage residents shielding her from the curiosity of the more transient guests at the B&B. He thought about going over to talk to her, but he couldn't think of what to say. Molly kept herself surrounded with scampering poodles and noisy kids. She had a red heart barrette in her hair, pink jeans, a purple top, and bright blue laces in her sneakers. She was a walking rainbow, and just looking at her made him smile. "George!" Molly bounced up and down, waving at Liam Jenner as he got out of his pickup truck around 4 o'clock and walked toward them. "George Smith, thanks for coming." Jenner laughed and walked over to give her a hug. He might be old, but he was a good-looking son of a bitch, and Kevin wasn't crazy about the way he and the bunny lady were hanging on to each other. "You've got to meet my sister. She used to run a gallery in New York, but I won't tell her who you are." "Yeah, right." Molly's eyes flashed the mischief jitterbug, but Jenner was oblivious. Sucker. As the artist headed toward Phoebe, he walked right past Lily. Maybe Liam had gotten fed up with all her early morning rejections at the kitchen table. Kevin couldn't figure it out. If Lily didn't like being around him, why did she keep showing up for breakfast? He glanced from Lily to Molly and tried to pick the exact moment when his long practice of surrounding himself with low-maintenance women had exploded in his face. He slammed his ball cap down on his head and promised himself he'd watch game film tonight. The men wanted to talk football, and Kevin and Dan complied. Around 5, some of the adults began to drift away, but the kids were still enjoying themselves, and Kevin decided he'd put up a basketball hoop tomorrow. Maybe he'd buy some rubber rafts for the beach. And bikes! The kids should have bikes while they were here. Cody and the O'Brien boys came running up, their faces sweaty and clothes grimy, exactly the way a kid should look in the summer.
"Hey, Kevin, can we play softball?"
He could feel the smile spreading all over his face. A softball game on the common, right where the tabernacle had once stood. "Sure we can. Listen up, everybody who wants to play softball, raise your hands." Hands went up all over the place. Tess and Julie raced forward, and Andrew started to yell and hop. Even the adults were interested. "A softball game is a wonderful idea," Charlotte Long chirped from her lawn chair. "Get everything organized, Kevin." He smiled at her, poking. "You want to be a captain, Cody?"
"Sure."
He looked around for another captain and started to pick Tess, but something about the way Hannah was sitting at her father's feet, cuddling the poodles, got to him. He'd seen her hand inch up, only to settle back into her lap. "Hannah, how about you? You want to be the other captain?" Kevin was startled to see Dan drop his head and groan.
"No, Kevin!"
Tess and Julie cried together.
"Not Hannah!"
Molly surprised him most of all, the bunny lady who was supposed to be so damn sensitive around kids. Maybe it would be better if you picked somebody else." What was wrong with these people? Luckily, their callousness didn't faze Hannah, who jumped up, smoothed down her shorts, and gave him a smile that looked exactly like her aunt's.
"Thank you, Kevin. They hardly ever let me be captain." "That's because you—"
Phoebe laid her hand over Tess's mouth, but even she looked pained. Kevin was disgusted with all of them. Nobody was more competitive than he was, but he'd never stooped low enough to make a little kid feel bad just because she wasn't athletic. He gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't pay any attention to them, sweetheart. You'll be a great captain. You can even choose first."
"Thank you."
She stepped forward and surveyed the crowd. He waited for her to choose either him or her father. She surprised him by pointing toward her mother, a woman who played so badly that the veterans on the Stars team had gotten in the habit of scheduling dental appointments just so they'd have an excuse to leave the team picnic before the annual softball game.
"I choose Mom."
Kevin bent closer and lowered his voice. "In case you weren't sure, Hannah, you can choose anybody you want, including guys. That means your dad, me. Are you sure you want to choose your mom first?" "She's sure." Dan sighed from behind him. "Here we go again." Hannah gazed up at Kevin and whispered,
Mom gets her feelings hurt because nobody ever wants her on their team.
Tess cut right to the bone as only an 11-year-old could.
That's because she sucks.
Phoebe sniffed and patted her team captain's shoulder, conveniently forgetting her earlier lack of support. Pay no attention, Hannah. A winning attitude is far more important than natural ability. Unlike Hannah, Cody was no fool, and he chose natural ability over that winning attitude.
I pick Kevin.
Dan rose from his lawn chair and moved closer to his daughter.
Hannah, honey, I'm over here. Don't forget about me. I'll get my feelings hurt if you don't choose me.
No, you won't.
Hannah gave him a blazing smile, turned away, and fastened her eyes on Lily, who'd been talking about gardening with some of the older women, and as far as Kevin could remember hadn't raised her hand.
I pick you.
Me? Lily looked pleased and stood. Lord, I haven't played softball since I was a teenager. Hannah smiled up at her mother.
This is going to be an excellent team. Lots of winning attitude.
Cody, not one to let any grass grow under his feet, chose Dan. Once again, Kevin stepped in, trying to help Hannah out by pointing toward the oldest of the O'Brien boys.
I was watching Scott toss a football around earlier. He's a pretty good athlete. Save your breath,
Dan muttered. And sure enough, Kevin saw Hannah's third choice coming the minute he noticed Andrew's lower lip sticking out.
I choose Andrew. See, Andrew, just because you're only 5 doesn't mean nobody wants you on their team.
I'll take Tess, Cody countered, right on the mark.
And I'll take Aunt Molly.
Hannah beamed. Kevin sighed. So far, Cody had one current NFL quarterback on his team, one former NFL quarterback, and one of the most athletic little girls in northern Illinois. Hannah, on the other hand, had her mother, the worst softball player in history, her little brother, who had a lot of heart, but at 5, not much skill, and Molly, who was, well, Molly, the lady who tipped canoes, tried to drown herself, and in general hated sports. Cody's next choices included the teenage girls who'd been kicking a soccer ball earlier with Tess, the middle O'Brien, who was built like a tank, and both his physically fit parents. Hannah chose the 6-year-old O'Brien, a kid Kevin was fairly certain he'd seen hiding his security blanket in the shrubs. She redeemed herself by picking her sister Julie, who at least was a dancer and coordinated, and then Liam Jenner, although her reasoning wasn't too sound.
Because he drew a beautiful picture of Kanga and Rue for me.
While Cody filled in the rest of his team with the younger players, Hannah chose every oldster who wanted to play. It was going to be a bloodbath. The boys ran to their cottages to get the equipment. Mr. Canfield, whose arthritis had been acting up, volunteered to umpire, and everybody soon settled into place. Hannah's team was up at bat first, and Kevin found himself on the pitcher's mound, facing the 6-year-old who'd tucked his security blanket in the forsythia. Kevin made the mistake of glancing over at Molly, and wasn't surprised to see her give him a look that clearly said, "If you're the kind of man who can strike out Linus, then you're not the man I thought you were, and you can forget all about getting me naked any time in the foreseeable future. Comprenez-vous?" He walked the kid. Hannah sent up Andrew next, and Kevin put a soft one over the plate. Andrew missed, but he had a great swing for a little kid, and as Kevin watched an expression of mulish determination settle over his face, he knew he'd just caught a glimpse of what Dan Calebow had looked like at the age of 5. Because of that, his next pitch was harder than he intended, but Andrew was game, and he gave it his best. Molly, on the other hand, shot him a look that had "dickhead" written all over it. "He's 5, you idiot, just a little boy. Is winning so important that you're going to strike out a 5-year-old? You're definitely not ever, ever going to see another pair of bunny panties for the rest of your life. No way, no how. Adios, muchacho." Kevin gave him another soft one, and Andrew banged it into short right. The oldest O'Brien kid didn't know how dangerous even a kindergarten Calebow could be, and he was caught napping. As a result, Linus made it to third, and Andrew settled in with his dad on second. Dan ruffled his hair.
"Kevin?"
Hannah called out politely.
"Mr. McMullen's up next. He wants to know if it's okay if he uses his walker."
And didn't that just say it all? Finally, it was Cody's team's turn at bat, and Kevin was up. Near the pitcher's mound, he saw little Hannah Goodhart, huddled with the 4 horsewomen of the apocalypse, Molly, Phoebe, Lily, and Julie. Finally, the females dispersed, leaving their pitcher on the mound. Molly the Bunny Lady. Kevin couldn't contain his grin. Now this was more like it, and guess what, boys and girls? Benny the Badger was showing little Daphne no mercy. Molly tried to stare him down, but he could tell she was nervous. Damn right. All-American, MVP, Heisman candidate, All-Pro. Good reason to be nervous. He stepped up to the plate and smiled at her. "Just try to keep the ball away from my head, sweetheart. I like my good-looking nose right where it is." "That," Dan said from behind him, "was a mistake." "Yeah, right." Molly went through a few gyrations that were supposed to pass for a warm-up. Kevin tapped his bat to the ground and waited for the pitch, thinking how cute she looked. Better than cute. Her lips were all rosy where she'd bitten them, and her breasts pressed against her purple top the same way they'd pressed against his chest the night before. As she released the ball, her sweet little rear end wiggled inside those tight pink jeans the same way it had wiggled against— The ball sailed past him while he was distracted. Whoa, what was that about? "Strike one!" Mr. Canfield called out. A fluke, that's all. A lapse in concentration brought on by too little eye on the ball and too much eye on the doll. He stepped away from the plate. She knew it was a fluke, too, because she started gnawing at that bottom lip again and looking even more nervous than before. That made this a good time to start playing a few mind games. "Nice pitch, Daphne. Think you can do it again?" "I doubt it." She was definitely nervous. Definitely sexy. He loved the way that lady made love, with her whole heart and every part of her body. Her butt wiggled. Oh, he remembered what that wiggle felt like. The ball came fast, but this time he was ready for it. Except it dropped unexpectedly at the last instant, and his bat met nothing but air.
"Excellent, Aunt Molly."
"Thank you, Hannah." Kevin couldn't believe it. "Nice going," Dan grumbled from behind him. Molly stroked the inner slope of her breast with her index finger. The tip of her tongue flicked over that puffy bottom lip. God, she was making him hot. As soon as this game was over, he was dragging her back into the woods, family or not, and then he'd show her a real game. She wound up, and just as she released the ball, looked right at his crotch. He instinctively stepped away to protect himself. As a result, he missed most of it and tapped a feeble roller back to the mound. He started to run. She threw to Julie on first base, who caught it with something that looked like a pirouette from Swan Lake. He was out. Out! He looked from the ballerina to the bunny lady and tried to take it in. Molly's eyes flicked from his face to his crotch, and then she grinned. "Did I ever tell you I went to summer camp for 9 years?" "I believe you mentioned it." He couldn't imagine any summer camp teaching that particular trick. The queen of the mischief makers had thought it up all by herself. By the end of the first inning, Molly had given Cody an easy pitch, walked Dan, and struck out the oldest O'Brien kid along with his father. Jock 0, last kids to be chosen in gym class, 2. She sauntered past him as her team came in from the field. "Nice day." "I thought you said you weren't any good at sports." "I said I didn't like sports, Jock boy." She flicked his chest. "There's a difference." He couldn't let her get away with that one, so he gave her some prime NFL sneer. "Next time you stare at my zipper, Jock girl, you better be on your back." She laughed and ran off to join her team. Lily was first up. She was all Gucci'd in coordinating colors with diamonds flashing from her rings and bracelets. She kicked away a pair of leopard print sandals, slipped off sunglasses with interlocking C's at the hinges, and grabbed the bat. She took a couple of practice swings, then stood up to the plate as if she owned it. Right then he knew that he hadn't gotten all his athletic ability from the rodeo rider. She arched an eyebrow at him, and her eyes caught the light. Green like his. "I know you're my real mom, and I love you very much." He didn't try to burn her. Instead, he sent it nice and easy over the plate. She took a great swing, but she was rusty and didn't catch it all. "Foul ball!" He gave her the same pitch again, and this time she caught it clean. The bat cracked against the ball, and as her team whooped, she made it to second. He was startled by the burst of pride he felt. "Nice going," he muttered. "Past my prime," she said. Captain Goodhart was up next, all solemn and serious, with the same worried look on her face he sometimes saw her aunt wearing. Hannah's straight brown hair was a little lighter than Molly's, but they had the same stubborn chin, the same slight tilt at the eyes. She was a serious kid, as well as being neat. Her American Girl t-shirt didn't show any sign that she'd been playing with a couple of poodles and eating chocolate cake. He spotted a tiny notebook sticking out of the back pocket of her shorts, and something inside him melted. She seemed more like Molly's daughter than Dan and Phoebe's. Was this the way his little girl would have looked? Out of nowhere, his throat tightened.
"I'm not very good,"
Hannah whispered from the plate. Oh, man, not that. He was dead meat. He threw one wide. "Ball one!" She looked even more worried.
"I'm better at drawing and writing things. I'm pretty good at writing things."
"Cut it out, Hannah," her insensitive jerk of a father called from second base. Kevin had always considered Dan Kelbo one of the best parents he'd ever known, which just proved how wrong he could be. He shot him a quelling look and threw a lob so soft, so gentle that it didn't make it to the plate. "Ball two." Hannah bit her bottom lip and spoke in a helpless whisper.
"I'll be so glad when this is over."
Kevin melted, and so did his next pitch, just as it passed over the plate. Kevin melted, and so did his next pitch, just as it passed over the plate. Hannah bunted it with a choppy little swing. Kevin went after the ball, but he didn't hurry, so he could give her enough time to make it to first base. Unfortunately, Cody missed the catch, and she made it to second. He heard a chorus of cheers go up and saw Lily slide home, Gucci pants forgotten. Last kids to be chosen in gym class 3, jocks 0. He cocked his head at Hannah.
"I'm not a very good batter,"
she said in her lost little girl voice,
"but I can run really fast."
"Brother," Dan said in disgust. Kevin was about to say something comforting when the little girl exchanged a look with her aunt that just about knocked him off his feet. It was only a smile, but it wasn't an ordinary smile. Oh, no. It was a sly little hustler's smile. An expression of such perfect understanding passed between niece and aunt that he nearly choked. He'd been conned. Hannah was a world-class mischief-maker just like Molly. He turned on Dan, who looked faintly apologetic. "Phoebe and I still aren't sure if she plans it ahead or if it just happens." "You should have told me." Dan gazed at his youngest daughter with a combination of irritation and fatherly pride. "You had to see this for yourself." Sport sometimes had a way of making everything clear, and right then it all fell into place. From Molly's almost drowning and the incident with the canoe to Marmy's uncharacteristic trip up into that tree. Molly had been stringing him along from the very beginning. Cody came forward, clearly unhappy with his pitcher's lackluster performance, and the next thing Kevin knew he was standing on second base while Dan took over at the mound. Hannah, the con artist, exchanged a sly glance with Molly, and Kevin saw why. It was Phoebe's turn at bat. Oh, and didn't the good times just start to roll then? There was more butt-wiggling, lip-licking, and breast-thrusting than anybody under the age of consent should be allowed to witness. Dan started to sweat, Phoebe cooed, and the next thing he knew, the Star's owner was perched on first, while Miss Hannah claimed third. It had turned into a bloodbath. The jocks finally managed to beat the last kids to be chosen in gym class, but only because Captain Cody was smart enough to replace Dan with Tess, who was immune to butt-wiggling, plus being nobody's fool. Tess made short work of the nursery set, and politely but firmly put the oldsters out to pasture. Even she, however, couldn't stop Aunt Molly from hitting a homer in the last inning. For someone who hated sports, Molly sure did know how to handle a bat, and the way she ran the bases left Kevin so aroused he had to bend over and pretend he was rubbing away a leg cramp to keep from embarrassing himself. As he rubbed, he remembered how crowded Molly's bed would be this week, with all the kids snuggling up against her. The way he understood it, this was Julie's night, tomorrow it would be Andrew's, then Hannah's, then Tess's. Maybe he could sneak into the cottage after bedtime and kidnap Auntie Em. But then he remembered her telling him Julie was a light sleeper. He sighed and resettled his ball cap on his head. Face it, there wasn't going to be any joy in Mudville tonight. Mighty Kevin had struck out. Chapter 21. The woods were spooky, and Daphne's teeth chattered. What if no one ever found her? Thank goodness she'd brought along her favorite lettuce and marmalade sandwich. Daphne gets lost. Lily leaned back into the chaise and listened to the tinkling of the wind chimes hanging from the redbud tree that grew next to the patio. She loved wind chimes, but Craig had hated them and wouldn't let her hang them in her garden. She closed her eyes, glad the guests at the B&B seldom visited this quiet spot just behind the house. She'd finally stopped asking herself how long she was staying here. When it was time to leave, she'd know. And today had been such fun. When she'd slid into home plate, Kevin had almost seemed proud of her, and at the picnic he hadn't deliberately avoided her the way Liam had.
"Hiding out from your adoring public?"
Her eyes snapped open and her heart skipped a beat as the man she thought about far too much came out the back door of the B&B. His hair was shaggy, his clothes the same rumpled khaki shorts and navy pocket T-shirt he'd worn earlier at the picnic. Like her, he hadn't yet cleaned up from the softball game. She gazed into those dark eyes that saw too much. "I'm recuperating from this afternoon." He sank into the cushions on the redwood chair next to her.
"You're a pretty good softball player for a girl."
"And you're a pretty good softball player for a sissy artist." He yawned.
"Who are you calling a sissy?"
She stopped herself from smiling. She did too much of that when they were together, and it encouraged him. Every morning she told herself she'd stay in her room until he left, but she'd go downstairs anyway. She still couldn't believe what she'd done with him. It was as if she'd been under a spell, as if that glass-enclosed studio had been part of another world. But she was back in Kansas now. She was also mildly irritated by how much he'd enjoyed himself without her. If he hadn't been laughing with Molly, he'd been flirting with Phoebe Calebo or teasing one of the children. He was a gruff, intimidating man, and the fact that they hadn't been frightened of him somehow annoyed her.
"Go get cleaned up,"
he said.
"I'll do the same, then take you out to dinner."
"Thanks, but I'm not hungry." He gave a weary sigh and rested his head against the back of the chair.
"You're hell-bent on throwing this away, aren't you? You're not going to give us a fighting chance."
She eased her legs over the side of the chaise and sat straighter. "Liam, what happened between us was an aberration. I've been alone too much lately, and I gave in to a foolish impulse."
"Just time and circumstance, is that it?"
"Yes."
"It could have happened with anyone?"
She wanted to agree, but she couldn't. "No, not with anyone. You can be attractive when you put your mind to it."
"So can a lot of men. You know, there's something between us, but you don't have the guts to see what it is."
"I don't need to. I know exactly why I'm attracted to you. It's an old habit."
"What do you mean by that?"
She twisted her rings. "I mean that I've been there and done that. The alpha male. The stallion who rules the herd. The take-charge prince, who makes all Cinderella's troubles go away. Men like you are my fatal weakness. But I'm not a penniless teenager anymore who needs someone to take care of her."
"Thank God, I don't like teenagers, and I'm too self-centered to take care of anyone."
"You're deliberately minimizing what I'm trying to tell you."
"That's because you're boring me."
She wouldn't let his rudeness distract her, especially since she knew it was calculated to do just that. "Liam, I'm too old and too smart to make the same mistake again. Yes, I'm attracted to you. I'm instinctively drawn to aggressive men, even though it's their nature to run roughshod over the women who care about them."
"And here I thought this conversation couldn't become any more infantile."
"You're doing it right now. You don't want to talk about this, so you're belittling me to try to get me to shut up."
"Too bad it's not working."
"I thought I'd finally gotten smart, but obviously I haven't, or I wouldn't be letting you do this." She rose from the chaise. "Listen to me, Liam. I made the mistake of falling in love with a controlling man once in my life, and I'll never do it again. I loved my husband, but God, sometimes I hated him more." She hugged herself, astonished that she'd revealed something to him she could barely admit to herself.
"He probably deserved it. He sounds like a son of a bitch."
"He was just like you."
"I seriously doubt that."
"You don't think so?" She jabbed her hand toward the redbud tree. He wouldn't let me have wind chimes. I love wind chimes, but he hated them, so I wasn't permitted to hang them in my own garden.
Good judgment on his part. The things are a nuisance.
Her stomach clenched. Letting myself fall in love with you would be like falling in love with Craig all over again.
I really resent that.
A month after he died, I hung a set of wind chimes outside my bedroom window.
Well, you're not going to hang them outside our bedroom window.
We don't have a bedroom window, and if we did, I'd hang as many sets there as I wanted.
Even though I've expressly asked you not to?
She threw up her hands in frustration. This isn't about wind chimes. I was just giving you an example.
You're not getting off that easily. You're the one who brought the subject up.
Now he was on his feet.
I've told you I don't like the damn things, but you said you're going to hang them up anyway, is that right?
You've lost your mind.
Is that right or not?
Yes.
Fine.
He gave a martyr's sigh.
If it's that important to you, go ahead and hang the damn things, but don't expect me not to complain. Bloody noise pollution. And I'll expect you to give in on something that's important to me.
She clutched her head. Is driving me crazy your idea of seduction?
I'm trying to make a point, one you seem unable to understand.
Enlighten me.
You're not going to let any man run roughshod over you. Not anymore. I just tried, but you wouldn't let me. And if I can't do it, no one can. You see, we don't have a problem.
It's not that simple.
What about me?
He touched his chest, and for the first time he looked vulnerable.
What about my fatal weakness?
I don't know what you mean.
Maybe if you'd think about someone other than yourself, you would.
His words didn't sting as Craig's would have. Liam's were intended to goad her, not to wound. You're impossible.
What is a man like me supposed to do? Tell me that. I don't know how to pull my punches, and I'm too old to learn, so where does that leave me?
I don't know.
Strong women are my weakness. Tough women who don't fall apart just because a man doesn't always say what they want to hear. Except the strong woman I'm falling in love with doesn't want to put up with me. So where does that leave me, Lily?
Oh, Liam, you're not falling in love with me, you're—
Have a little faith in yourself,
he said gruffly.
In the woman you've become.
She felt trapped by his brutal honesty. He didn't know what he was saying. The person he saw when he looked at her wasn't the person she felt like inside. He moved to the edge of the patio, his hands in his pockets.
You've been slamming doors in my face for long enough, I think. I love you, but I have my pride, too.
I know that.
The painting's almost done, and I'd like you to see it. Come to my house on Thursday evening.
Liam,
If you don't show up, I won't come looking for you. You're going to have to make a decision, Lily.
I hate ultimatums.
I'm not surprised. Strong women usually do.
He walked away. Kevin spent most of the next 2 days trying to catch Molly alone, but what with his trips into town for bikes, attending to the guests, and the kids who kept popping up every time he stuck his head out the door, he didn't have the opportunity. Twice Dan tried to talk to him, but the phone interrupted once, and a guest's dead car battery the other time. By Tuesday evening he was so grouchy and out of sorts that he couldn't concentrate on the game film he'd stuck in the office VCR. 5 weeks to training camp. He nudged Rue off his lap and got up to go to the window. It wasn't even 7 o'clock, but a few rain clouds had rolled in and it was getting dark. Where the hell was she? Just then his cell phone rang. He snatched it from the desk.
Hello?
Kevin, it's Molly.
Where have you been?
He snarled.
I told you I wanted to talk to you after tea today.
I spotted Phoebe coming up the front walk, so I dodged out the back door. She's getting more persistent. Then I ran into Tess, and she started talking to me about a boy who likes her.
Yeah, well, what about the boy who likes you?
The thing is, after Tess left, I decided to take a walk in the woods by myself, and I started thinking about this idea I have for Daphne. One thing led to another, and the next thing I knew, I was lost. For the first time all day, he relaxed.
You don't say.
As he loosened his grip on the phone, his stomach rumbled. He realized he hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and he headed into the kitchen to fix himself a sandwich. Rue trotted along. Lost in the woods, she said with emphasis.
Wow.
He tried to keep the smile from his voice. And now it's getting dark.
It sure is.
It also looks like rain. He glanced out the window.
I was just noticing that myself.
And I'm scared.
I'll bet.
He tucked the cell phone under his chin and pulled some lunch meat from the refrigerator along with a jar of mustard.
So you found a nearby convenience store and called me?
I happened to bring Phoebe's cell phone along. He grinned and grabbed a loaf of bread from the pantry.
Smart of you.
At camp we were taught to wear a whistle around our neck if we went walking alone. Since I didn't have a whistle,
you took a cell phone.
Safety first.
God bless the power of telecommunications.
He went back to the refrigerator for some cheese.
And now you're lost. Have you looked for moss on the tree trunks?
I didn't think of that.
It grows on the north side.
He began to assemble his sandwich, enjoying himself for the first time all evening. Yes, I believe I remember hearing that, but it's a little dark to see.
I don't suppose you tucked a compass into your pocket or a flashlight?
That didn't occur to me.
Too bad.
He slapped on some extra mustard.
You want me to come look for you?
I'd really appreciate it. If you bring your phone along, I might be able to direct you. I started out on the path behind Jacob's ladder.
That'd be a good place for me to start, then. Tell you what, I'll call you from there.
It's getting dark fast. Would you mind hurrying?
Oh, sure, I'll be there before you know it.
He disconnected, chuckled, and settled down to enjoy his sandwich, but he'd barely managed 3 bites before she called back.
Yeah.
Did I tell you I might have sprained my ankle?
Oh, no, how'd you do that?
Some kind of animal hole.
Hope it's not from a snake. There are some rattlers around here.
Rattlers? He reached for a napkin.
I'm walking by Jacob's ladder right now, but somebody must be running a microwave because I'm getting interference. I'll call you back.
Wait, you don't have my He disconnected, gave a whoop of laughter, and headed for the refrigerator. A sandwich always tasted better with beer. He whistled to himself as he popped the cap and settled back to enjoy. Then it struck him. What the hell was he doing? He snatched up his cell phone and punched in Phoebe's number from memory. There'd be plenty of time later to teach her a lesson. This was the first chance he'd had in 2 days to get her alone.
Hey, Molly?
Yes?
I'm having a little trouble finding you.
He tucked the phone under his chin, grabbed the beer along with what was left of his sandwich, and headed out the back door.
Do you think you could scream?
You want me to scream?
It'd be helpful.
He took another bite of sandwich and hurried toward Jacob's ladder. I'm not really much of a screamer.
You are in bed,
he pointed out. Are you eating?
I need to keep my strength up for the search.
He waved at Charlotte Long with his beer bottle. I'm fairly sure I'm near the creek, at the end of the path that starts right behind Jacob's ladder.
Creek?
The creek, Kevin, the one that runs from the woods across the meadow, the only creek there is. She was beginning to sound snappish. He took a sip of beer.
I don't remember a creek. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
I suppose I'll recognize it when I see it.
Kids were running around on the common. He stopped for a moment to enjoy the sight, then returned to his mission.
The wind's really started to kick up. I can hardly see the path.
It's not that bad here.
Then maybe I'm going the wrong way.
You took the path behind Jacob's ladder, right? He tossed the rest of his sandwich into a trash container and stepped onto that exact path.
I think so.
You think so? Aren't you paying attention?
Definitely snappish. Just keep talking. Maybe I'll be able to tell how close I'm getting by the reception.
Can you hear the creek?
Which creek is that again?
There's only one.
I hope I can find it. I don't even want to imagine how terrible it would be if you had to spend the night in the woods by yourself.
I'm sure that won't happen.
Well, I hope not. Whatever you do, don't start thinking about the Blair Witch.
The Blair Witch? He managed a choking noise, then a monster moan, and disconnected. It didn't take long for his phone to ring again. My ribs are aching from laughter, she said dryly.
Sorry, it was just a squirrel, but it was huge.
If you don't play right, I'm going home.
Okay, but you'd better not be wearing anything more than shoes and a hair ribbon when I find you.
I don't own a hair ribbon.
That'll be one less thing for you to take off then, won't it?
As it turned out, she was still dressed when he spotted her, but that didn't last for long. They tumbled naked into the soft meadow grass, and as the rain began to fall, their laughter faded. He drugged himself on her kisses, and as he entered her soft, welcoming body, he glimpsed something that felt almost holy. But the illusion was too fragile to survive the primitive demand of his body. The rain drummed on his back. Her soft fingers dug into his shoulders, demanding. The rain, this woman. Her pleasure spiraled beneath him, and he lost himself. As one day slipped into the next, Molly behaved like a woman possessed. On Wednesday, she lifted her skirt for Kevin in the office while the guests gathered for tea. That same night, she escaped another of Phoebe's arrangements for a private chat and met him in the woods behind the cottage. The following morning, he dragged her into the pantry just as Troy was coming through the kitchen door, then had to cover her mouth because she started making too much noise. Later, she hauled him into a deserted cottage, but as he lifted her onto the kitchen table, her muscles finally rebelled from the strain of so many awkward positions, and she winced. He pressed his forehead to her and took a shaky breath, struggling for control. "This is nuts. You've had enough." "Are you kidding? I'm just getting started, but if you can't keep up with me, I understand." He smiled and kissed her. Oh, she loved those slow kisses. He caressed her breasts and her thighs, trying to take more care, but they were dancing with danger, and she wouldn't let him. Before long, she forgot all about her aching muscles. That evening, they sidestepped the Calebos' dinner invitation by announcing that they had to drive into town for supplies, but when they returned to the campground, they discovered their luck had run out. Phoebe and Dan were waiting for them on the steps of the B&B. Chapter 22.
One day, this bad guy came to Nightingale Woods. He was really bad and mean, but he pretended to be Benny's friend. But only Daphne knew he was really bad. So she told Benny, "He's not your friend." Daphne Meets a Bad Guy.
By Hannah Marie Calebo. Molly heard Kevin's quiet curse and fixed a smile on her face. "Hey, you guys! Escaped the kiddies for a while?" "They're playing flashlight tag on the common." As Phoebe came down the steps, she took in Molly's rumpled dress. Molly needed her wits about her, but the fact that she was still missing her underwear put her at a disadvantage. "I hope Andrew's going to be all right. You know how fast he disappears."
"Andrew's just fine,"
Dan said.
"There's not much trouble he can get into around here."
"You have no idea," Kevin muttered. Phoebe tilted her head toward the lane that led past the beach. Her oversized star sweatshirt and jeans didn't quite hide the power player beneath. "Mrs. Long volunteered to keep an eye on all of them. Let's take a walk." Molly flexed her shoulders. "Oh, I think I'll pass. I've been up since 5:30, so I'm a little tired." "From making love 3 times today. Maybe tomorrow." Dan's voice rang with southern steel.
"It won't take long, and there are a couple of things we want to discuss."
"Your vacation is almost over. Why can't you just relax and enjoy the rest of it?" "It's a little hard to relax when we're so worried about you," Phoebe replied. "Well, stop worrying."
"Calm down, Molly," Kevin said. "If they want to talk, I'm sure we can spare a few minutes."
What a suck-up. Or maybe he'd decided it was time to play a risky new game. She'd known from the beginning that he wasn't sneaking around because he was afraid of Dan and Phoebe. He was doing it because he loved taking chances. "You might have the time, but I don't." Dan reached out for her arm, just as he'd done since she was 15, but Kevin shot forward and blocked his way. She didn't know who was the more astonished, herself or Dan. Had Kevin interpreted the gesture as a threat? Phoebe recognized the signs of antlers clashing, and she moved to her husband's side. The two of them exchanged one of their glances, and then Dan set off toward the lane.
"Right now, let's go."
The moment of reckoning was finally here, and there was no escaping it. Molly could imagine the questions they were going to ask. If only she could figure out how to answer them. They headed silently past the beach and the last of the cottages, then along the edge of the woods. When they reached the split-rail fence that marked the end of the campground, Dan stopped. Kevin stepped slightly away from Molly and rested his hips against a post. "You've been here for 2 weeks," Phoebe said as she let go of Dan's hand.
2 weeks ago Wednesday,"
Kevin replied. "The campground is beautiful. Our kids are having a wonderful time."
"It's nice having them here."
"They still can't believe you bought all those bikes."
"I enjoyed doing it."
Dan lost patience.
"Phoebe and I want to know what your intentions are," told Molly.
"Dan!" Molly cried.
"It's all right,"
Kevin said. "No, it's not." She glared at her brother-in-law. "And what kind of sexist southern crap is that, anyway? What about my intentions toward him?" She didn't exactly know what those intentions were beyond keeping the real world at bay by staying in Nightingale Woods for as long as she could, but she had to face Dan down. "You were supposed to be getting an annulment," Phoebe said. "Instead, you ran off together." "We didn't run off," Molly replied. "What else would you call it? And every time I try to talk to you about it, you dash away." She jammed her hands into the pockets of her jeans. "This is the fire alarm all over again, isn't it, Molly?" "No!" "What fire alarm?" Kevin asked. "Never mind," Molly said hastily. "No, I want to hear this." Phoebe betrayed her. When Molly was 16, she pulled the fire alarm at her high school. Unfortunately, she hadn't seen any sign of a fire. Kevin regarded her curiously. "Did you have a good reason?" She shook her head, feeling 16 all over again. "So why'd you do it?" "I'd rather not go into this now." He tilted his head toward Dan. "You always talk as if she's perfect." "She is," Dan barked. Molly smiled despite herself, then bit her lip. "It was an aberration. I was an insecure teenager testing Phoebe and Dan to make sure they'd stick by me no matter what I did." Kevin's eyes took on a speculative gleam. "So did they evacuate the school?" Molly nodded. "How many fire trucks?" "My God," Phoebe muttered. "It was a serious offense." "It's a Class 2 felony," Molly said glumly, "so it got fairly nasty." "I'll bet." Kevin turned back to the Calebos. "Fascinating as this is, and I'll admit it's pretty fascinating, I don't think that's what you want to talk about." "This isn't a big deal," Molly exclaimed. 2 weeks ago, Kevin showed up at my place because I'd missed an appointment with the attorney. I hadn't been feeling well, and he decided some fresh air would do me good, so he brought me up here. When Phoebe wanted to, she did sarcasm better than anyone. "You couldn't just take her for a walk?" "Didn't think of it." Unlike Phoebe, Kevin wasn't going to tell Molly's secrets, but Molly had to be truthful about this part. "I've been seriously depressed, but I didn't want you to know how bad it was. Kevin's a fairly dedicated do-gooder, even though he tries to fight it, and he told me if I didn't go with him, he'd drive me out to your place and dump me on the two of you. I didn't want you to see me like that." Phoebe looked crestfallen. "We're your family. You shouldn't have felt that way." "I'd already upset you enough. I'd been trying to pretend I was all right, but I just couldn't do it any longer." "She wasn't all right," Kevin said, "but she's gotten better since she's been here." "How long are you planning to stay?" Dan's expression was still suspicious. "Not much longer," Kevin replied. "Another couple of days." His words made Molly's chest hurt. "Do you remember Eddie Dillard?" Kevin went on. "He used to play for the Bears." "I remember him." "He wants to buy the place, and he's driving up tomorrow to check it out." Molly's stomach turned over. "You didn't tell me that." "Didn't I? I guess I was preoccupied." Preoccupied having sex with her, but there'd been plenty of time between their erotic workouts for him to have mentioned this. "We can leave right after that," he said. "I just talked to my business manager this afternoon, and he finally found someone in Chicago to take over for the rest of the summer, a married couple who've done this before." He might as well have slapped her. He hadn't even told her he'd asked his business manager to look in Chicago. She felt more betrayed than when Phoebe had mentioned the fire alarm. He knew she'd hate this, so he'd neglected to mention it. There was no real communication between them, no common goal. Everything she didn't want to accept about their relationship was right there in front of her. They might share sex, but that was all. Phoebe nudged a clump of chicory with her toe. And then what happens? She couldn't stand hearing Kevin say it, so she said it for him. "Nothing happens. We file for a divorce and go our separate ways." "A divorce?" Dan said. "Not an annulment?" "Grounds for an annulment are limited." Molly tried to sound impersonal, as if this had nothing to do with her. "You need to prove misrepresentation or duress. We can't, so we'll have to get a divorce." Phoebe looked up from the chicory clump. "I have to ask." Molly knew right away what was coming and tried to think of a way to stop it. "The two of you seem to get along." "No, Phoebe, please don't." "Have you considered staying married?" "No!" Molly jumped in before Kevin could respond. "Do you think I'm crazy? He's not my type." Phoebe's eyebrows shot up, and Kevin looked annoyed. She didn't care. She was filled with an awful desire to hurt him, except she couldn't do it. Phoebe was Kevin's boss, and his career meant everything to him. Kevin didn't have to bring me up here, but he did it anyway because he knew I needed help. She took a deep breath and reminded herself he'd forgiven her and that she owed him this. He's been wonderful, extremely kind and sensitive, and I'd appreciate it if the two of you stopped being so suspicious of him. We aren't? Yes, you are. It's put him in a difficult position.
Maybe he should have thought about that when he was dragging you into the woods on Sunday,
Dan drawled.
Or was he too busy being kind and sensitive?
Kevin got that tight look around his jaw again.
Exactly what are you trying to say, Dan? I'm saying that if helping Molly was just a humanitarian gesture on your part, you shouldn't be sleeping with her.
That's it, Molly exclaimed. You just crossed the line.
It's not the first time, and I'm sure it won't be the last. Phoebe and I watch out for our family. Maybe you should watch out for somebody else in your family, Kevin said quietly. Molly's asking you to respect her privacy. Is it her privacy you're worried about, or your own?
Antlers were clashing again, but Molly didn't care. You keep forgetting that I'm not accountable to you any longer. As for my relationship with Kevin, in case you haven't noticed, we're not even sleeping under the same roof.
And I wasn't born yesterday,
Dan said stubbornly. Molly could no longer hold back. How about some simple courtesy, then? I've spent the past 12 years pretending I don't see the two of you grope each other, pretending I don't hear the two of you at night when you make, believe me, way too much noise. The fact is, Kevin and I are married at the moment. We'll be getting a divorce soon, but we don't have one yet, so whatever is or isn't going on between us isn't a topic for discussion. Do you understand me? Phoebe was looking increasingly upset. Molly, you're not the kind of person who can take sex lightly. It needs to mean something.
You're damn right it does.
Dan whirled on Kevin.
Did you forget that she just had a miscarriage?
Back off. Kevin's lips barely moved. Dan saw he wasn't getting anywhere there, and zeroed in on Molly.
He's a football player, and it's part of the mentality. He may not intend to, but he's using you.
Dan's words stung. He understood what it was to love a woman, so he recognized how shallow Kevin's feelings for her were. Kevin shot forward.
I told you to back off.
Molly couldn't let this go on any longer, so instead of crying as she wanted to, she went on the attack herself. Wrong. I'm using him. I lost a baby, my career's in the toilet, and I'm broke. Kevin's my distraction. He's my reward for 27 years of being a good girl. Now, do you have any more questions? Oh, Molly. Phoebe chewed her bottom lip, and Dan looked even more upset. Molly lifted her chin and glared at both of them. I'll give him back when I'm done with him. Until then, leave me alone. She'd almost reached Lilies of the Field before Kevin caught up with her.
Molly,
go away, she snapped.
I'm your reward?
Only when you're naked. When you have your clothes on, you're a cross to bear.
Stop being a wise ass.
Everything was falling apart. Eddie Dillard was showing up tomorrow, and Kevin had found someone else to run the campground. Even worse, there was nothing that could make him care about her in the same way she cared about him. He touched her arm.
You know they mean well. Don't let them get to you.
He didn't understand that they weren't the ones who were tearing her apart. Lily refused to look at the clock as she moved away from the window. The Kailbows had finally managed to corner Kevin and Molly, but she couldn't imagine that the confrontation had been productive. Her son and his wife didn't seem to know what they wanted from their relationship, so she doubted they could explain it to her family. Lily had liked the Kailbows immediately, and their presence these last 5 days had helped lift her heavy heart. They obviously loved Molly, and just as obviously saw Kevin as a threat, but Lily was beginning to suspect that Kevin was as big a danger to himself as he was to Molly. 9:30. She headed for the armchair in the corner where she'd left her quilting, but picked up a magazine instead. She hadn't been able to work on her quilt since Sunday, when Liam had issued his ultimatum, and now it was Thursday.
Come to my house on Thursday evening. If you don't show up, I won't come looking for you.
She tried to build up some resentment against him, but it didn't work. She understood exactly why he'd done it, and she couldn't blame him. They were both too old to play games. 9:34.
She thought about Kevin taking over the bedroom downstairs. She liked falling asleep knowing they were under the same roof. When they passed each other in the hallways, they smiled and made small talk. At one time, that would have been more than she could have hoped for. Now it wasn't enough. 9:35. She concentrated on flipping through her magazine, then gave up and paced the floor. What good were life lessons if you didn't pay attention to them? At 10:30, she forced herself to get undressed and put on her nightgown. She got into bed and stared at the pages of a book she'd been enjoying only a week earlier. Now she couldn't remember anything about it. Liam, I miss you so. He was the most remarkable man she'd ever met, but Craig had been remarkable too, and he'd made her miserable. As she reached across the bed and turned off the light, her world had never seemed smaller, or her bed lonelier. Eddie Dillard was big, genial, and coarse, the kind of man who wore a gold chain, burped, scratched his crotch, carried a wad of bills held together with a big money clip, and said, "You the man, Kev. Isn't he, Larry? Isn't Kev here the man?" Oh, yes, Larry agreed. Kev was definitely the man. Dillard and his brother had shown up late that morning in a black SUV. Now they were sitting around the kitchen table eating salami sandwiches and belching beer, while Eddie gloated over the prospect of owning his own fishing camp, and Larry gloated over the prospect of running it for him. To Molly's dismay, they all seemed to regard it as a done deal. This would be a place, Eddie said, where a man could put up his feet, relax, and get away from being pussy-whipped by his wife. This last was uttered with a wink, clearly signaling, one man to the other, that no woman pussy-whipped Eddie Dillard. Molly wanted to throw up. Instead, she jammed a tiny bar of French-milled soap into one of the bird's nest baskets they used in the bathrooms to hold toiletries. She didn't know whom she disliked more, Eddie or his revolting brother Larry, who planned to live upstairs in the house while he ran the fishing camp. She glanced over at Kevin, who was leaning against the wall, sipping from a long neck. He didn't burp. When Eddie had arrived, Kevin had tried to get rid of her, but she wasn't going anyplace. "So, Larry," Eddie said to his brother, "how much you figure it'll cost to paint these frou-frou cottages?" Molly dropped one of the tiny frosted glass shampoo bottles. "The cottages were just painted, and they're beautiful." Eddie seemed to have forgotten she was there. Larry laughed and shook his head. "No offense, Maggie, but it's going to be a fishing camp, and guys don't like fruit colors. We'll just paint everything brown." Eddie pointed at Larry with his long neck. "We're only painting the cottages in the middle, the ones around that, that common. I'm going to tear down the rest of them, too much upkeep." Molly's heart stopped. Lilies of the Field wasn't on the common. Her pink, blue, and yellow nursery cottage would be torn down. She abandoned the toiletry baskets. "You can't tear those cottages down. They're historic. The fishing's real good around here," Kevin cut in, shooting her a frown. "Large and smallmouth bass, perch, bluegill. I heard a guy in town talk about a 7-pound pike he pulled out of the lake last week." Eddie patted his stomach and belched. "I can't wait to get out on that boat." "This lake is too small for what you want," Molly said desperately. "There's a strict limit to how big an outboard motor you can use. You can't even water ski." Kevin shot her a pointed look. "I don't think Eddie plans to cater to the water skiing crowd." "Nah, just fishermen. Roll out of bed in the morning, give everybody a coffee thermos, a bag of donuts, and some beer, and send them out on the lake while the mist is still on the water. Come back after a couple of hours for brats and beer, take a nap, play some pool. I think we should put the pool table out there," Larry pointed toward the front of the house, "along with a big screen TV. Once we tear down all the walls between the rooms, everything will be together. The pool table, TV, the bar, and the bait shop." "Bait shop? You're putting a bait shop in this house?" "Molly." Kevin's voice sounded a warning note, and Eddie tossed him a pitying look. Kevin narrowed his eyes at her. "Maybe you'd better go check on Amy." Ignoring him, she zeroed in on Eddie. "People have been coming here for years. The campground needs to stay the way it is, and the bed and breakfast too. The house is filled with antiques, and it's in wonderful condition. It even runs at a profit." "Not much of one, but at least it paid for itself." Eddie gave an open-mouthed laugh that revealed too much of his salami sandwich. He jabbed his brother. "Hey, Larry, you want to run a bread and breakfast?" "Yeah, sure." Larry snorted and reached for his beer. "As long as I can have a pool table, satellite TV, and no women." "Molly, out, right now." Kevin jerked his head toward the door. Eddie chuckled as the little woman was finally put in her place. Molly clenched her teeth, then drew her lips into a stiff smile. "I'm leaving, darling. Just make sure you clean up after your friends, and last time you washed the dishes you splashed, so don't forget to wear your apron." Now that was pussy-whipping. After dinner, Molly pleaded an upset stomach to the Munchkins and told them they'd have to sleep in their own cottage. Since it was their last night here, she felt guilty, but she didn't have any choice. She changed into jeans, turned out the lights, and curled up in the chair by the open window. Then she waited. She didn't worry about Kevin dropping in. He'd gone to town with the Dillards, where, if there was any justice, he'd get drunk and end up with a world-class hangover. Also, they hadn't spoken all afternoon. During tea, she could see right away that he was angry with her, but she didn't care, because she was angry right back. "You'd a man, you'd a big dumb jerk." Selling the campground was bad enough, but selling it to somebody who intended to destroy it was unconscionable, and she'd never forgive herself if she didn't at least try to put a stop to it. Lilies of the Field was too isolated for her to be able to see the men when they returned from town, but the campground was quiet enough that she knew she'd hear them. Sure enough, a little after 1 in the morning, the sound of a car engine drifted through the window. As she straightened in the chair, she wished there weren't so many loopholes in her plan, but it was the best she had. She pulled on her sneakers, grabbed the flashlight she'd swiped from the house, and left Rue behind so she could set to work. 45 minutes later, she let herself inside Lamb of God, where Eddie and Larry were spending the night. She'd checked it out earlier, right after the men had left for town, to see which bedroom was Eddie's. Now it smelled like stale liquor. Moving closer, she gazed down at the big, dumb, drunken lump under the covers. "Eddie!" The lump didn't move. "Eddie!" she whispered again, hoping she didn't wake up Larry, too, since it would be easier dealing with only one of them. "Eddie, wake up!" Fumes came off him as he stirred. Someone this gross shouldn't be allowed in Nightingale Woods. Yeah, he wedged open his eyes. "What's the—" "It's Molly," she whispered. "Kevin's estranged wife. I need to talk to you." What's about?" "About the fishing camp. It's very important." He started to lever himself up, then fell back into the pillow. "I wouldn't bother you if it weren't important. I'll just step outside while you put some clothes on. Oh, and you don't need to wake Larry." "Do we have to talk now?" "I'm afraid so, unless you want to make a terrible mistake." She hurried from the room, hoping he'd get up. A few minutes later, he stumbled out the front door. She put her fingers to her lips and gestured for him to follow. Sweeping her flashlight across the ground, she cut across the edge of the common, then headed back toward Lilies of the Field. Before she got there, however, she turned into the woods and headed toward the lake. The wind had picked up. She felt a storm brewing and hoped it didn't hit until she was done with this. He loomed next to her, a big hulking shape. "What's going on?" "There's something you need to see." "Couldn't I see it in the morning?" "That'll be too late." He swiped at a branch. "Shit. Does Kev know about this?" "Kev doesn't want to know." He stopped walking. "What do you mean by that?" She kept her flashlight pointed at the ground. "I mean that he's not deliberately deceiving you, he's just ignored some things." "Deceiving me? What the hell are you talking about?" "I know you thought I was being silly today at lunch, but I was hoping you'd listen to me. Then we could have avoided this." She started walking again. "Avoided what? You'd better tell me what's going on here, lady." "I'll show you instead." Eddie stumbled a few more times before they finally reached the water. The trees whipped in the wind, and she braced herself. "I hate being the one who has to show you this, but there's a problem with the lake." "What kind of problem?" She slowly swept the flashlight beam along the edge of the water, just where it lapped the shore, until she found what she was looking for. Dead fish floating in the water. "What the hell?" She played the light over the silver bellies of the fish before turning the beam back onto the bank. "Eddie, I'm so sorry. I know you have your heart set on a fishing camp, but the fish in this lake are dying." "Dying?" "We have an environmental disaster going on. Toxins are leaking into the water from a secret underground chemical dump. It'll cost millions to fix the problem, and the town doesn't have the money. Since the local economy depends on tourists, there's a big cover-up going on, and no one will publicly admit there's a problem." "Fuck." He grabbed the flashlight and shone it back on the floating fish. Then he snapped it off. "I can't believe Kev would do this to me." It was the most glaring loophole in her plan, and she tried to overcome it with dramatic presentation. "He's in denial, Eddie. Terrible, terrible denial. This was his childhood home, his last link with his parents, and he simply can't face the fact that the lake is dying, so he's convinced himself it isn't happening." "Well, how does he explain the damn dead fish?" A very good question, and she gave it her best shot. "He stays away from the water. It's so sad. His denial is so deep that—" She gripped his arm and went into full Susan Lucci. "Oh, Eddie, I know it's not fair to ask you to do this, but do you think... Could you just tell him you've changed your mind and not confront him about this? I swear he wasn't deliberately trying to deceive you, and it'll tear him apart if he thinks he's destroyed your friendship." "Yeah, well, I'd say he has." "He's not well, Eddie. It's a mental problem. As soon as we get back to Chicago, I'll make sure he gets psychotherapy." "Shit." He sucked in his breath. "This is gonna blow the hell out of his passing game." "I'll find a sports psychotherapist." Eddie wasn't a complete fool, and he asked her about the underground dump. She expanded her story to include as many buzzwords from Erin Brockovich as she could still remember and make up the rest. When she was done, she dug her fingernails into her palms and waited. "You sure about all this?" he finally said. "I wish I wasn't." He shuffled his feet and sighed. "Thanks, Maggie. I appreciate it. You're all right." She slowly released the breath she'd been holding. "You too, Eddie. You too." The storm hit just after Molly collapsed in bed, but she was so tired she barely heard it. It wasn't until the next morning, when a series of thuds on the front steps awakened her, that she forced open her eyes. She blinked and looked at her clock. It was after 9. She'd forgotten to set her alarm, and no one had awakened her. Who'd fixed breakfast? "Molly!" Uh-oh. Rue scampered into the room, and then Kevin appeared, looking like a gorgeous storm cloud. So much for hoping the loopholes in her plan wouldn't come back to haunt her. Eddie must have confronted Kevin after all, and now there was going to be hell to pay. She sat up in bed. Maybe she could distract him. "Just let me brush my teeth, soldier boy, and then I'll take you to paradise." "Molly." His voice sounded a low warning note, the same note she'd heard on Nick at Night when Desi confronted Lucy. Molly had some splainin' to do. "I have to pee." She jumped up, flew past him to the bathroom, and shut the door. The flat of his hand smacked the panel. "Come out here." "In a minute. Did you want something?" "Yeah, I want something, all right. I want an explanation." "Oh?" She squeezed her eyes shut and waited for the worst. "I want you to explain why there's a frickin' tuna in my lake." Chapter 23. It's true. Guys don't think the same way girls do, and this can lead to trouble. When guys won't listen for Chick. Oh, boy. Molly stalled as long as she could, brushing her teeth, splashing water on her face, straightening her tank top, and retying the drawstring on her pajama bottoms. She half expected him to charge in after her, but apparently he didn't see the need, since the window had been painted shut, and the only other way out was through him. A bath was too much to hope for. Besides, it was way past time to face the music. She'd edged open the door and saw him leaning against the opposite wall, ready to pounce. "Ah. What were you saying?" He carved out the words with his teeth. "Would you care to explain why, when I walked down to the beach after breakfast this morning, I found a dead tuna floating in the lake?" A change in Fish migration patterns? He grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the front room. Another bad sign. At least in the bedroom she'd have had a fighting chance.
I seriously doubt that migration patterns are going to change enough for a saltwater fish to end up in a freshwater lake.
He pushed her down onto the couch. She should have gone back to the lake last night and fished out the fish, but she'd assumed they'd stay where they were until they sank. They probably would have, if it hadn't been for the storm. Okay, enough messing around. Time for some righteous indignation. Really, Kevin, just because I happen to be brighter than you doesn't mean I know everything about fish. Probably not her best strategy, because his words bristled with splinters.
Are you going to look me in the eye and tell me you don't know anything about how a tuna got in that lake?
Well,
or that you don't know why Eddie Dillard came up to me this morning and told me he wasn't going to buy the campground after all?
He did.
And what do you think he said to me before he drove away?
Just a guess. You the man? His eyebrows shot up and his voice grew as soft as an assassin's footsteps.
No, Molly, he didn't say that. What he said was, get some help, man.
She winced.
Now what do you suppose he meant?
What was it he said again? She croaked.
Exactly what did you tell him?
She fell back on the Calbo Kids technique. Why do you think I told him something? There are lots of people here who could have said something to him. Troy, Amy, Charlotte Long. It's not fair, Kevin. Every time something happens around here, you blame me.
And why do you think that might be?
I have no idea. He leaned down, braced both his hands on her knees, and brought his face inches from hers.
Because I've got your number. And I've got all day.
Yes, well, I don't. She licked her lips and studied his earlobe. Perfect, just like the rest of him, except for a small red tooth mark she was fairly sure she'd put there. Who fixed breakfast this morning?
I did.
He spoke softly, but the pressure on her knees didn't ease. He definitely wasn't letting her up.
Then Amy came in and helped me. Are you done stalling?
No. Yes, I don't know. She tried to move her legs, but they weren't going anywhere. I didn't want you to sell the campground. That's all.
Tell me something I don't know.
Eddie Dillard is a tool.
I know that, too.
He stood up, but he didn't back away.
What else have you got?
She tried to stand herself so she could let him have it, but she was pinned in by his body. It made her so agitated she wanted to scream. If you know that, how could you have done this in the first place? How could you have stood there and let him talk about painting the cottages brown, about tearing down this cottage, the cottage you're standing in right now, and then turning the B&B into a bait shop?
He could only do those things if I sold the campground to him.
If you... She whipped her legs around him and jumped up. What are you saying? Oh, my God, Kevin, what do you mean?
First, I want to hear about the tuna.
She gulped. The moment she'd conceived her plan, she'd known she'd have to tell him the truth. She'd just hoped it wouldn't be quite so soon. All right. She backed away a few steps. Yesterday I bought some fish at the market, and last night I put him in the lake, and then I woke up Eddie and took him to see them.
A pause. And you told him what exactly?
She made eye contact with his elbow and talked as fast as she could. That an underground chemical dump was leaking into the lake and killing all the fish.
An underground chemical dump.
Uh-huh.
An underground chemical dump.
She took another quick step backward. Could we talk about something else? Oh, geez. That made his eyes flash 14 different shades of mad.
Eddie didn't happen to notice that some of those fish shouldn't have been in a freshwater lake?
It was dark, and I didn't let him have a really good look. Another quick step backward, countered by a quick step forward from him.
And how did you explain away my trying to sell him a fishing camp on a contaminated lake?
Her nerves snapped. Stop looking at me like that.
Like I might wrap my hands around your neck and squeeze?
Except you can't, because I'm your boss's sister.
Which only means I need to come up with something that doesn't leave marks.
Sex. There are couples who think that having sex when they get really angry with each other is a turn-on.
And you know this how? Never mind, I'm going to take your word for it.
He reached out and snared the front of her top. Kev,
She licked her lips and gazed up into those glittering green eyes. He splayed his hand across her bottom. "I seriously suggest you don't call me that. And I seriously suggest you don't try to stop this either, because I really, really need to do something physical to you." He shoved himself against her. "And everything else I'm thinking about will put me in jail."
"Oh, okay, that's fair." As soon as she was naked, she'd let him know what else she'd said to Eddie. But then his mouth crushed hers and she stopped thinking altogether. He didn't have the patience to take off his own clothes, but he stripped her, then slammed and locked the bedroom door in case any little Calebos decided to come visit their Auntie M.
"On that bed right now."
Oh, yes, as fast as she could get there.
"Open your legs."
"Yes, sir."
"Wider."
She gave him a couple of inches.
"Don't make me have to ask you again."
She slid up her knees. It would never be like this for her again. Never again would she feel so absolutely safe with a dangerous man. She heard the sound of his zipper, a rough growl.
"How do you want it?"
"Oh, shut up." She reached out and opened her arms. "Shut up and come here." Seconds later, she felt his weight settling over her. He was still angry, she knew that, but it didn't stop him from touching her in all the places she loved to be touched. His voice was low and husky, and his breath stirred a lock of hair near her ear.
"You're making me crazy, you know that, don't you?"
She pressed her cheek to his hard jaw.
"I know, I'm sorry."
His voice grew softer and tighter.
We can't keep—"
She bit her lip and held him tight.
"I know that, too."
He might not understand that this was going to be the last time, but she did. He drove deep and high inside her just the way he knew she liked. Her body arched. She found her rhythm and gave him everything. Just once more, just this one last time. Usually when it was over, he drew her onto his chest and they cuddled and talked. Who'd been more magnificent, her or him? Who'd made the most noise? Why glamour was superior to Sports Illustrated. But this morning they didn't play. Instead, Kevin turned away and Molly slipped into the bathroom to clean up and dress. The air was still damp from the storm, so she pulled a sweatshirt over her shorts and top. He was waiting on the screen porch, Rue at his feet. Steam curled from his coffee mug as he gazed out into the woods. She huddled deeper into the warmth of the sweatshirt. "Are you ready to hear the rest of it?"
"I guess I'd better be."
She made herself look at him. "I told Eddie that even though you were selling this place, you were still emotionally attached to it, and you couldn't stand the thought of something happening to the lake. Because of that, you were in denial about it being contaminated. I said you weren't deliberately deceiving him, you couldn't help it."
"And he believed this?"
"He's stupider than dirt." And I was pretty convincing. She trudged through the rest of it. "Then I said you had a mental problem. I'm really sorry about that, and I promised I'd make sure you got psychiatric help."
"A mental problem?"
It was all I could come up with.
"Other than butting out of my business?"
He slammed down his mug, sending coffee sloshing over the table. "I couldn't do that."
"Why not? Who gave you permission to run my life?"
"No one, but—" His temper had a long fuse, but now it fired.
"What's with you in this place?"
"It's not me, Kevin, it's you. You've lost both your parents and you're determined to keep Lily at arm's length. You don't have any brothers and sisters, any extended family at all. Staying connected with your heritage is important, and this campground is all you have."
"I don't care about my heritage. And believe me, I have a lot more than this campground."
"What I'm trying to say is—"
"I have millions of dollars I haven't been stupid enough to give away. Let's start with that. I have cars, a luxury house, a stock portfolio that'll keep me smiling for a long time. And guess what else I have? I have a career that I wouldn't let an army of self-serving do-gooders steal from me."
She clenched her hands together. "What do you mean by that?"
"Explain something to me. Explain how you justify spending so much time minding my business instead of taking care of your own."
"I do take care of it."
"When? For 2 weeks you've been plotting and scheming over this campground instead of putting your energy where it belongs. You have a career that's going down the toilet. When are you going to start fighting a good fight for your rabbit instead of lying down and playing dead?"
"I haven't done that. You don't know what you're talking about."
"You know what I think. I think your obsession with my life and this campground is just a way of distracting yourself from what you need to be doing with your own life."
How had he managed to turn the conversation? "You don't understand anything. Daphne Takes a Tumble is the first book on a new contract. They won't accept anything else from me until I revise it."
"You don't have any guts."
"That's not true. I did all I could to convince my editor she'd made a mistake, but Birdcage won't budge."
"Hannah told me about Daphne Takes a Tumble. She said it's your best book. Too bad she'll be the only kid who gets to read it."
He gestured toward the notepad she'd left on the couch.
"Then there's a new one you're working on, Daphne Goes to Summer Camp."
"How do you know about—"
"You're not the only sneak. I've read your draft. Other than some blatant unfairness to the Badger, it looks like you've got another winner. But nobody can publish it unless you follow orders. And are you doing that? No. Are you even forcing the issue? No. Because instead, you're letting yourself drift along in some never-never land where none of your troubles are real, only mine."
"You don't understand."
"You're right about that. I never did understand quitters."
"That's not fair. I can't win. If I make the revisions, I've sold out, and I'll hate myself. If I don't make them, the Daphne books are going to disappear. The publisher will never reprint the old ones, and they sure won't publish any new ones. No matter what I do, I'll lose, and losing's not an option."
"Losing isn't as bad as not fighting at all."
"Yes, it is. The women in my family don't lose." He gazed at her for a long time.
"Unless I'm missing something, there's only one other woman in your family."
"And look what she did." Agitation forced her to move. "Phoebe held on to the stars when everybody in the world had written her off. She faced down all of her enemies,
married one of them,
and beat them at their own game. Those men thought she was a bimbo and wrote her off. She was never supposed to have ended up with the stars, but she did."
"Everybody in the football world admires her for it. So what does this have to do with you?"
She turned away. He already knew, and he wasn't going to make her say it.
"Come on, Molly. I want to hear those whiny words come out of your mouth, so I can have a big cry."
"Go to hell."
"Okay, I'll say it for you. You won't fight for your books because you might fail, and you're so competitive with your sister that you can't risk that."
"I'm not competitive with Phoebe. I love her."
"I don't doubt that, but your sister is one of the most powerful women in professional sports, and you're a screw-up."
"I am not."
"Then stop acting like one."
"You don't understand."
"I'm starting to understand a lot."
He circled his hand over the back of one of the farmhouse chairs.
"As a matter of fact, I think I've finally got it."
"Got what?"
"Never mind, I don't want to know."
She headed for the kitchen, but he moved in front of her before she could get there.
"That thing with the fire alarm. Dan talks about what a quiet, serious kid you were, the good grades you got, all the awards you earned. You spent your whole life trying to be perfect, haven't you? Getting to the top of the honor roll, collecting good conduct medals like other kids collect baseball cards. But then something happens. Out of nowhere, the pressure gets to you and you flip out. You pull a fire alarm. You give away your money. You jump in bed with a total stranger."
He shook his head.
"I can't believe I didn't see right away. I can't believe nobody else sees it."
"Sees what?"
"Who you really are."
"Like you'd know."
"All that perfection, it's not in your nature."
"What are you talking about?"
"I'm talking about the person you'd have been if you'd grown up in a normal family."
She didn't know what he was going to say, but she knew he believed it, and she suddenly wanted to run away. He loomed in the door between her and escape.
"Don't you see? Your nature was to be the class clown, the girl who ditched school so she could smoke pot with her boyfriend and make out in the back seat of his car."
"What?"
"The girl most likely to skip college and run off to Vegas to parade around in a G-string."
"A G-string? That's the most—"
"You're not Bert Somerville's daughter."
He let out a bark of rueful laughter.
"Damn. You're your mother's daughter, and everybody's been too blind to see it."
She sagged down on the glider. This was silly. The mental meandering of someone who'd spent too much time inside an MRI machine. He was trying to take everything she understood about who she was and turn it topsy-turvy.
You have no idea what you're—" Just like that, she ran out of air. "What you're—" She tried to say the rest, but she couldn't because deep inside her something finally clicked into place. "The class clown. The girl most likely to ditch school. It's not only that you're afraid to take a risk because you're competitive with Phoebe. You're afraid to take a risk because you're still living with the illusion that you have to be perfect. And Molly, trust me on this. Being perfect isn't in your nature." She needed to think, but she couldn't do it under those watchful green eyes. "I'm not... I don't even recognize this person you're talking about." "Give it a few seconds and I bet you will." It was too much. He was the bonehead, not her. "You're just trying to distract me from pointing out everything that's screwed up about you." "There's nothing screwed up about me. Or at least there wasn't until I met you." "Oh, is that right?" She told herself to shut up. This wasn't the time. But everything she'd been thinking and trying not to say spilled out. "What about the fact that you're afraid to make any kind of emotional connection?" "If this is about Lily—" "Oh, no. That's way too easy. Even someone as obtuse as you should be able to figure that out. Why don't we look at something more complicated?" "Why don't we not?" "Isn't it a little weird that you're 33 years old, you're rich, moderately intelligent, you look like a Greek god, and you're definitely heterosexual? But what's wrong with this picture? Oh, yeah, I remember. You've never had a single long-term relationship with a woman." "Oh, He sprawled down at the table. "What's with that, anyway?" "How do you even know it's true?" "Team Gossip, the newspapers, that article about us in People. If you ever did have a long-term relationship, it must have been in junior high. Lots of women move through your life, but none of them gets to stay around for long." "There's one of them who's been around way too long." "And look at what kind of women you choose." She splayed her hands on the table. "Do you choose smart women who might have a chance of holding your interest? Or respectable women who share at least a few of your— and don't even think about arguing with me about this— a few of your rock-bottom conservative values? Well, surprise, surprise, none of the above." "Here we go with the foreign women again. I swear you're obsessed." "Okay, let's leave them out of it and look at the American women the PK dates. Party girls who wear too much makeup and not enough clothes. Girls who leave drool marks on your shirts and haven't seen the inside of a classroom since they flunked dummy math." "You're exaggerating." "Don't you see, Kevin? You deliberately choose women you're predestined not to be able to have a real relationship with." "So what? I want to focus on my career, not jump through hoops trying to make some woman happy. Besides, I'm only 33. I'm not ready to settle down." "What you're not ready to do is grow up." "Me?" "And then there's Lily." "Well, here we go." "She's terrific. Even though you've done everything you can to keep her at arm's length, she's sticking around, waiting for you to come to your senses. You've got everything to gain and nothing to lose with her, but you won't even give her a little corner of your life. Instead, you act like a petulant teenager. Don't you see, in your own way, you're as freaked by your upbringing as I am about mine." "No, I'm not." "My scars are easier to understand. I had no mother and an abusive father, while you had 2 loving parents. But they were so different from you that you never felt connected to them, and you still feel guilty about that. Most people could push it aside and move on, but most people aren't as sensitive as you." He sprang from the chair. "That's bullshit. I'm as tough as they come, lady, and don't you forget it." "Yeah, you're tough on the outside, and on the inside you're so soft you squish. And you're every bit as scared of screwing up your life as I am."
You don't know anything.
I know that there's not another man in 1,000 who would have felt honor-bound to marry the crazy woman who attacked him in his sleep, even if she was related to the boss. Dan and Phoebe might have held a shotgun to your head, but all you had to do was place the blame where it belonged. Not only wouldn't you do that, but you made me swear not to either. She pulled her cold hands into the cuffs of the sweatshirt. Then there's the way you behaved when I was miscarrying.
Anybody would have.
No, anybody wouldn't have. But you want to believe that, because you're afraid of any kind of emotion that doesn't fit between a pair of goal posts.
That's so stupid.
Off the field, you know something's missing, but you're afraid to go looking for it, because in your typically neurotic and immature fashion, you believe something's wrong inside you that'll keep you from finding it. You couldn't connect with your own parents, so how can you ever make a lasting connection with anyone else? It's easier to focus on winning football games.
Lasting connection. Wait a minute. What are we really talking about here?
We're talking about the fact that it's time for you to grow up and take some real risks.
I don't think so. I think there's a hidden agenda behind all this mumbo-jumbo.
Until that moment she hadn't thought so, but he sometimes saw things before she did. Now she realized he was right, but it was too late. She felt sick.
I think you're talking about a lasting connection between us, he said.
Ha!
Is that what you want, Molly? Are you angling to make this a real marriage?
With an emotional 12-year-old? A man who can barely be civil to his own blood relative? I'm not that self-destructive.
Aren't you?
What do you want me to say? That I've fallen in love with you? She'd meant to be scathing, but she saw by his thunderstruck expression that he'd recognized the truth. Her legs felt rubbery. She sat on the edge of the glider and tried to think of a way out, but she was too emotionally battered. And what was the point when he'd see through it anyway? She lifted her head. So what? I know a one-way street when I run into it, and I'm not stupid enough to drive down it in the wrong direction. She hated his shock.
You're in love with me.
Her mouth was dry. Rue rubbed against her ankles and whimpered. She wanted to say this was just another variation on her crush, but she couldn't. Big deal, she managed. If you think I'm going to cry all over your chest because you don't feel the same way, you're wrong. I don't beg for anybody's love.
Molly.
She hated the pity she heard in his voice. Once again, she hadn't measured up. She hadn't been smart enough or pretty enough or special enough for a man to love. Stop. A terrible anger filled her, and this time it wasn't directed at him. She was sick of her own insecurities. She'd accused him of needing to grow up, but he wasn't the only one. There wasn't anything wrong with her, and she couldn't keep living her life as if there were. If he didn't love her in return, that was his loss. She shot up from the glider. I'm leaving today with Phoebe and Dan. Me and my broken heart are skulking back to Chicago, and you know what? We'll both survive just fine.
Molly, you can't...
Stop right now, before your conscience gets cranked up. You're not responsible for my feelings, okay? This isn't your fault, and you don't have to fix it. It's just one of those things that happened.
But... I'm sorry.
Shut up. She said it quietly, because she didn't want to leave in anger. She found herself moving toward him, watched her hand go to his cheek. She loved the feel of his skin, loved who he was despite his all-too-human frailties. You're a good man, Charlie Brown, and I wish you all the best.
Molly, I don't...
Hey, no begging me to stay, okay? She managed a smile and stepped away. All good things come to an end, and that's where we are. She made her way to the door. Come on, Rue, let's find Phoebe. Chapter 24. It's a bunny-eat-bunny world, anonymous children's book editor. Only the presence of the kids made the trip back to Chicago bearable. It had always been difficult for Molly to hide her feelings from her sister, but this time she had to. She couldn't taint Phoebe and Dan's relationship with Kevin any further. Her condo was musty from having been closed up for nearly 3 weeks, and even dustier than when she'd left. Her hands itched to start scrubbing and polishing, but cleaning chores would have to wait until tomorrow. With Rue scampering ahead, she carried her suitcases to the sleeping loft, then forced herself back down the steps to her desk and the black plastic crate that held her files. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, she pulled out her last contract with Birdcage and flipped through the pages. Just as she'd thought. She gazed up at the windows that stretched all the way to the ceiling, studied the mellowed brick walls and cozy kitchen, watched the play of light on the hardwood floors. Home. 2 miserable weeks later, Molly stepped from the elevator onto the 9th floor of the Michigan Avenue office building that held the offices of Birdcage Press. She retied the cardigan around the waist of her red and white checked gingham sheath and made her way down the corridor to Helen Kennedy Schott's office. Molly had long ago passed the point where she could turn back, and she only hoped the concealer she'd dabbed under her eyes hid the shadows. Helen rose to greet her from behind a desk cluttered with manuscripts, galleys, and book covers. Even though the weather was muggy, she was dressed in her customary editorial black. Her short gray hair lay neatly against her head, and although she wore no makeup, her nails shone with slick crimson polish. "Molly, it's wonderful to see you again. I'm so glad you finally called. I'd nearly given up trying to get hold of you." "It's good to see you," Molly replied politely, because no matter what Kevin said about her, she was by nature a polite person. A strip of the Chicago River was visible through the office window, but the colorful display of children's books on the shelves drew Molly's attention. As Helen chatted about the new marketing manager, Molly spotted the bright, slender spines of the first 5 Daphne books. Knowing that Daphne Takes a Tumble would never join them should have felt like a stab in the heart, but that part of her was too numb right now to feel anything more. "I'm so glad we're having this meeting," Helen said. "We have lots to talk about." "Not so much." Molly couldn't prolong this. She opened her purse, drew out a white business envelope, and set it on the desk. "This is a check reimbursing Birdcage for the first half of the advance you paid for Daphne Takes a Tumble." Helen looked stunned. "Oh, we don't want the advance back. We want to publish the book." "I'm afraid you won't be able to. I'm not making the revisions." "Molly, I know you haven't been happy with us, and it's time to sort this out. From the beginning, we've only wanted what was best for your career." "I only want what's best for my readers." "We do too. Please try to understand. Authors tend to look at a project only from their perspective, but a publisher has to look at the larger picture, including our relationship with the press and the community. We felt we had no choice. Everybody has a choice, and an hour ago I exercised mine." "What do you mean?" "I published Daphne Takes a Tumble myself, the original version." "You published it?" Helen's eyebrows shot up. "What are you talking about?" "I published it on the Internet." Helen erupted from her chair. "You can't do that. We have a contract." "If you check the fine print, you'll see that I retain the electronic rights to all my books." Helen looked stunned. The larger publishing houses had plugged this hole in their contracts, but some of the smaller presses like Birdcage hadn't gotten around to it. "I can't believe you did this." Now any child who wants to read Daphne Takes a Tumble and see the original illustrations will be able to do it. Molly had planned a big speech, complete with references to book burning and the First Amendment, but she no longer had the energy. Pushing the check forward, she rose from her chair and walked out. "Molly, wait!" She'd done what she needed to, and she didn't stop. As she headed for her car, she tried to feel triumphant, but she mainly felt drained. A college friend had helped her set up the website. In addition to the text and drawings for Daphne Takes a Tumble, Molly had included a page that listed some of the books various organizations had tried to keep out of children's hands over the years because of their content or illustrations. The list included Little Red Riding Hood, all the Harry Potter books, Madeleine L'Engle's A Wrinkle in Time, Harriet the Spy, Tom Sawyer, Huckleberry Finn, as well as the books of Judy Blume, Maurice Sendak, The Brothers Grimm, and Anne Frank's Diary of a Young Girl. At the end of the list, Molly had added Daphne Takes a Tumble. She wasn't Anne Frank, but she felt better being in such wonderful company. She only wished she could call Kevin and tell him that she'd finally fought for her bunny. She made a few stops to pick up supplies, then swung on to Lakeshore Drive and headed north to Evanston. The traffic was light, and it didn't take her nearly long enough to get to the moldy old brownstone where she now lived. She hated her second-floor apartment, with its view of the dumpster behind a Thai restaurant, but it was the only place she could afford that would take a dog. She tried not to think about her little condo, where strangers had already moved in. Evanston didn't have many loft conversions available, and the building had a waiting list of people anxious to buy, so she'd known it would sell quickly. Even so, she hadn't been prepared for it to go in less than 24 hours. The new owners had paid her a premium to sublease while they waited for the final paperwork, so she'd had to scramble to find a rental, and here she was in this dismal building. But she had the money to repay her advance and settle her bills. She parked on the street 2 blocks away because her Slytherin landlord charged $70 a month for a parking spot in the lot attached to the building. As she climbed the worn steps to her apartment, the L-tracks shrieked just outside the windows. Rue greeted her at the door, then scampered across the worn linoleum and began to bark at the sink. Not again. The apartment was so small that she had no place for her books, and she crawled over the packing boxes on her way to the kitchen sink. She gingerly opened the door, peered inside, and shuddered. Another mouse quivered in her have-a-heart trap. The 3rd one she'd caught, and she'd lived here for only a few days. Maybe she could get another chick article out of this, Why Guys Who Hate Small Animals Aren't Always Bad News. Her cooking piece had just gone into the mail. At first she'd called it Breakfasts That Won't Make Him Puke. Scramble His Brains with Your Eggs. Just before she'd slipped it into the envelope, she'd come to her senses and substituted early morning turn-ons. She was writing every day. As devastated as she was about everything, she hadn't given up and gone to bed the way she'd done after her miscarriage. Instead, she was facing her pain and doing her best to live through it. But her heart had never felt emptier. She missed Kevin so much. Each night she lay in bed staring at the ceiling and remembering how his arms had felt around her. But it had been so much more than sex. He'd understood her better than she'd understood herself, and he'd been her soulmate in every way but the one that counted. He didn't love her. With a sigh that came from the bottom of her being, she set aside her purse, slipped on the gardening gloves she'd bought along with the trap, and warily reached under the sink for the handle on the small cage. At least her bunny was hopping free and happy in cyberspace, which was more than she could say about the rodent. She let out a squeak as the frightened mouse started scampering around the cage. "Please don't do that. Just be quiet, and I promise I'll have you in the park before you know it." Where was a man when you needed one? Her heart contracted in another achy spasm. The couple Kevin had hired to take over at the campground would be in place by now, so he was probably back in town partying with the international set. Please, God, don't let him be sleeping with any of them, not yet. Lily had left several messages on her answering machine wanting to know if Molly was all right, but she still hadn't returned them. What could she say? That she'd had to sell her condo? That she'd lost her publisher? That her heart had suffered a permanent break? At least she could afford an attorney now, so she had a shot at being able to get out of her contract and sell her next Daphne book to another publisher. She held the cage as far away as she could and retrieved her keys. She was on her way to the door when the buzzer sounded. The mouse had given her the heebie-jeebies, and she nearly jumped out of her skin. "Just a minute." Still holding the cage at arm's length, she stepped around another book box and opened the door. Helen charged in. "Molly, you ran out before we could talk." "Oh, God!" "Helen, meet Mickey." Helen pressed her hand to her heart, the color bleaching from her face. "A pet?" "Not exactly." Molly set the cage on a packing box, but Rue didn't like that. "Quiet, pest. I'm afraid this isn't the best time for a visit, Helen. I have to go to the park." "You're taking it on an outing?" "Releasing it." I'll come with you." Molly should have enjoyed seeing her sophisticated former editor so discomposed, but the mouse had discomposed her too. With the cage held far from her body, she led the way outside and began winding through the back alleys of downtown Evanston toward the park by the lake. Helen, in her black suit and heels, wasn't dressed for either the heat or stumbling around potholes, but Molly hadn't invited her to come along, so she refused to take pity. "I didn't know you'd moved," Helen called from behind. "Luckily I ran into one of your neighbors, and he gave me your new address. Couldn't you release it somewhere closer? I don't want him to find his way back. Or use a more permanent trap? Absolutely not." Although it was a weekday, the park was filled with bicyclists, college students on rollerblades, and children. Molly found a grassy area and set the cage down, then hesitantly reached for the latch. As soon as she sprang it, Mickey made his leap for freedom, straight toward Helen. Her editor gave a strangled cry and leaped up on a picnic table. Mickey disappeared into the shrubbery. Beastly things. Helen sagged down on the tabletop. Molly was feeling a little wobbly-kneed too, so she sat on the bench. Beyond the edge of the park, Lake Michigan stretched to the horizon. She gazed out and thought of a smaller lake, with a cliff for diving. Helen pulled a tissue from her purse and dabbed at her forehead. There's just something about a mouse. There were no mice in Nightingale Woods. Molly'd have to add one if she ever found a new publisher. She gazed at her old editor. If you've come here to threaten me with a lawsuit, you're not going to get much. Why would we want to sue our favorite author? Helen pulled out the envelope that held Molly's check and set it on the bench. I'm giving this back. And when you look inside, you'll see a second check for the remainder of your advance. Really, Molly, you should have told me how strongly you felt about the revisions. I'd never have asked you to make them. Molly didn't even try to respond to that piece of slither and crapola, nor did she pick up the envelope. Helen's tone grew more effusive. We're going to publish Daphne Takes a Tumble in its original version. I'm putting it on the winter schedule so we have time to line up promotion. We're planning an extensive marketing campaign with full-page ads in all the big parenting magazines. And we're sending you on a book tour. Molly wondered if the sun had gotten to her. Daphne Takes a Tumble is already available on the Internet. We'd like you to remove it, but we'll leave the final decision up to you. Even if you decide to keep the website, we believe most parents will still want to buy the actual book to add to their children's collections. Molly couldn't imagine how she'd been so magically transformed from a minor author to a major one. I'm afraid you'll need to do better than this, Helen. We're prepared to renegotiate your contract. I'm sure you'll be pleased with the terms. Molly had been asking for an explanation, not for more money, but she somehow got in touch with her inner tycoon. You'll have to deal with my new agent about that. Of course. Molly had no agent, new or old. Her career had been so small that she hadn't needed one, but something had definitely changed. Tell me what's happened, Helen. It was the publicity. The new sales figures just came out 2 days ago. Between the press coverage of your marriage and the SE.Phillips stories, your sales have soared. But I was married in February, and SE.Phillips went after me in April. You're just noticing? We spotted the first rise in March and another in April, but the numbers weren't all that significant until we got our end-of-the-month report for May. And the preliminary June figures are even better. Molly decided it was a good thing she was sitting down, because her legs would never have held her. But the publicity had died down. Why are the numbers shooting up now? That's what we wanted to find out. So we've spent some time on the phones talking with booksellers. They're telling us that adults originally bought a Daphne book out of curiosity. Either they'd heard about your marriage or they wanted to see what S.E.Phillips was so upset about. But once they took the book home, their kids fell in love with the characters, and now they're coming back to the stores and buying the whole series. Molly was stunned. I can't believe this. The kids are showing the books to their friends. We're hearing that even parents who've supported S.E.Phillips' other boycotts are buying the Daphne books. I'm having a hard time taking this in. I understand. Helen crossed her legs and smiled. After all these years, you're finally an overnight success. Congratulations, Molly. Janice and Paul Hubert were the perfect couple to run a bed and breakfast. Mrs. Hubert's eggs were never cold, and none of her cookies burned on the bottom. Mr. Hubert actually enjoyed unstopping toilets, and could talk to the guests for hours without getting bored. Kevin fired them after a week and a half. Need some help? He pulled his head out of the refrigerator and saw Lily standing just inside the kitchen door. It was 11 at night, 2 weeks and 1 day since Molly had left. It was also 4 days since he'd fired the Huberts, and everything had turned to crap. Training camp started in a couple of weeks, and he wasn't ready. He knew he should tell Lily that he was glad she'd stayed to help out, but he hadn't gotten around to it, and it made him feel guilty. There'd been something sad about her, ever since Liam Jenner had stopped showing up for breakfast. Once he'd even tried to mention it, but he'd been clumsy, and she'd pretended not to understand.
"I'm looking for rapid rise yeast. Amy left a note that she might need some. What the hell is rapid rise yeast?"
"I have no idea," she replied. "My baking is pretty much limited to box mixes."
"Yeah, screw it."
He shut the door. "Missing the Huberts?"
"No, only the way she cooked and the way he took care of everything."
"Ah." She gazed at him, amusement temporarily overriding her unhappiness.
"I didn't like how she treated the kids," he muttered. "And he was making Troy nuts. Who cares if the grass gets mowed clockwise or counterclockwise?"
She didn't exactly ignore the kids. She just didn't pass out cookies to every scamp who showed up at the kitchen door like Molly did.
"That old witch shooed them off like they were cockroaches. And forget about taking a few minutes to tell the kids a story. Is that too much to ask? If a kid wants to hear a story, don't you think she should put down her damn Lysol bottle long enough to tell them a story?"
"I never heard any of the kids actually ask Mrs. Hubert to tell them a story."
"They sure as hell asked Molly."
"True."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Nothing." Kevin opened the lid on the cookie jar, but closed it again when he remembered the ones inside were store-bought. He reached into the refrigerator for a beer instead.
"Her husband was even worse."
"When I heard him tell the kids not to play soccer on the common because they were ruining the grass, I figured he might be doomed."
"Slytherin."
"The B&B guests did love the Huberts, though," she pointed out.
"That's because they don't have kids here like the cottage people do."
He offered her a beer, but she shook her head and got a water tumbler from the cupboard instead. "I'm glad the O'Briens are staying for another week," she said. "But I miss Cody and the Kramer girls. Still, the new kids are cute. I saw you bought more bikes."
"I forgot about the Rugrats. We needed some big wheels."
"The older kids all seem to be enjoying the basketball hoop, and you did the right thing hiring a lifeguard."
"Some of the parents are a little too casual."
He carried his beer over to the kitchen table, took a seat, then hesitated. But he'd already put this off long enough.
"I really appreciate the way you've been helping out."
"I don't mind. But I do miss Molly. Everything's more fun when she's around." He felt himself growing defensive.
"I don't think so. We've had lots of fun without her."
"No, we haven't. The O'Brien boys keep complaining. The old folks miss her, and you've been grouchy and unreasonable." She leaned against the sink. "Kevin, it's been 2 weeks. Don't you think it's time to go after her? Amy and Troy and I can take care of the place for a few days." Didn't she realize he'd already thought about this from 100 different angles? There was nothing he wanted more, but he couldn't go after her, not unless he wanted to settle down forever as a married man, and that was something he couldn't do.
"It wouldn't be fair."
"Fair to whom?" He poked at the label on the bottle with his thumbnail.
"She told me she has feelings."
"I see. And you don't." He had more feelings than he knew what to do with, but none of them were going to make him lose sight of what was most important.
"Maybe in 5 or 6 years things will be different, but I don't have time right now for anything but my career. And let's be realistic. Can you see Molly and me together long term?"
"Without any trouble."
"Oh, come on!"
He shot up from his chair.
"I'm a jock. I love being active, and she hates sports."
"For someone who hates sports, she's an excellent athlete."
"She's okay, I guess."
"She swims beautifully and dives like a champ."
"That's just from summer camp."
"She plays an excellent game of softball."
"Summer camp."
"She knows everything about football."
"That's only because
she plays soccer,
just with Tess.
She's studied martial arts." He'd forgotten about that kung fu move she'd put on him last winter. "And she told me she'd played on her high school tennis team."
"There you go. I hate tennis."
"Probably because you're no good at it." How did Lily know that? Lily's smile looked dangerously sympathetic. "I'd say you're going to have a hard time finding a woman who's as athletic and adventurous as Molly Somerville."
"I'll bet you wouldn't go skydiving."
"I'll bet you would." Even to his own ears he sounded sulky. And Lily was right about the skydiving. He could almost hear the sound of Molly's screams when he pushed her out of the plane. But he knew she'd love it as soon as her chute popped. He still felt queasy about her falling in love with him. And angry, too. This had been temporary right from the beginning, so it wasn't as if he'd let her on, and he sure hadn't made any promises. Hell, half the time he'd barely been civil. It was the sex. Everything had been fine up until then. If he'd kept his pants zipped and his hands to himself, she'd have been fine. But he hadn't been able to do that, not when they were together day after day, and who could blame him? He thought of the way she laughed. What man wouldn't want to feel that laughter under his lips? And those blue-gray eyes with their wicked tilt were a deliberate sexual challenge. How could he have thought about anything except making love when they were turned his way? But Molly knew the rules, and great sex wasn't a promise, not in this day and age. All that crap she'd handed out about his not making emotional connections couldn't have been more wrong. He had connections, all right, important ones. He had Cal and Jane Bonner, whom he hadn't talked to in weeks. He gazed at Lily. Maybe because it was late and his defenses were down, he found himself telling her more than he intended. Molly has some opinions about me I don't share. What kinds of opinions? She thinks... He set down his beer bottle. She says I'm emotionally shallow. You are not. Lily's eyes flashed. What a terrible thing to say. Yeah, but the thing is, you're a very complicated man. My God, if you were shallow, you'd have gotten rid of me right away. I tried. You'd have given me a few pats on the shoulder and promised to send me a Christmas card. I'd have been satisfied and driven off into the sunset, but you're too emotionally honest to do that, which is why my being here has been so painful for you. That's nice of you to say, but, oh, Kevin, you mustn't ever think of yourself as shallow. I love Molly, but if I ever hear her say anything like that about you, she and I are going to have words. Kevin wanted to laugh, but his eyes were starting to sting and his feet were moving, and the next thing he knew his arms just opened up. Leave it to a man's mother to come to his defense when the chips were down, even if he didn't deserve it. He gave her a fierce, possessive hug. She made a sound that reminded him of the mew of a newborn kitten. He hugged her closer. There are some things I've been wanting to ask you. A shaky sob against his chest. He cleared his throat. Did you ever have to take music lessons and stink at the piano? Oh, Kevin, I still don't know one note from another. And do you ever get a rash around your mouth when you eat tomatoes? Her grip on him tightened. If I have too many. And what about sweet potatoes? He heard a hiccuped sob. Everybody likes them but me, so I wondered. He stopped because it was getting hard for him to speak. At the same time, pieces inside him that had never quite fit began to come together. For a while they simply held each other. Finally they began to talk, trying to catch up on 3 decades in one night, stumbling over their words as they filled in the blanks. By unspoken consent they avoided only 2 topics, Molly and Liam Jenner. At 3 a.m, when they finally parted at the top of the steps, Lily stroked his cheek. Good night, sweetheart. Good night. Good night, Mother, that's what he wanted to say, but it felt like a betrayal of Maida Tucker, and he couldn't do that. Maida might not have been the mother of his dreams, but she'd loved him with all her heart, and he'd loved her right back. He smiled. Good night, Lily, Mom. The waterworks really opened up then. Oh, Kevin, my sweet little boy. He drifted off to sleep with a smile on his lips. When the alarm forced him out of bed a few hours later to start breakfast, he thought about the night before, and the fact that Lily would be a permanent part of his life now. It felt good, exactly right, but nothing else did. As he made his way down to the gray, empty kitchen, he told himself there was no reason to feel guilty about Molly, but that didn't seem to matter to his conscience. Until he figured out some way to make amends, he'd never be able to stop thinking about her. Then it came to him. The perfect solution. Molly stared at Kevin's attorney. He's giving me the campground? The attorney shifted his weight closer to the center of the packing box that held Molly's computer. He called me first thing yesterday morning. I'm finalizing the paperwork now. I don't want it. I'm not taking anything from him.
He must have known you'd react that way, because he said to tell you if you refused, he'd let Eddie Dillard bulldoze the place. I don't think he was kidding.
She wanted to scream, but it wasn't the attorney's fault that Kevin was high-handed and manipulative, so she controlled her temper. Is there anything to prevent me from giving the campground away?
No.
All right, I'll accept. And then I'm giving it away.
I don't think he'll be too happy about that.
Hand him a box of tissues. The attorney was young, and he gave her a halfway flirtatious smile, then gathered up his briefcase and made his way through the furniture to the door. In deference to the July heat, he wasn't wearing a suit coat, but her apartment didn't have air conditioning, and there was a damp spot on his back.
You might want to get up there fairly soon. Kevin's left and there's no one in charge.
I'm sure there is. He hired someone to take over.
They didn't seem to work out.
Molly wasn't a swearing person, but she could barely hold back a big one. She'd had only 48 hours to get used to being a successful children's book author, and now this. As soon as the attorney left, she crawled over the couch to retrieve her phone and call her new agent, the best contract negotiator in town. Phoebe, it's me. Hey, big-time author. Talks are going well, but I'm still not satisfied with the upfront money they're offering. She heard the relish in her sister's voice. Just don't bankrupt them. It's so tempting. They chatted about the negotiations for a few minutes before Molly got to the point, doing her best to say it without choking. Kevin's just done the sweetest thing. Walked blindfolded in front of speeding traffic. Don't be like that, Phoebe. She was definitely going to strangle on this. He's a great guy. As a matter of fact, he's given me the campground as a surprise. You're kidding. Molly gripped the receiver tighter. He knows how much I love it there. I understand that, but I'm going to drive up tomorrow. I'm not sure how long I'll stay. At least this will get you out of that fleabag apartment until we finish negotiating your contract. I suppose I should be grateful. It had been humiliating telling Phoebe that she'd been forced to sell her condo. To her sister's credit, she hadn't offered to bail Molly out, but that didn't mean she'd kept quiet. Molly got off the phone as soon as she could and glanced over at Rue, who was trying to keep cool under the kitchen table. Go ahead and say it. My timing sucks. If I'd waited 2 weeks, we'd still be in our old place basking in air conditioning. It might have been her imagination, but Rue looked censorious. The traitor missed Kevin. Let's get our chores done, pal. First thing tomorrow, we're taking off for the North Woods. Rue perked up. Don't get too excited, because we're not staying. I meant it, Rue. I'm giving the place away. Except she wouldn't. She kicked a dish box aside, wishing it were Kevin's head. He'd done this out of guilt. This was his way of trying to make it up to her because she'd fallen in love with him and he didn't love her back. A great big pity present. Chapter 25. Daphne wasn't speaking to Benny, and Benny didn't care, and Melissa couldn't find her movie star sunglasses, and it had started to rain. Everything was a big mess. Daphne goes to summer camp. Lily stopped just inside the B&B's kitchen door. Molly had fallen asleep at the table. Her head rested on her arm, her hand lay by her sketch pad, and her hair spilled across the old oak tabletop like overturned syrup. How could Lily ever have believed she was a dilettante? Since Molly had returned to the campground 10 days ago, she'd finished the illustrations for Daphne Goes to Summer Camp, started a new book, and written an article for Chick, all that in addition to cooking and tending to guests. She couldn't relax, even though she'd told Lily her new contract had finally given her financial stability. Lily knew she was trying not to dwell on Kevin and understood her quiet suffering. She could have strangled her son. Molly stirred and blinked, then looked up and smiled. There were shadows under her eyes. They probably matched the shadows under Lily's own. Have a nice walk? I did. She sat up and tucked her hair behind her ears. Liam was here. Lily's heart skipped a beat. Other than catching a glimpse of him in town a few days after he'd issued his ultimatum, she hadn't seen him in weeks. Instead of growing easier, their separation had become more painful. He brought something for you, Molly said. I had him put it in your room. What is it? You probably should see for yourself. She picked up a pen that had fallen to the floor, then began to fiddle with it. "He asked me to tell you goodbye." Lily felt chilled, even though the kitchen was warm. "He's leaving? Today, he's going to live in Mexico for a while. He wants to experiment with the light." She shouldn't be shocked. Had she expected him to sit around, waiting for her to change her mind? Anyone who understood Liam Jenner's art knew he was fundamentally a man of action. "I see." Molly rose and gave her a sympathetic look. "You've screwed up so bad. So badly," she retorted in one of those leftover reflexes from life with Craig. "Not that I could survive without you, but with Kevin gone... Why are you still here?" Lily had made plans to meet Kevin in Chicago soon. Neither of them wanted to keep their relationship a secret, and Kevin had already flown to North Carolina to share the news with his friends, the Bonners. He'd also told Cal's brothers, their wives, and the guy sitting next to him on the plane, according to their last phone call. Lily yearned to see him again, but she couldn't bring herself to leave the campground yet. She told herself she was staying because of Molly. "I'm hanging around to help you out, you ungrateful little twit." Molly carried her water glass to the sink. "Other than that." "Because it's peaceful here, and I hate L.A. Or maybe because you can't make yourself walk away from Liam, even though you've treated him like crap and you don't deserve him. Well, if you think he's so wonderful, take him yourself. You have no idea what it's like being married to a controlling man. Like you couldn't have him eating out of your hand if you wanted. Don't you take that tone of voice with me, young lady. You're such a dork." Molly smiled. "Go upstairs and see what he left you." Lily tried to sweep from the kitchen in a diva's huff, but she knew that Molly wasn't buying it. Her son's wife had the same kind of open, honest charm as Mallory. Why couldn't Kevin see what he'd turned his back on? And what about the man she'd turned her back on? She still couldn't work on her quilt. All she could see now when she looked at it were scraps of fabric. There were no more surges of creative energy, no more glimpses of the answers to life's mysteries. She made her way past the second-floor landing to the narrower flight of stairs that led to the attic. Kevin had tried to get her to move into one of the larger rooms, but Lily liked it up here. As she slipped inside, she saw a large canvas, taller than it was wide, leaning against the end of her bed. Even though it was wrapped in brown paper, she knew exactly what it was. The Madonna she'd admired so much that afternoon in his studio. She fell to her knees on the braided rug and, holding her breath, pulled away the paper. But it wasn't the Madonna at all. It was the painting Liam had done of her. A sob rose in her chest. She pressed her fingers to her mouth and scrambled back. He'd been brutal in his depiction of her body. He'd shown every sag, every wrinkle, every bulge that should have been flat. The flesh of one thigh lapped the edge of the chair where she was seated. Her breasts hung heavy. And yet she was glorious. Her skin was luminous, with a glow that seemed to come from deep inside. Her curves strong and fluid, her face majestically beautiful. She was both herself and every woman, wise in her age. This was Liam Jenner's final love letter to her, an uncompromising statement of feelings that were clear-sighted and fearless. This was her soul, exposed by the brilliant man she hadn't been courageous enough to claim as her own, and now it might be too late. She grabbed her keys, flew down the stairs, and ran outside to her car. One of the children had drawn an elaborate rabbit in the dust on the trunk. Then she realized that the drawing was too sophisticated, more of Molly and her mischief. Too late, too late, too late. The tires hissed as she sped from the campground toward his glass house. While she'd been putting up barriers against a dead husband she hadn't loved in years, he'd gone after what he wanted. Too late, too late, too late. The car jolted over the ruts at the top of the lane, then steadied as the house came into view. It looked empty and deserted. She jumped out, rushed to the door, and leaned on the bell. There was no answer. She banged it with her fists, then raced to the back. He's going to Mexico. The glass-enclosed studio rose above her, a treehouse for a genius. She could see no signs of life inside, none in the rest of the house either. Behind her the lake sparkled in the sunlight, and the sky floated blue and cloudless above. The perfect day,
mocking her. She spotted a door off to the side and rushed toward it, not expecting it to be open, but the heavy knob turned in her hand. Everything was quiet inside. She moved through the back of the house into the kitchen, then made her way to the living room. From there she mounted the catwalk. The arch at the end beckoned her toward his sacred space. She had no right to enter, but she did. He was standing with his back to the door, packing tubes of acrylics into a carrying case. Like the other time she'd been here, he was dressed in black, tailored slacks and a long-sleeved shirt, dressed for traveling.
"Do you want something?"
he growled without looking up. "Oh, yes," she said breathlessly. He finally turned, but she saw by the stubborn set of his jaw that he wouldn't make it easy. "I want you," she said. If anything, his expression grew more arrogant. She'd badly dented his pride, and he needed much more. She reached for the hem of her linen sundress, pulled it over her head and tossed it aside. She unsnapped her bra and discarded it, slipped her thumbs beneath the waistband of her panties, pushed them down and stepped out of them. He watched her silently, his face revealing nothing. She raised her arms and slid her hands into her hair, lifting it from the nape of her neck. She crooked one knee, turned slightly from the waist, and eased into the pose that had sold 1,000,000 posters. With her age and her weight, standing before him like this should have been a travesty. Instead, she felt powerful and fiercely sexual, just as he'd painted her.
"You think that's all you have to do to get me back?"
he scoffed. "Yes, I do." He jerked his head toward an old velvet couch that hadn't been here last time.
"Lie down."
She wondered if he'd posed another model on it, but instead of feeling jealous, she felt a stir of pity. Whoever the woman might have been, she hadn't possessed Lily's powers. With a slow, certain smile, she made her way to the couch. It sat beneath one of the studio's skylights, and light showered her skin as she lay upon it. She wasn't surprised to see him grab a palette and tubes from the case. How could he resist painting her? Resting her head against one of the rolled arms, she settled with perfect contentment into the soft velvet while he worked, squeezing out the paint. Finally, he gathered brushes and came toward her. She'd already noted his quickened breath. Now she saw the fire of desire burning behind the genius in his eyes. He knelt before her. She waited, content. He began to paint her, not an image on canvas. He painted her flesh. He drew a soft brush fat with cadmium red across her ribs, then added Mars violet and Prussian blue at her hip. He dappled her shoulder and belly with orange, cobalt, and emerald, clamped a discarded brush between his teeth like a pirate's dagger, and stippled her breast in ultramarine and lime. Her nipple beaded as he swirled it with turquoise and magenta. He pushed open her thighs and adorned them with aggressive patterns of viridian and blue-violet. She felt his frustration growing along with his desire, and wasn't surprised when he tossed the brushes aside and began to use his hands on her, whirling the colors, claiming her flesh until she could no longer bear it. She sprang to her feet and pulled at the buttons on his shirt, smearing it with the stigmata of Renaissance gold he dabbed in her palms. No longer content to be his creation, she needed to recreate him in her image, and when he was naked she pressed against his flesh. The hot pigments blended and fused as she imprinted herself upon him. Once again there was no bed, so she pulled the cushions from the couch and kissed him until they were both breathless. Finally he drew back far enough so she could open herself to him.
"Lily, my love."
He entered her as fiercely as he created. The paint made her inner thighs slip against his hips, so she gripped tighter. He plunged harder and faster. Their mouths melded with their bodies until they stopped being two people. Together they tumbled off the edge of the world. Afterward they played with the paint and exchanged deep kisses, along with all the love words they needed to say. Only when they were in the shower did Lily tell him she wouldn't marry him.
"Who asked you?"
"Not right away," she added, ignoring his bluster. "I want to live together for a while first, in perfect bohemian sin."
"Just tell me I don't have to rent a cold-water flat somewhere in Lower Manhattan."
"No, and not Mexico either. In Paris. Wouldn't that be lovely? I could be your muse."
"My darling Lily, don't you know you already are?"
Oh, Liam, I love you so. The two of us, an atelier in the 6th arrondissement, owned by an old lady in ancient Chanel suits. You and your genius and your wonderful, wonderful body, and me and my quilts, and wine and paint and Paris.
They're yours.
He laughed his great lusty laugh and soaped her breasts.
Did I remember to say that I love you?
You did. She smiled the depth of her feelings into those dark, intense eyes. I'll hang a set of wind chimes under the eaves.
Which will keep me awake, so I'll have to make love to you all night.
I do love wind chimes.
And I do love you.
With a sense of detachment, Kevin watched the indicator on the Ferrari's speedometer climb. 87, 88. He shot west on the tollway past the last of Chicago's suburbs. He'd drive all the way to Iowa if he had to, anything to make this restlessness go away so he could concentrate on what was important. Training camp started tomorrow morning. He'd drive until then. He needed to feel the speed, the sizzle of danger. 90, 91. Next to him, the divorce papers that had arrived that morning from Molly's lawyer slid off the seat. Why hadn't she talked to him before she'd done this? He tried to steady himself by remembering what was important. He had only 5 or 6 good years left. Playing for the Stars was all that counted. He couldn't afford the distraction of a high-maintenance woman. On and on he went until he was so tired of listening to himself that he pressed the accelerator harder. It had been 1 month and 4 days since he'd seen Molly, so he couldn't blame her for the fact that he hadn't stepped up his workouts as he'd planned, or watched all the game film he'd intended to. Instead, he'd gone rock climbing, run some white water, done a little paragliding, but none of it satisfied him. The only time he'd felt remotely content was when he'd talked to Lily and Liam a few days ago. They'd both sounded so happy. The wheel vibrated beneath his hand, but he'd felt a bigger rush going cliff-diving with Molly. 95. Or what about the day she'd flipped the canoe? 96. Or when he'd climbed the tree after Marmee? 97. Or just watching the mischief flash in her eyes. And when they'd made love, that had been the rush of a lifetime. Now all the fun was gone. He'd gotten more thrills riding a bike at the campground with Molly at his side than he was getting going 98 in a Ferrari Spider. Sweat trickled under his arms. If he blew a tire right now, he'd never see her again. Never have a chance to tell her she'd been right about him all along. He was exactly as afraid as she'd said. He'd fallen in love with her. Just like that, the empty spaces inside him filled up and he took his foot off the accelerator. As he sagged back in the seat, he felt as if his chest had caved in. Lily had tried to tell him, and so had Jane Bonner, but he hadn't let himself listen. Molly was right. He'd secretly believed he couldn't measure up as a person in the same way he measured up as a player, so he hadn't tried. But he was way too old to keep living his life underneath leftover shadows. He slipped into the right lane. For the first time in months he felt calm. She'd told him she loved him, and now he knew exactly what that meant. He also understood what he had to do, and this time he intended to do it right. Half an hour later he rang the Calebo's doorbell. Andrew answered, wearing jeans and an orange inner tube.
Kevin, do you want to go swimming with me?
Sorry, buddy, can't do it today.
Kevin slipped past him.
I need to see your mom and dad.
I don't know where Dad is, but Mom's in her office.
Thanks.
He ruffled Andrew's hair and made his way through the house to the office in the back. The door was open, but he knocked just the same.
Phoebe?
She turned and stared at him.
Sorry for barging in like this, but I need to talk to you.
Oh? She kicked back in her chair and extended her chorus girl legs, longer than Molly's but not nearly as enticing. She wore white shorts and pink plastic sandals printed with purple dinosaurs. Despite that, she looked more formidable than God, and when it came to the world of the stars, she was just as powerful.
It's about Molly.
For a moment, he thought he saw speculation in her expression. What about her? He stepped into the room and waited for an invitation to sit down. It didn't come. There was no way to ease into this, and no reason he should.
I want to marry her. For real, and I want your blessing.
He didn't get the smile he expected. Why the change of heart?
Because I love her and I want to be part of her life forever.
I see. She had a perfect poker face. Maybe she didn't know the way Molly felt about him. It would have been just like Molly to try to protect him by hiding her feelings from her sister.
She loves me.
Phoebe didn't look impressed. He tried again.
I'm fairly sure she's going to be happy about this.
Oh, I'm sure she will be. At first, anyway. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees.
What do you mean by that?
She rose from the desk, looking much tougher than someone wearing plastic dinosaur sandals should. You know we want a real marriage for Molly.
So do I. That's why I'm here.
A husband who'll put her first.
That's what she's going to get.
The tiger's changing his stripes awfully quickly. He didn't pretend not to know what she meant.
I'll admit it's taken me a while to figure out that my life needs to be about more than playing football, but falling in love with Molly has readjusted my viewpoint.
Her expression of cool skepticism as she came around the side of the desk wasn't encouraging. What about the future? Everyone knows how you feel about the team. You once told Dan that you'd like to coach after you retire as a player, and he got the idea you eventually want to move into the front office. Do you still feel that way? He wasn't going to lie.
Putting the game into perspective doesn't mean I want to throw it away.
No, I don't imagine it does. She crossed her arms. Let's be honest. Is it Molly you want, or is it the stars? Everything inside him went still.
I hope you don't mean what I think you do.
Marrying into the family on a permanent basis seems like an efficient way to make sure you eventually get to the front office. The chill that crept through him went all the way to his bones.
I said I wanted your blessing. I didn't say I needed it.
He began to walk away, only to have Phoebe's next words slap him from behind. If you go near her again, you can kiss the stars goodbye. He turned, not believing what he heard. Her eyes were cold and determined. I mean it, Kevin. My sister's been hurt enough, and I won't let you use her to fulfill your long-term plans. Stay away from her. You can have the team or you can have Molly, but you can't have both. Chapter 26. The last chapter. Daphne was in a very bad mood. It followed her around while she baked her favorite oatmeal strawberry cookies, and it stuck to her side when she talked to Murphy Mouse, who'd moved into the woods a few weeks before. Even the big pile of shiny new coins jingling in her pink backpack didn't make her feel better. She wanted to run to Melissa's house for cheering up, but Melissa was planning a trip to Paris with her new friend Leo the bullfrog. Most of all, Daphne was in a very bad mood because she missed Benny. He made her angry sometimes, but he was still her best friend. Except she wasn't his best friend anymore. Daphne loved Benny, but Benny didn't love her. She sniffed and wiped her eyes with the strap of her electric guitar. His new school started today, and he'd be having so much fun that he wouldn't even think about her. He'd be thinking about touchdowns instead, and all the girl rabbits who'd be hanging out by the fence wearing tube tops and trying to entice him with foreign phrases and puffy lips and bouncy breasts. Girls who didn't understand him like she did, who were impressed with his fame and money and green eyes, and didn't know that he loved cats, and needed entertaining sometimes, and didn't hate poodles nearly as much as he thought, and that he liked to sleep cuddled around her with his hand— Molly ripped the paper from her yellow pad. This was supposed to be Daphne's bad mood, not Daphne Does Dallas. She gazed out across the bobolink meadow and wondered how some parts of her life could be so happy and some parts so sad. The sweatshirt she'd spread in the grass had bunched under her bare legs. It was Kevin's. As she straightened it, she tried to concentrate on the happy parts of her life. Thanks to her new contract, she was financially secure for the first time since she'd given away her money, and she was bursting with ideas for new books. The campground and B&B were filled to capacity, and the more responsibility she gave Amy and Troy, the more they were able to handle. Their feelings toward the place had become as proprietary as her own,
and they'd asked her to consider converting the attic into an apartment where they could live year-round. They wanted to keep the B&B open all winter for cross-country skiing and snowmobile enthusiasts, as well as city people who simply felt like enjoying winter in the country. Molly had decided to let them do it. When Kevin had been searching for someone to run the campground full-time, he'd overlooked the obvious. She hated how much she missed him. He probably didn't even think about her. She knew now that was his loss. She'd offered him her most precious possession, and instead of holding on tight, he'd thrown it away. She snatched up her writing pad. If she couldn't work on Daphne's bad mood, she could at least make a list of groceries for Troy to pick up in town. Amy was baking her new specialty for tea, dirt cupcakes, which were chocolate cupcakes topped with green coconut frosting and gummy worms. Molly was going to miss Lily's help with the guests, although not nearly as much as she'd miss her companionship. Her mood lifted a little as she thought about how happy Lily and Leo the bullfrog were. She heard a movement behind her and set aside the notepad. One of the guests had found her hiding place. So far that morning she'd made restaurant reservations, drawn maps to antique stores and golf courses, unstopped a toilet, taped up a broken window, and helped the older kids organize a scavenger hunt. Giving in to the inevitable, she turned and saw Kevin coming around the fence at the bottom of the meadow. She forgot to breathe. The frames of his silver revos glinted, and the breeze tousled his hair. He wore a pair of khaki slacks with a light blue T-shirt. Only as he came closer did she see a picture of Daphne printed on the front. Kevin stopped where he was and stood there, simply gazing at her. Molly sat cross-legged in the meadow with the sun shining on her bare shoulders and a pair of yellow butterflies fluttering like hair bows around her head. She was all the dreams he'd lost at dawn, dreams of everything he hadn't understood he needed until now. She was his playmate, his confidant, the lover who made his blood rush. She was the mother of his children and the companion of his old age. She was the joy of his heart, and she was gazing at him as if a skunk had just wandered out of the woods. "What do you want?" "What had happened to kiss me, you fool?" "Right." He pulled off his sunglasses and tried a little of the old playboy smile. "So, how's it going?" Had he really said that? Had he really said, "How's it going?" He deserved everything she was going to throw at him. "Couldn't be better. Nice T-shirt. Now get off my property." So much for the woman who'd wished him all the best the last time they'd been together. "I heard you might be selling the place." "When I get around to it." "Maybe I'll buy it back." "Maybe you won't." She stood up, and a few blades of grass stuck to the side of one of those legs he loved to touch. "Why aren't you at training camp?" "Training camp?" He slipped his sunglasses into his shirt pocket. "Veterans are supposed to report this morning." "Damn, I guess I'm in trouble then." "Did Phoebe send you here?" "Not exactly." "Then what's going on?" "I wanted to talk to you, that's all. Tell you some things." "You're supposed to be at training camp." "I think you already mentioned that." "One phone call and I can find out why you're not there." He hadn't wanted to do this yet, and his hands found their way into his pockets. "First, maybe you'd better hear what I have to say." "Give me your cell phone." "It's in the car." She grabbed a sweatshirt he seemed to remember belonged to him and marched toward the fence at the bottom of the meadow. "I'll call from the house." "I'm AWOL, okay? I'm being traded." She spun around. "Traded? They can't do that." "They're crazy, and they can do just about anything they want." "Not without throwing away the season." She twisted the arms of his sweatshirt into a knot at her waist and charged toward him. "Tell me exactly what happened, every word." "I don't want to." His throat felt tight and his tongue clumsy. "I want to tell you how pretty you are." She regarded him suspiciously. "I look just like I did the last time you saw me, except my nose is sunburned." "You're beautiful." He moved closer. "And I want to marry you. For real. Forever." She blinked. "Why?" This wasn't going the way he'd planned it. He wanted to touch her, but the frown marks between her eyebrows made him think twice.
Because I love you. I really do, more than I ever could have imagined.
Perfect silence.
Molly, listen to me. I'm sorry about what happened. Sorry it's taken me so long to figure out what I want. But when I was with you, I was having too good a time to think. After you left, though, things weren't so good, and I realized that everything you said about me was right. I was afraid. I let football become my whole life. It was the only thing I was sure of, and that's why I got so reckless this year. There was something missing inside me I was trying to fill up, but I went about doing it the wrong way. But there sure isn't anything missing inside me now, because you're there.
Molly's heart was pounding so loudly she was afraid he could hear. Did he mean it? He looked as if he meant it, worried, upset, more serious than she'd ever seen him. What if he really meant it? As a child who'd been emotionally abused, she had a strong survivor's instinct, and it kicked in. Tell me about the trade.
Let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about us, about our future.
I can't talk about the future until I understand the here and now. He must have known she wasn't going to let it go, but he still tried to sidestep.
I've missed you so much. Without you, I stopped being happy.
It was everything she'd wanted to hear, and yet... All I have to do is call her. He wandered toward the fence.
All right. We'll do it your way.
He braced a hand on the top rail.
I wanted to try to set things right with them once and for all, so I went out to the house. Dan wasn't around, but I saw Phoebe. I told her I loved you and that I was going to ask you to marry me for real. I said I wanted her blessing.
Molly needed something to hold on to, but there wasn't anything around, so she sank down in the weeds, drew her knees to her chest, and concentrated on sucking in air. He gazed down at her.
You could look a little happier.
Tell me the rest.
Phoebe didn't like it.
He pushed himself away from the fence, the lines around his mouth deepening.
As a matter of fact, she hated it. She accused me of using you as an insurance policy toward my retirement.
I don't understand.
Everybody knows I want to coach eventually, and I talked to Dan about his front office work.
Molly finally got it. She said you were using me to guarantee your future with the Stars. Is that it? He erupted.
I don't need a guarantee. I proved myself a long time ago. There's not a player in the league who knows more about the game than I do, but she looked at me like I was a no-name parasite. Molly, I understand that you love your sister, but football's a game about winning, and I have to tell you right now that I've lost all respect for her.
Her legs had regained enough strength for her to stand. There's more, isn't there? His expression was a mixture of anger and confusion, as if he couldn't comprehend how a life made of gold could have developed any tarnish.
She said I could have you or the Stars, but not both. She said if I saw you again, my career with the team was over. If I stayed away, I still had my job.
Something warm opened up in Molly's heart. And you believed her?
You're damn right I believed her, and it's her loss. I don't need the Stars. I don't even want to play for them anymore.
Her loving, interfering sister. She was scamming you, Kevin. This whole thing's a scam.
What are you talking about?
She wants me to have a great love story like she had with Dan.
I saw her face. This wasn't any scam.
She's very good.
You're not making sense. What do you mean that she wants you to have a love story? I've already told her I loved you.
She's a romantic, almost as much as me. An ordinary love story isn't good enough. She wants me to have something I'll remember my whole life. Something to pull out and examine if you forget to send flowers on our anniversary, or get mad because I put a dent in the car.
I'm sure you understand what you're talking about, but I don't have a clue.
If you were a woman, you would.
Well, excuse me for having it.
Words are wonderful. But every once in a while, a few women are lucky enough to have something extra. Something unforgettable. This was so basic to her that she had to make him understand. Don't you see? Dan saved her life. He was willing to give up everything for her. Because of that, Phoebe always knows she comes first with him, ahead of football, ahead of his ambition, ahead of everything. She wanted me to have the same thing with you. So she convinced you that you had to choose.
I'm supposed to believe that she jeopardized the entire team just to force me into making some kind of grand romantic gesture? He was starting to shout. I'm supposed to believe this?
Kevin loved her. She could see it in his eyes, hear it in his frustration. He'd been willing to give up the team for her, and her heart sang. But the sound was almost drowned out by another noise, one as unexpected as it was inevitable. The clang of a fire alarm. She tried to ignore it. Even though she knew Kevin's career with the stars was as secure as ever, he hadn't known it, and the fact was he'd been willing to make the sacrifice. Yes, her heart was definitely singing. Yes, this was a moment she could spend her entire life reliving, a moment that was perfect. Except for the fire alarm. She refused to listen to it. You seem a little angry.
Angry? Now why would I be angry?
Because you thought Phoebe kicked you off the stars?
You forget that I don't care about the stars anymore. You forget that I want to play for a team with an owner who understands that the point of the game is winning, not jeopardizing millions of dollars in revenue so her star quarterback can play Sir Galahad.
The fire alarm clanged louder. Then you didn't make much of a sacrifice. He was a champion, so he could spot the blitz coming from a mile away, and his expression grew wary.
This is important to you, this whole romantic gesture thing?
Clang, clang, clang. I have to get ready for tea.
I haven't done enough? You want something more?
Not at all. A muffled curse, and then he swept her into his arms and began carrying her toward the woods.
How's this for a romantic gesture?
She crossed her arms over her chest, crossed her ankles, a perfect portrait of petulance. But she felt sick. If this involves naked bodies, it's sex, not romance. Unfortunately, he set her down instead of kissing her until he'd drowned out the sound of 1,000 fire alarms.
You think I don't know the difference between sex and romance? You think because I'm male, I'm obtuse?
Her great love story was on a downhill spiral because of a fire alarm that had grown so loud she wanted to cover her ears. I guess only you can answer that question.
All right, here's what I'm going to do.
He took a deep breath and met her gaze straight on.
I'll win the Super Bowl for you.
She realized he meant it, and little starbursts of happiness exploded inside her, each one punctuated by the noise of the alarm. Right then she understood that she was facing the fundamental question of her life, a question that had its roots in the heart of a little girl who'd been emotionally abandoned when she was much too young. Kevin Tucker was strong enough to slay dragons for her, and strong enough to win the Super Bowl for her. But was he strong enough to love her, even when she wasn't lovable? She needed an answer that would quiet the fire alarm forever. It's only July, loser, she sneered. By Super Bowl Sunday I'll have forgotten your name.
I seriously doubt that.
Whatever. She scratched a mosquito bite, looked bored, and spoke the ugliest words she'd ever said. My mistake. I really don't think I love you after all. Horrified, she began to snatch it back, then stopped, because he didn't look upset, only calculating.
Liar. Have you ever heard of the Saxaton River Gorge?
Can't say as I have. Had the fire alarm lost a few decibels? It sounds boring. Did you hear me say I didn't love you?
Yeah. Anyway, it's in Switzerland, and it's as treacherous as they come, but I'm prepared to rappel to the bottom, and once I get there, I'll carve your initials in the rock.
Yes, definitely not as loud. She tapped her foot in the grass. Touching, but Switzerland's almost as far away as the Super Bowl. Besides, when it comes right down to it, all you're talking about is a little graffiti, right?
There's a sport called parapenting. You parachute off a mountain peak.
Unless you're going to write my name in the sky on your way down, don't bother. His eyes lit up. On second thought, she said hastily, you'd probably misspell it. And the closest mountains are on the other side of the state, so what about the here and now? Okay. Maybe I do love you, but truth is, champ, all this Iron Man stuff might impress the guys in the locker room, but it won't get you babies and home-cooked meals. Babies and home-cooked meals, a family that was all hers, and a man who satisfied her to the very depths of her soul. Just like that, the fire alarm went still forever.
So we're going to play hardball, he said.
Kevin understood her better than anyone on earth. He understood her so well that he still hadn't thrown up his hands and stomped away. She listened to the glorious silence inside her and wanted to weep with the joy of knowing that this man's love didn't have to be earned with perpetual good behavior. "I was willing to give up the stars for you," he reminded her, his expression shrewd. "But I guess that's not good enough." Oh, yes, Kevin without the stars was unthinkable. He didn't take his eyes off her. "So I'll have to give you something more." "Not necessary," she smiled her love at him. "You passed the test." "Too late." He grabbed her hand and began pulling her back toward the campground. "Come on, sweetheart." "No, really, Kevin, it's all right. It's the fire alarm thing. I know it's neurotic, but I wanted to be sure you really loved me.
Could you walk a little faster? I'd like to get this over with so we could start working on one of those babies you mentioned."
A baby. And this time it would be all right. She realized he was pulling her toward the beach. "You don't have to—"
"We'd better take one of the rowboats. Not that I don't trust you in a canoe, but let's face it, you've got a spotty record."
"You want to go out on the lake now?"
"We have unfinished business." He led her onto the dock. "You're still looking for that great romantic gesture."
"No, I'm not really. I've already had the most romantic gesture you could possibly make. You were willing to give up the stars for me."
"Which didn't impress you."
"More than you can imagine. I've never been so impressed."
"Could have fooled me."
He stepped down into the rowboat tied to the end of the dock, then pulled her in with him.
"Apparently I still haven't met the Dan Calebo standard."
"Oh, but you have." She sat on the seat. "I was just being careful."
"You're being neurotic."
He untied the line and picked up the oars. "That too. So do we really need to take to the high seas?"
"Oh, yeah."
He began to row. "I didn't mean it when I said I didn't love you."
"You think I don't know that? And you can tell me how romantic I am when we get to the middle of the lake."
"I'm not being critical, but I don't imagine you'll be able to do anything too romantic out there."
"That's what you think."
She loved him so much that it wasn't hard to humor him. "You're right. Rowing us to the middle of the lake is a very romantic gesture."
"I do know my romance."
He didn't have a clue about romance, but this sweet-talking son of a preacher man knew everything there was about love. Daphne rippled on his chest with the movement of his muscles as he rowed. "I like your T-shirt."
"If you're right about your sister, which I hope you are, even though I swear I'm going to report her to the commissioner, I'll have them made up for all the guys on the team."
"Maybe not your best idea."
"They'll wear 'em,"
he smiled.
"I'll make a concession to the defense, though, and put Benny on theirs. And congratulations on saving your books. Lily told me all about it over the phone. I'm sorry you had to sell your place, but it would have been too small for both of us anyway."
Molly thought of the big old Victorian farmhouse on the outskirts of DuPage County she'd heard Phoebe mention was up for sale. It would be plenty big enough. "I think we're about in the middle," she said. He looked behind him.
"Just a little farther. Did I tell you how deep it was out here?"
"I don't think so."
"Really deep."
She could feel her smile spreading all over her face. "I'm hopelessly in love with you."
"I know that. It's my own hopelessly in love feelings that are in question."
"I promise I won't ever question them again."
"Let's make sure of that."
He shipped the oars, and they drifted for a while. He looked at her and smiled. She smiled back. Her heart felt as if it had somehow gotten lodged in her throat. "You're the most steadfast man I've ever known, Kevin Tucker. I can't imagine why I thought even for a moment that I needed to test you."
"Every once in a while you go crazy."
Phoebe calls them incidents, and today was the last one. I risked throwing away the most important thing in my life, but I won't make that mistake again. Her eyes filled with tears. "You gave up the stars for me."
"I'd do it again, although I sincerely hope I don't have to."
She laughed. He smiled, then looked serious.
"I know you don't love football the same way I do. But driving up here, I kept thinking about coming out of the huddle and looking over toward the 50-yard line."
He touched her cheek.
"I saw you sitting there, just for me."
Molly could see it, too.
"The wind's picked up," he said. "It's getting colder."
The sun shone in the sky as well as in her heart, and she knew she'd never be cold for the rest of her life. I'm fine. Perfect. He nodded toward the sweatshirt that was still wrapped around her waist.
You better put that on.
I don't need it.
You're shivering.
That's from excitement.
Can't be too careful.
The rowboat wobbled a bit as he stood and drew her up in front of him, where he unfastened the sweatshirt and pulled it over her body. It was so large it came to her knees. He pushed a lock of hair behind her ear.
Do you have any idea how precious you are to me?
Yes, I really do.
Good.
Quick as a flash, he crossed the empty sleeves in front of her like a straitjacket and tied the cuffs in the back. What are you?
I love you.
He brushed a kiss across her lips, picked her up, and dropped her over the side. She was so astonished that she took a mouthful, then had to kick furiously to get to the surface. With her arms imprisoned, it wasn't easy.
There you are,
he said when she bobbed up.
I was getting worried.
What are you doing?
Waiting till you're ready to drown.
He smiled and eased back down on the seat.
And then I'm going to save your life. Dan did it for Phoebe, and I'm going to do it for you.
Dan didn't try to murder her first, she screamed.
I go the extra mile.
Of all the stupid— She caught another mouthful, coughed, and tried to say more. Unfortunately, she was sinking back under. He was in the water waiting for her when she came up, hair dripping in his eyes, Daphne plastered to his chest, his green eyes dancing with the sheer pleasure of being alive, in love, and having such a good time. There was no woman on earth who could entertain him the way she could, and no woman who would ever love him more. Which didn't mean she was giving in without a fight. By the time you save me, she pointed out, I'll be too tired to do anything but sleep. Seconds later, she watched the sweatshirt sink to the bottom of the lake without her.
That was fun.
Kevin's smile was a mile wide, and his eyes were misty with something other than lake water. Not in front of the children. Her eyes were misty, too, as she tugged off his Daphne t-shirt. They made love in the shadow of the rowboat, holding on to the gunwale and each other, choking and gasping, first one of them under water and then the other, two daredevils who'd found their perfect mate. Afterward they gazed into each other's eyes, not saying anything, just feeling peaceful and absolutely perfect. Epilogue. Found in a notebook, tucked under the gazebo at the Wind Lake campground. Author unknown, although there are suspicions. All the animals in Nightingale Woods gathered for the christening. Daphne wore her second-best rhinestone tiara. She'd misplaced her best at a road rally. Benny polished his mountain bike until it shone. Melissa dazzled with a swirly scarf from the Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré, and her new husband Leo the bullfrog created a beautiful painting in honor of the occasion. The ceremony took place under a shady tree. The animals waited until it was over to scurry out from the shadows of the gingerbread cottage and move among the guests, invisible to all but the very smallest of humans. Victoria Phoebe Tucker blinked down at Benny from her perch on her father's shoulder, her green eyes alive with curiosity.
"What's up, dude? What's up yourself? Hey, you look familiar. I know your dad pretty well."
Daphne hopped forward.
"Bonjour, Victoria Phoebe, and welcome to Nightingale Woods."
She cast an admiring glance at the frothy confection of white lace and pink ribbons that enveloped the baby and draped her father's large tan arm. Victoria Phoebe already had an eye for fashion.
"I'm Daphne, and this is Benny. We stopped by to introduce ourselves. And see if you wanted to play some football," Benny added.
Victoria Phoebe stuffed a pink ribbon from her christening cap into her mouth.
"You might have noticed I'm sort of tied up right now."
"Sarcastic, like her mother," Murphy Mouse noted. Victoria Phoebe's father reached up to retrieve the ribbon. She went after his hand and took a few chomps on her favorite teether, his brand-new Super Bowl ring. He kissed her forehead and exchanged a special smile with her mother, who stood at his side. Nearby, her Aunt Phoebe gazed happily at the new family that her special talent for deception had helped create.
"I don't recognize all of the big people,"
Leo the bullfrog said,
"but I sure know the little ones, the Calebos and Bonners, the Denton children from Tularosa, Texas. And isn't that a traveler over there?"
Victoria Phoebe
liked being in the know, and she abandoned the Super Bowl ring to point out some of the adult guests.
All those giant men are Daddy's playmates. And over there are Uncle Cal's brothers with the mummies and kids. Aunt Jane is talking to Uncle Dan right now. She's pretty nice, but she tried to write something on my leg last night when she was holding me, and Daddy had to take her pen away. We've had complaints before,
Daphne said.
Your mother looks particularly fetching. And she smells totally awesome, like flowers and cookies. I love my mom. She tells the best stories.
Like duh, Benny said. Daphne poked him, but Victoria Phoebe was snuggling into her father's neck and didn't notice. She peeked back up.
This is my daddy, dear. He says I'm his very special girl, but not to tell Mommy, except he always says it in front of her, and then they laugh. You have very nice parents,
Melissa observed politely.
I know, but they kiss my cheeks too much. I'm getting chapped. I remember Rosie Bonner used to complain about the same thing. Rosie Bonner?
Victoria Phoebe grew indignant.
Last night she tried to hide me in the litter box because I was getting too much attention. But Hannah distracted her with a cookie. I love Hannah. She's always been our special friend,
Daphne said.
We played with her a lot when she was your age. Don't you play with her now?
The animals exchanged glances.
Not in the same way, Benny said. Things change. Stuff happens.
Victoria Phoebe was a future summa cum laude, so not much got past her.
What kind of stuff? Children can only see us when they're very young,
Melissa explained kindly.
As they get older, they lose the power. That bites.
But they can read about us in books,
Murphy Mouse added.
Which is nearly as good.
Books that are making your mother a ton of money,
Leo pointed out,
although not as much as my paintings.
Victoria Phoebe grew huffy.
Forgive me very much, but reading doesn't hold a lot of appeal at the moment. I'm still trying to cope with diaper rash.
Definitely sarcastic, Celia the hen clucked. Daphne, who appreciated sarcasm, decided it was time for more explanation.
Even though you won't be able to see us as you get older, Victoria Phoebe, we'll be around, watching out for you and all your brothers. Brothers? We're sort of like guardian angels,
Melissa interjected hastily.
Furry ones,
Benny added.
The point is,
Daphne said patiently,
you'll never be alone. Exactly how many brothers?
Victoria Phoebe asked, and then,
oops, gotta go,
as her father passed her over to her mother. The creatures watched Kevin pick up a glass of lemonade from the table under the trees.
I'd like to propose a toast, he said, to all our friends and the family that means so much to me, especially to my mother, Lily, who came into my life at just the right time, and my sister-in-law, Phoebe, who's almost as good at matchmaking as she is at running a football team.
He turned, cleared his throat, and sounded sniffy.
And to my wife, the love of my life.
Victoria Phoebe peeped around her mother's arm.
Here they go with the kissing again. Right now it's just each other, but they'll get to me and my cheeks next.
Sure enough, they did. Daphne gave a blissful sigh.
Now we're at the very best part of being in the book business. The happy ending,
Melissa said, nodding in agreement.
Way too much kissing,
Benny grumbled, and then he brightened.
I got an idea. Let's go play some football.
Which they did, right before Happily Ever After. This concludes the reading of This Heart of Mine by Susan Elizabeth Phillips. This book was read by Anna Fields.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.